A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardroom Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardroom Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales?
All back to North East Underdogs Tournament brought to you by Wardrum Games. Tonight, the first match is between Team MAAF and Team Eliminators. And Team Eliminators have not been able to win a single match, and it's already day 3 1.
Yeah, it's already day 3, and Team MAF is one of those teams that's quite equal with the points. But then again, Team Eliminators, on the other hand, they've not won a single point in the series so far, as well as Team LAFU. So tonight, Team Eliminators, they are going up against Dads and Sons, which is a pretty team. Looking so far into the series, we've seen that Team ET, they've not win any games, so it's looking really tight for them tonight as well, because they have faced against many teams, but then again, they're not able to win. So if they're just gonna keep losing, then they will fall short of points, which will ultimately lead to their disqualification, I'd say.
Yep, you won't be qualifying to the next rounds if you don't make it to the top 4. And it's
Yeah.
8 teams up here in this league stage, and Eliminators
Mhm.
have not been able to win a single game, not even 1 point. I mean,
Yeah.
even Zohunt were able to take 1 point away from Tartarus, and that will be coming in really handy, that 1 point.
Yeah.
When it comes to equal points, we look at the matches where the team which won will be, proceeding forward. So that is why even a single point can be a big factor here if you want to qualify for the semifinals.
Yeah.
And right now, Team MAAF might be looking to take the advantage because I mean, Eliminators were defeated by Dad and Sons, like you said,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
yesterday as well, another crushing defeat for them. And right now, MAAF, they do understand that Eliminators is not in form. They
Mhm.
will want to take the advantage and take those 3 points away for
Yeah.
themselves. But
Mm.
let's see if Eliminators will be giving it away today, or will they be, able to make a comeback?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's really tough for them to make a comeback, I'd say, because they are at 0 points, and to move from 0 point up to the way, to the top four, it is
Mm-hmm.
going to be really hard. Because if we take a look at the list, we have Peak to Plummet, who have four consecutive wins without any losers, followed up by Tartarus, who
Yeah.
have won Focus with one lost, and Team MAAF on the fourth position, and followed by Datsun Sun. So if Datsun Sun they can win this game tonight, they can make their way up to the top four. So
Eh,
the
Yep, you
team
are.
Datsun Suns, they do have a chance here if they win against Team ET. But for ET, to move their way up to the top four, it is gonna be really tough. It's gonna take a miracle to do that.
Yep, and not to forget the teams which are playing here tonight. Once you made a mistake, there is no Dads and Sons. It's actually MAAF which is playing tonight. And
Oh
when we take the name of MAAF, who comes into
yeah.
your mind is none other than that Uranus who took the Maniac.
Oh my god, man, we are still glazing on that Uranus because, man, your mom with that Uranus, he's just crazy. He's just
Yep.
crazy good. And the way he plays the Uranus totally astonishes me. And today we have here on our screen, we have your mom, and we have Biddy from Manipur. So these are the two main players from both teams here, from ET and MAAF. And they have shown exceptionally good skills in the series, especially your mom from Team MAAF here, with that Edith and the Uranus, the plays that he has shown what EXP standard is. That is what the other teams need to learn from him.
Yep, and this guy, I mean, he has been so dominant overall, right? Dominating EXP, and after that, he goes into the enemy jungle, disrupts the enemy farm as well, into the back lines every single time, disrupting the
Hmm.
formation and not letting enemy have their way in those team fights, sustaining throughout the match with
Yeah.
those stacks that he gets with the help of his passive.
Hmm.
And Bit as well, he likes to play those controlling mages. We do understand that his main heroes, as we can see on the screens, are the Sicilian, Yves, and the Valentina. He also likes to play the Zushin, but
Yeah.
we have not seen Zushin quite a lot from him because we all know that Zushin usually gets banned. And after this nerf, though, in this recent patch, we might be seeing the Zushin, left open a little bit more. But
Yeah.
do you think Bit will be able to get his hands?
I mean, the nerf on Jujin, it's basically to tone down her early game.
Yep.
Because in the early game, she is way too strong with her crowd control. So this was more of a early game balance on Jujin, and it does not overall hurt her that much. So I think like Zujin is still pretty strong despite the mana increase consumption on her skills and the passive stacks reduction, because the passive stacks have also been reduced from 20 down to 50.
Mm-mm. We definitely understand a lot, with that explanation that Zushin has been nerfed very heavily in this patch. So there's a high chance that Marth might leave the Zushin open and Bit will be able to get his hands on the Zushin that he really likes to play. But so
Yeah,
far, we have not seen, a lot of players picking up the Zushin because Zushin, like we mentioned, usually getting
hmm,
banned out. But Uranus is not a hero that usually gets left open because, I mean, who even wants to ban the Uranus? It usually is
yeah,
weak in the early game, cannot really do enough in the late game as well. As you all know, it does not have the damage, it does not have the, I mean, what do you call it? the initiation crowd control, that you need from an
Yeah.
EXP laner. But one thing that
Mm-hmm.
the Uranus has is a lot of sustainability, and he can escape as well because he does have a dash, so he can go through walls, and
Yeah.
not just that, he has that ultimate which gives him that movement speed boost when he needs it, and able
Mm-hmm.
to get those stacks on his passive as well whenever required, and
Yeah.
that enables the his team to actually bait out the enemy skills, and after that
Yeah.
engage at the right time, and that is exactly when the other teammates come into play, and that is exactly why Yomom has been a key player here for MAAF, enabling his teammates to get the better out of the enemy counterpart. But
Yeah.
with that being said, we need to ask questions about eliminators today. What has been the issue here? Because I mean, eliminators were favorites coming into the tournament, right? I mean, they
Yeah.
are usually the contenders, always there
Mm-hmm.
at the top 3 or 4 spot. But in this tournament, they started the first match with a lose, and that too a 2-1 lose. I mean, 2-0 lose. I mean, you don't expect
Yeah.
eliminators to get clean swept by Dads and Sons, and they come in the next game
Yeah.
as well. Similar fashion, they lose out again 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
You might want
I
to say something
feel
here,
like,
Coach Hans.
yeah, I mean, calling me a coach would be kind of an exaggeration, I'd say. But then again, I'd like to put my point of view, when it comes to ET, because if we look at ET, the first thing I'd say is that compared to other teams, they are not on par when it comes to synergy and communication. It seems like when it comes to Team ET, there is a communication gap between the teammates. When you are playing, especially 5 men, you have to be really well coordinated, you have to be really decisive, and there is always one player who has to make the key calls on team fights, in Lord and Turtle fights, because if you do not make the call, then you are basically going to be outshined by the enemy. And in those crucial situations, you need like a reliant player from your side of the team to make those calls for your team. And
Mm-hmm.
it seems like that is what ET are lacking. They're lacking those crucial moment decision. That critical thinking is not there when it comes to those hasty moments where suddenly a fight is stirred up and they don't know what to do, whether they should go in or whether they should just take a step back and not engage in the fight. So that is one of the points I'd like to say, and as well as the drafting, I'd say, because so far, if we look at Team ET and the previous games that they've played, there has
Mm-hmm.
been a draft issue as well. Because I'd say that Team ET, when it comes to the drafting, they're not on par with the enemies, because we see that the other teams, they're quite I'd say experienced, and they are really familiar with the teams in the tournament, and they have done their homework. But when it comes to Team ET, they're just not quite there yet with their homework, because they are
Mm-hmm.
not aware of the
They're the
heroes that
they're the bad
their
students.
enemies are playing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
They
they
are the
need
bad
to do
students.
more. Yeah, they need to do those homework that they have to do, whenever they're facing off against another team. Because if it was me in a tournament and I'd be like given the name, oh, today we're facing against this enemy, I'd spend at least 2 to 3 hours, like checking the previous games, because this is obviously a live stream. You can just scroll back all the way to any part of the video where this team has been fighting. We can see what draft, what pick they go on, and from there we
Mm-hmm.
can, learn their tactics and their strategy. So that is what I'd suggest ET to do. Do more homework on your enemies that you're facing against with, because if
Mm-hmm.
not, then obviously your enemy is gonna outdraft you in the draft, and they will have the upper hand in the game itself.
Yep. That was a that was a long and intriguing discussion put forward here by Once, describing the mistakes that eliminators have made so far. Coming in this tournament, 2 games already played, best of 3, and they have not won a single one yet. And tonight is going to be the third best of 3 that they are about to play. And we will be witnessing if eliminators have what it takes to take a step forward and at least get one win. They have not even opened their cards yet so far. I mean, you expect
Hmm.
eliminators to win at least one game out of the 6, out of the 4 that they have played. But it could have
Yeah.
went at least 2-1, but they have not been able to get even one game. Yesterday, though, it seemed like they were about to make it happen, but unfortunately, once again, they lose out 2-0, throwing it away with that bad play coming in. And
Mm-hmm.
with that, it does feel like, they have a lot going through their minds at the moment. But
Yeah.
tonight, they need to focus more, like you mentioned, on the draft. They need to understand that they have to respect your mom's Uranus tonight, right? They
Mm-hmm.
need to respect the prowess that your mom has on the Uranus, and they also need to realize that the other players as well, like Julie, like Duba, they have also been very key factors here.
Yeah.
So you need to understand that it's not just one member which needs to be focused on. You need to lock down the other members as well. So far,
Yeah.
Duba has not stood out, in comparison to the other members. But as a
Yeah.
goal laner, we all know that it's always the goal lane who carries the late game. We need to
Mm-hmm.
understand that Duba could shine tonight, especially because Eliminators have been out of form, at least for a while now. And if you have noticed, then we do understand that Eliminators have always been on the spotlight. So their strategies are very, very out there in the world. Everyone knows about what heroes they like to pick, what picks
Yeah.
they like, what heroes they like to ban as well. So that's why they are an open book, and seems like MAAF have clearly understood that message, and that is exactly why right now we'll be jumping into the draft straight away, because Eliminators and MAAF are here to see when to witness tonight here that if Eliminators have what it
Yeah.
takes to come back in this match.
Mm-hmm. They definitely need to step up their game against Team MAAF here, because Team MAAF have, as a team, they've shown a lot of potential that they have, and to get on par with them, you need a lot of practice, I'd say, and it seems like ET, they need more practice when it comes to the synergy among the teammates, among themselves. So even though they might fall off behind in the series, and they might not make their way up to the top 4, they can learn from this, come back stronger in upcoming series, because there are so many more tournaments ahead that will be organized by many organizers. On those tournaments, they can basically come back stronger, come back with more homework, with better practice, team synergy, and prove that they are also capable of being out there to shine here in the MOBA community.
We do need to understand that the draft has already begun as well. I mean, those were
Yeah.
some really good insights that you gave. But right now, we're already into the draft section. We see heroes getting banned out. The first one is going to be the Fanny. And the Fanny, we do understand that Eliminators will respect the Fanny coming in from Julie. And we look at that. I did mention that the Zushin might be getting banned, or it might be left open. But even after the nerf, MAAF respect here. They respect the prowess that Bid has on the Zushin, and they will be banning it out.
Yeah. I mean, the Jujin, despite the nerf, she's still a annoying mage, and to risk it off and keep her open, and especially when you have a player like Bid, you can't just give away those key heroes that these players they like to play, right? So having that respect for them, it's quite understandable here. And if we look at the draft here, we see that it's already been a Fanny ban as well as a Hylas. So it's looking pretty solid, from the side of ET here. Because if we look at Team MAAF, they have been picking Hylas a lot in the game. So it seems like ET here tonight, they are prepared, and they have seen what they're going up against tonight, so they are gonna ban away that Hylas as well. But then again, Fredo, look at that chip getting banned out from the side of Team MAAF. Man, I would just have to say, that the buff that the chip got in the recent patches is so good. His portal Y walk, you can now use it from anywhere around the map. You do not have to step on one portal to teleport to another portal. But then again, it comes with a minor adjustment, which is now the Y walk portal. It's fixated at a 60-second. Even with cooldown reduction, the 60-second will not be reduced. It is fixated on that. So that is quite a good adjustment, I'd say, from the side of the developers, not confining the chip to go to one portal to teleport to the other three, but then again providing chip with that flexibility to just teleport to any portal even when you're far away from the other portals. So that is one good adjustment I'd say that they've made on the chip.
Yeah, and you explained a lot about the chip, and the main point here was that the utility that the chip provides now has been increased by quite a lot, and not just that just increases the threat that that art can bring here on the table for Team MAAF, and that is exactly why MAAF will respect art here. MAAF will respect bid here, because we know these two guys, they have the potential to carry the entire team by themselves, because when they take that river control into their hands, they don't let it go that easily. And MAAF, we all know they have done pretty well, but I won't say they're good enough on par to take away that mid lane and river control away from the hands of bid, because bid will not allow that to happen. And that is exactly why MAAF have banned out the chip, MAAF have banned out the Zushin. But with that, there comes the harried ban from the side of Eliminators, respecting Duba, it seems, even though we have not seen Duba perform at that level, so far. But he will be getting respected so far from Eliminators. That just speaks for itself that we know, that when you are in a little bad form, you never try to underestimate your enemies. And that is exactly what Eliminators are doing. They're doing a good job here so far.
Yeah. I feel like both teams here, they're actually doing really good in the draft, especially the first draft here. We also see the Matilda ban from the side of Team MAAF. They did not want the Guiding Wind going onto the hands of Team Eliminators. But then again, if we look at the picks, it is going to be a first pick from the side of Eliminators, and they will be locking on a Suyo as a jungler. So they have already shown their jungle card here. So Team MAAF can, go ahead and plan in their mind to, pick a counter for that Suyo. And if you look at Team MAAF, already so much crowd control being picked right off the bat. They have a Yeve as well as a Gatot. And just look at Team ET here. Gonna prioritize that Granger because the Granger is open. Despite the nerf, he has received 2 nerfs, I'd say, after the revamp. But then again, he is still quite dominant when it comes to the laning phases. He has good lane clear, has good poking abilities, and has even a mobility that MM needs. He has a dash skill, so that is quite a flexible kit for Granger there. And this kit is what makes him an annoying marksman to deal with.
Like you mentioned, the laning phase really, really annoying, and not just annoying. We do understand that the Granger is one of those heroes that has had the highest pick rate in this tournament so far, and not just the pick rate, right? The win rate as well, very, very up there. And Maniacs, Savages, always possible when you have a Granger on your side, especially on your side when you especially have that Sky Piercer rocking on that Granger.
Yeah.
But as we hear something, we do know that the Moskov can be a trouble for the Granger, and it will be banned out here by the Eliminators. On the other side, though, we see that the Wild Lady, Hilda, has been banned out as well.
Whoa. Team Mafia are definitely banning away the Hilda because they do not want a Hilda pick from the side of ET, because they have shown their jungle card as well. They have picked a Joy, and a Hilda can be a huge hindrance for the Joy. So banning away a Hilda is quite good. And not only a Hilda, but then again, Team MAAF will be banning a EXP as well. They are banning away that CC with that annoying Yo-Yo Blitz. So not gonna be able to shred even tanks, with that Yo-Yo that she has, because despite being a fighter, CC deals exceptionally good damage when paired with the War Axe. Has great sustain, great damage, and great kiting skills as a fighter.
Yeah, the greatest kiting skill, I should say, right? Because you can retreat back while we do, but look at that. Eliminators, they forget to ban out one hero that needs to be respected here. Because we all know Yo Mom, he has been able to carry games entirely by himself when he picks up that Uranus. And once again, there he goes, taking that Uranus. The enemy does not have enough shred in their side. So it will be hard for them to take down the Uranus. So it will be a good game here for Yo Mom overall because he's not going to face
Yeah.
any trouble so far. In terms of draft coming in from Eliminators.
And just as you were saying that they do not have enough shred, for the Uranus. I do agree with that because Uranus is one of those heroes that really dominates, the early phases of the game if you do not have that burst potential. And that's what we see right now. Team ET, they do not have that burst potential just yet. They need those stacks on Grandeur and Sicilian. So, as the game will proceed into the mid phases of the game, the Uranus will be one heck of a hindrance for Team ET because they just do not have enough DPS that can, chunk down the HP of that Uranus. On top of that, we also have a Gatot, which is a really thick hero as well. And,
Yep.
on top of that, I would like to highlight one point here is that the item Twilight Armor, I'd say that the Twilight Armor is really underrated because players, they tend to underestimate the passive of the Twilight Armor because the Twilight Armor can basically reduce a lot of burst damage, especially when it comes to the late game when you have heroes like Sicilian. And many players, they overlook the item, they do not go for it because not only the Twilight Armor not only provides a good amount of stats from its base stats, the HP and stuff, but then again the passive reduces a lot of burst damage, and it is a must to buy a Twilight Armor when you have heroes like Grandeur and Sicilian because they will poke you from afar as much as possible with that Death Sonata, the Rhapsody, Bad Impact. So having the item, it's really good to balance out the damage that you will be taking from those heroes in the late phases of the game. So I would love to see a Twilight Armor on Gatot and a Uranus in this game.
Yo, Coach Wan's here doing a phenomenal job at guiding the players out there from Team MAAF that they need to pick up the Twilight Armor if they're going up against the Granger and the Sicilian. And the guys out there watching, you might want to take these tips as well when you face a Sicilian or a Granger on the enemy side. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the first match between Team Eliminators and Team MAAF, as both the sides are looking to take 3 points away from this match. Eliminators have not been able to secure a single point so far, but will they be able to take at least 2 points or even 3? Tonight we'll be finding out. But one thing that we do need to, think here is, why have they given away the Uranus?
Yeah, after what your mom has shown us, the potential with his Uranus, it just makes sense, to give a respect ban to him. But then again, they're overlooking the fact here. Oh my god, look at that mid side here, Fredo.
Oh, seems like Art will get caught in the midst of it all, and there goes PD will be going down as well. And Bit trying to poke away Julie. Julie does not really have the level 4, but Art and PD will be paying the price. Of course, PD, his name was Prime PD yesterday. Decided to change the name today. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But so far in the EXP lane, trades happening, just blows on each other. But Abyss TZ will not be bothered as he's on a Phobius.
Abyss TZ is just gonna do the Phobius thing, just gonna clear those lane and trying to get that level 4 as soon as possible because he does need that level 4 for that turtle rotation. And with that, we see the turtle is spawning in about 15 seconds here. And both teams are already here in the turtle area, in the river, positioning themselves, trying to look for possible gang. Oh my god.
Once again, but this time he'll flicker out. Ejector does not connect well, and there goes Sarah Moonlight getting taken down by Julie, but Julie will be able to survive that. Meanwhile, seems like Bit is able to dish out the damage with the help of the back impact. Nobody fallen down there. But right now, your mom onto Bit. That is what this guy does. Comes at the right time, creates havoc for the backlines, and once again, this time Sarah Moon might be forced to use the retribution. And you know he does not, but your mom is in a very deep position inside the enemy territory. He's surrounded by three
Oh,
members and he's still toying
wow.
with them. There comes the OG, connect on the
Oh,
two members. Art gets taken down as well. As there goes a bit easy with the bong bong onto two members. Bad impact will be landing Sanguine Claws as well. But your mom will not fall down still as he's still able to sustain. But this time it
oh,
seems like PD might be falling down. There goes Sarah Moon. RWM sitting in as well. PD will fall down first. And Abistizi about to be taken down here by Julie. It seems into the back lines. Abistizi is still able to sustain. Julie does
oh,
not really have those dashes yet. And there
oh my
comes
God.
Fade taking down the main guy. And here he comes once again with the Death Sonata taking a double kill for Eliminators.
Wow. I mean, the invade that was coming out from the team from the side of Team MAAF was really good, but then again they overstayed their welcome and they paid the price for that. They lost 4 members there, and they're just giving away the early game lead to the side of Team ET. And the Grandeur, he came right in time for the rotation, securing
Yep.
those kills with his Dead Sonata. So that is a pretty good map sense coming off from the side of Team ET, I'd say.
That was really good synergy, right? I mean, they
Yeah.
called their Granger, told him to leave his lane. That is not usually what happens when you're playing a goal laner. You don't really leave your lane. But
Mm-hmm.
Eliminators have the synergy to make it work, and that is exactly what we saw. Duba, on the other hand, was not rotating because his teammates were not really aware that Fate will be deciding to rotate. But on the other side, your mom might get taken down here. They're going with the Sanguine Claws ejector play. Two men taken down in the mid lane. Eliminators on the hunt, and there will be the
Oh my
joy
God, look at
coming
the
in from
draw.
Julie trying to clean up the scraps, and he will be getting a double kill as well.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh my
top
God.
lane though. Look at
Oh,
that. Fate might get taken down. AOG does not connect. PD. The AOG gets cancelled, but he still has it on him. The green light is still up. Does Fate want to
whoa.
take the risk here? He's on very low HP. Oh,
Yeah,
PD did
Fade,
that.
Fade might as well just recall here because going on that top lane is quite risky because we see
Mm-hmm.
that PD already there trying to protect. Oh my lord. Look at the
Damn,
turret
that
getting
was.
down there. That was kind of
Yep.
close, I'd say. Fade there, just trying to, not trying to miss his farm again. But then look at the bot side, your mom, just
Oh my
sustaining all that
god, this
damage
guy.
coming off from them.
Signature pick Uranus able to make it work as well. And so far, it has been a smooth sail for both sides, I would say. I mean, nothing extraordinary happened, but oh, Caesar Arc might come in with the ejector play, but Shenzhou decides to get away in the nick of time. And the turtle pit is still open and up for grabs for both sides, but Abyss TZ takes the control. And PD wants to come in with the Fearless and Air. Here goes Sarah Moon with the
Oh,
retribution, and with that, Julie falls down and with ejector play coming in. Shenzhou falls once again. And with that, right now, Team MAAF are on the back foot. They
oh,
have
oh,
two
oh.
big goal behind, and there he
Oh my
goes.
god.
5-man rotation coming in from Eliminators, dominating the entire battlefield, taking structures left and right, chopping down everyone from Team MAAF.
Wow, this is the kind of play I was expecting from ET because after those 4 losses, I'd say with 0 points, this is what they need to do. They need to take control of the map. They need to take control of the objectives and look for a quick end of the game because this is what they need to do if they want the points, right? And if they're just not gonna focus on ending the game as soon as possible, from the side of oh
Oh,
my lord, wow.
nice flicker there. Right timing.
Yeah, your mom, always poking with his Uranus, always onto the faces of the enemy, annoying them,
Mhm.
being that hindrance, trying to bait
Yep.
out as much resources as possible. So the Grandeur now does not have a flicker. And if another team fight takes place, he will be less mobile because if he gets into a danger zone, in the dangerous spot, he will not have a flicker to, put him in a safe spot again. And just take a look at the items here. ET are
Ooh.
quite on the lead, and the Grandeur already has almost 3 items here. It seems like he's making a possible Malefic Raw for the early game penetration. He has the Sky Piercer as well as a Hunter Strike as of now.
Yep. And your mom will not be able to defend the top lane as he does not have enough to sustain yet. And one
Mhm.
more tower in the hands of Eliminators. They have taken down 4 structures. Meanwhile, MAAF able to take only 2. So they are behind by half. And in terms of goal lead as well, 5k almost into the hands of Team Eliminators, leading so far. And it should be an easy turtle once again. And okay, ejector play onto Yomo. Will he be able to escape this one? Four members onto him. He still makes it happen. Able to escape. But the turtle will still go into the hands of Eliminators. But there he goes. Seramon with the Soul Saber will take him down. Abistizi taken down as well. And there it goes. The Rhapsodies are connecting on to Julie. But Julie might be able to survive that. Side steps away. PD though into the backlines. He wants to get away from the situation. And Senju might get taken down here. Soul Saber once again. And Duba might be on the chopping block. Seramon wants to go in for a double kill. And here he goes. Seramon is finally back.
Wow, wow. I just have to say the way ET are taking control of the game right now is just absolutely remarkable because, you know, the way they've been playing so far, it's not quite up to the mark, I'd say. But then again, here they are, you know, trying their best, giving it their all to show the audience that they are capable of being in this tournament. And they will be the one, you know, getting the win tonight. It seems like they are, you know, full on fire, full of enthusiasm to win the games tonight. Because if they manage to win the best of 3, they will have a few points onto their side, which will, you know, be quite come in handy. It will come in really handy if they want to go to the top 4 spot.
Yep. If they want to take the top 4 spot, you need to win a lot more games, and you have to do that in a very good fashion, right? You cannot give away 1 point to the enemy. You want to take away 3 for yourself. And so far, Peak to Plummet have been the only team that have been able to do that 2 games in a row. 6 points is what they have, but Julie will fall down, getting caught by 3 members on the top side while trying to clear those lanes. But like I was saying once, it's going to be really tough here for MAAF because they, you know, right now they don't really have the damage yet because carry, you know, short range, not able to, you know, get inside enough because once you go in too deep, there's a high chance you might be taken down. And one thing that I like to say as well is Team MAAF, they have depended a lot on your mom, but they need to share the load, right? You cannot let your mom carry all the time. You need Duba to step up. You need Julie to step up. But so far, they have not been able to do so.
Oh, look at Abistizi. Oh my God.
Into the back lines. There he goes. And takes down Shenzu. But on the other side, look at your mom. He's forced to recall as well. Abistizi taking 2 or 3 members by himself. And that is exactly what Abistizi is known for. He relieves the pressure on his team by taking 2 to 3 people by himself.
Wow. Abistizi, you know, the way he was providing that zoning for his team to get that lot securely, he just baited out Flicker and then he flickered in to get the kill, which was really good, I'd say. A good trade coming off from that Abistizi there. And with that, we see the Lord already marching towards that mid side here. Oh, what is going on here?
Yeah, Abistizi is still trying to clear those minions before he goes in. And with that, the Lord still getting marched on. Okay, there comes the OG and into the backlines. There he goes. Senzu will get one. Shut down, secured on Fate as well by Julie. And now it seems like MAAF want to hunt the rest of the members down as Duba is online as well. He's going in, but he's clearing those minions first. And it seems like Eliminators have decided to back off because they realize that the carry is online now. They cannot really, you know, let that carry free hit on them.
Yeah, I mean, the only damage that they can do in the late game is possibly from the carry because the carry has the burst potential. Oh my God, look at that Joy getting, you know, getting thrown out of that purple buff. I mean, the orange buff there. But then again, look at the mid side. Oh my Lord.
Carry! That's what I said. You cannot let the carry free hit because once he gets that golden staff, and with that, Seramon, wrong dive from him, still able to get away though. AOG missed out by PD, does not really connect onto anyone, but he still wants to go in. Oh, Dawn's 3 members! Shenzu coming in with the RWM, and PD will fall down as well. Julie into the backlines, takes down Bit. Seramon will take down Julie though, and Julie will still get a double kill in return. As Eliminators, is only Seramon standing. Can MAAF push to victory?
Whoa. Wow, it is only Sarah here who can defend, but then again, Abistizi spawns right on time to help with the lane defense. So it seems like for now, Team ET can actually hold their ground. They can defend this. What is going on here? The tables have totally shifted. You know,
Yep.
a moment ago, ET, they were on the lead. They were dominating team MAAF. But then again here, as we are, progressing into the late game, we see that the late potential is starting to shine from the side of team MAAF, especially the carry and the Uranus, getting their hands onto the core items. Now your mom will be able to sustain much more, and the carry as well will be able to dish a lot of damage. If you look at the items here, carry with already 4 items, the boot, I'd say the golden staff. Look at the mid side here.
Okay, he finally tries to go it with the ejector play, and with that, PD instantly bursted down Yo Mom, getting zoned away as well. He does not have enough to sustain 5 members, right on his face. And Julie will make a late rotation, but he does relieve the pressure of the far lane side. And it seems like MAAF are approaching the Lord, but will they be able to get Retribution? Julie approaches at the right time. Retribution, no! Fate will secure the Lord, and Julie will get taken down. Yo Mom, look at that. In the mid lane, the carry is going in for the push. Yo Mom is not letting them recall. Carry might be able to backdoor here. He's all alone. And MAAF might be able to take the victory. And there it goes, ejector play. And so close, but yes, so far. And that was a brilliant effort from the side of MAAF. But now, will they be able to defend it? That was very risky.
Wow, that was such a...
My God.
I'm totally flabbergasted that play that came off from the side of Team MAAF. The way they were trying to, distract Team ET and look for that, for that back door. But then again, they just couldn't manage to pull that off. But then again, look at the push coming off from the side of Team ET. Oh, no.
Oh, immortality bought by PD as well, but BCZ will be taken down first. The carry is coming onto the battlefield. They need to run away right now because the carry will be coming in with those light wheels. Carry on the hunt, might be looking for Fate. Fate might get taken down here, but no, he does not. He does not fall down yet. Art will be taken down first. Serar Moon will be backing off at the right time. And with that, Eliminators not able to get that victory yet, but oh my God, that is, the show of desperation here for that win from both sides. It's so obvious. Both these teams, they won those 3 points. They won a share of that 50k prize pool. They're here to win. They're here to dominate. And so far, Team MAAF have shown the better, the better hunger, I would say.
Yeah. They are, really desperate, just as you mentioned, because the desperation that we saw from the side of Team MAAF, the way they were trying to go for that backdoor was so intense, was just totally out of the blue. Even Team ET did not expect that. But then again, Team ET showing with that map sense just goes right in time to defend the base, and especially I'd say the Jawhead makes it right on time, because if not for that ejector pushing away the carry, behind, he would have ET would have just lost the game right there.
Duba needs to be careful here. He is the key to victory here for Team MAAF. And it seems like Eliminators start almost at the right time. He uses that ejector. The movement speed able to take him away, but the unbreakable almost connecting onto him. But they have the anti-heal items, so Uranus will be facing some sort of trouble here. Let's take a look though if they have listened to what you said, and have they built for the Twilight armor? No, not yet.
Yeah, and the Grandeur dealing so much damage. He has a full raw build, and on top of that, he has a Sea Halberd, and a Sea Halberd Fredo is so good against heroes like Gatot and Uranus, because it has 2 passive. It has a life drain effect which provides anti-heal, as well as a passive that deals 8% extra damage against high HP heroes. So having that extra 8% damage boost against these tanky lineup is really good.
Yo, look at that. Those 2 members, like you mentioned, are taking down a lot of damage into the backlines. Look at Julie. He's going in for bid. But there comes the OG. Winter Crown plays well. Everything has been used. Shenzu comes in with the RWM. Not too many people inside the zone, though. Into the backlines. There he goes. The ejector play will take down Duba. Duba has fallen down. Your mom might be next. Serar Moon, he does have the Sky Piercer, and he will get down one more. Julie and Shenzu are left to defend the base. Bid is the only one that has fallen.
I think this might be the end. There are 4 people against 2. This is just way too much for the team. Oh my God! Look at that.
Minions to save the day, it seems, but Senju will still be taken down. Julie trying his best, not enough as fate will take him down. Eliminators will push to the first victory in the league stage.
Whoa, that was such an intense game. I was literally, on the edge of my seat. I was about to collapse looking at this game because the intensity of this match was totally up the bars. It was way beyond the bars, I'd say. Both the teams, they tried their best to win the game here, but then again, ET, just doing the better fight. I say
Yep.
I'd say they had the better picks as well because they had a Granger, and the Granger was dealing so much damage from the backline, dealing a lot of insane poke. The carry here, against these lineup that ET have formed, not really that good because the Jawhead goes in, with the ultimate and then uses the ejector to disrupt their positioning, throwing them either away from the teammates or to get a kill, throw it towards the teammate, which is just way too good. And here we have ET with the first win of the first game tonight.
Yep, the first game of the night, and not just the first game of the night, the first victory actually for the Eliminators. 2 days have passed since we saw Eliminators take a game. Tonight is
Mhm.
finally the night where Eliminators fans will definitely be happy seeing their team get back to the winning streak once again. But will they be able to continue it into the next game, or will their fates be shaken? That will be seeing that very soon, as we did see that your mom on that Uranus not able to go up against Bid on that Sicilian. We see it right here on our screens. As we see Eliminators, they take the better of Team MAAF in this match. And we
Whoa.
did see one good thing from the side of Team MAAF, though. Even though they lost
Hmm.
it out, I do feel like
Yeah.
Duba did try. I mean, Duba came into the spotlight for a while. I mean, he
Yeah.
has not been able to perform so far. Like, he has not been the spotlight. He has not been the guy who carries the team. It has always been
Hmm.
your mom. But in this
Yeah.
match, we saw Julie and Duba step up.
Yeah, they did step up their game, but then again, that was just not enough for them to get the win. It was
Mhm.
definitely, team ET that did the better overall performance in this game, I'd say, because the way ET they held their ground right off the early game, I'd say, when it came to the early phases of the game, team MAAF they could have done better. They kind of threw off in the early game because they had lost four members in that early game invasion, if you recall, in that orange buff where your mom was too deep into the enemy territory. And because of that, they overstayed their welcome and they faced the consequence for that. They lost four members, which was, the fall off point for Team MAF.
Yep. And with that being said, we have had a very good game so far from both the sides. Maf trying to take that victory away, but there it goes. As you can see on our screens, this is the table of points that we have seen so far. And after the first match that has happened, of course, we did see that, Peak to Plummet on the top of the table here, 4-0 after the
Wow.
first game. And we do look at that, Peak to Plummet on top. They have not lost a single game. I mean, Tartarus lost the game against Zohunt, but Peak to Plummet have been invincible so far.
Hmm.
That one question I would like to ask you: do you think Peak to Plummet is a contender here? Because we did not really think of that when we, started this tournament.
Well, I'd say in my mind, I had like a Tartarus, IGN, and Zohan in the back of my mind, I'd say. But then again, Peak to Plummet, they just came out of the blue, came into the tournament, took the spotlight, make it to the top without a lose. So I'd
Yeah,
say, they are a big contender here. They are a strong team. And, Peak to Plummet Skies, and oh my god, he is so young, yet he he plays so exceptionally. Facing off
yeah.
against people who are way older than him, and then as a someone who's younger, he is showing better skills and experience compared to those you know who are way older than him in the other team. So a big kudos and a W to Skies in there.
Yep. And not just that, right? We do
Hmm.
understand that. Skyzen, the age at which he is right now, he's just 17 years old, and the maturity that he shows as well, right? I've talked to this guy. I have had
Mm-hmm.
some conversations, and he always surprises me with his responses. Like the last time I asked him, "Do you feel like you can win this tournament?" And he said, uh, "Yeah, I think we can because the only team that we have to defeat is actually Tartarus." And I mean the confidence that he had, saying that our Tartarus might be the only challenging team for them. That just speaks for itself that this guy, even though at a very young age, he has the confidence. He is confident about himself. He's confident about his team. He trusts his teammates that they can actually take the victory. They can actually win the tournament. And that just speaks
Mm-hmm.
for itself that Peak to Plummet have, as a team, grown a lot. They have
Yeah.
been at the top of the leaderboards as well. The official
Mm-hmm.
leaderboards of tournaments, and
Yeah.
they have been impressive. And like I
Yeah.
said, talking about how I spoke to Aizen, that just speaks for itself that a 17-year-old guy having that level of maturity. I mean, he has a lot of time in his hands to develop himself even more, right? I mean, he's really
Yeah.
young at a point,
Yeah.
and I mean, he has a long way to go.
He does have a long way to go, being a 17-year-old and showcasing such exceptional skills. And this is where we see, even the pro players like Kyrie, Zayn, Zia, Albert, and so many others. They started off right, at this age, starting to grow into the game, leading their way up to the top and making name for themselves out there in the Mobile Legends community at an international stage. So I do have a lot of hope, for Skyzen as well as other members from the side of Peak to Plummet. I feel like they can be out there, with better nurturing. They need to be fostered because if not, then if they do not get fostered, with the skills that they have, they need to be molded. And if they get to that level, we would be seeing even Indian teams, in the MPL as well. And talking about the teams here, we are just gonna be going in with the second game against Team ET and Team MAAF. We are not gonna go for any break because after the first game, the excitement is just way too much, and we want to see what kind of comeback will Team MAAF make against Team ET with that lose that they had to face there right off the bat with the first game of tonight and a first lose for the side of Team MAAF. It seems like Fredo is not here with me. He's having a little technical issue. So as of now, it is just gonna be me on the desk trying to analyze and talk about a few things here, guys. So stay here with me, and we will just be looking at the draft. So yeah, look at the side of Team MAAF here. They are coming off with really solid bans. They are banning away the chip as well as the Suyo. We did see that Team ET, they managed to pull off a Suyo really well in the previous game. We had the Suyo with 12-0-12 KDA. He had no death and he played exceptionally good. So Team MAAF are respecting that and they are banning away that Suyo for ET. And not to forget, they are also banning away the Grandeur. They do respect the fact that the Grandeur, was always the one dealing tons and tons of damage from the back line, doing all the damage by himself with that Dead Sonata alone. He was just absolutely shredding Team MAAF, I'd say, because he was totally on a raw build with the Grandeur, and the way he played and the positioning was just top notch. And then again, look at the side of Team Eliminators. They are banning away the Fusion, the Fanny, and the Matilda. Pretty antediluvian ban, I'd say, because these are the most common bans that we see, and quite reasonable as well, because we do not want to face against a Fanny and a Matilda. And here we are done with the first phase of the draft, and it will be Team MAAF with the first pick. So what will they go off as a first pick? I feel like it's not Team Mafia, it's actually Team ET as a first pick here. So they could possibly opt for a EXP again because there's a lot of EXP and Roam as well. Yeah, they're just gonna be locking onto that Gatot without any hesitation. They are locking on the Gatot as well as the Harrod. Whoa, I did not expect a Harrod pick from the side of Team ET because ET do not play a Harrod on the goal lane that much. But then again, here we are with a new draft, new strategy, new tactic from the side of Team ET. And here we have from the side of Team MAAF a Hylas first pick. So both teams are actually prioritizing those tanky lineup from both sides of the teams. And yeah. Whoa, Team MAAF are actually prioritizing the Yeve this time. Previously we saw they did pick the Yeve again, and it was kind of gapped by the Sicilian, so we might as well pick the Yeve again because why not? She has the RWM, the Void Crystal, the Void Blast, really good pokes, as well as zoning capability with the RWM. And they will be securing the Yeve despite the lose in the previous game. And with that, we see a Julian pick on Julie. Julie here going with the Julian, which kind of rhymes because Julie and Julian kind of sound similar. So fits perfectly when it comes to Julian and Julie because we have seen an exceptional play from the side of Julie on that Julian as well. And it seems like Fredo is back on the desk with me. He's just going to take a moment to fix whatever issue he's facing, and he will be right back with us, guys. So stay tuned, and we will be, having Fredo in a moment. But then again, look at Eliminators. They are prioritizing that Sicilian on the mid lane once again against the Yeve. We saw that the Sicilian did exceptionally good with that Sicilian Bats impact in the previous game because they did fall short in the first 2 minutes of the game, but then again they managed to turn the tables and just go for the win in the previous game with that Sicilian. Oh my god, look at the bans coming off from these teams here. They are totally locked with that Hayabusa as well. They do not want to give away a Hayabusa to ET because if we look at the jungler from the side of ETA, which is Serba, I'd say he does play a lot of assassins. So banning away assassins is quite good because if not, then the backline will always be targeted with that quad shadow. And here we have another CC ban coming off from the side of Team MAAF. Previously, I think it was Team MAAF only who banned the CC, and here we are again seeing another CC ban from their side. And there we go, another Moskov ban coming off from the side of ET. They do know that the Moskov has a really good late game potential. He does exceptionally good in the late phases of the game, either against Granger or Harrod or most other MM. He does really good with the Peer of Misery as well as the Peer of Destruction. So taking away that Moskov, banning him away will be really good because he is just so mobile and deals tons of damage with that Trinity build that he does. And here we are just gonna see Team MAAF getting ready for the draft because Team ET here are picking away a Hilda. They are prioritizing a Hilda now. That is looking really solid. Lineup on the side of Team ET, they have a Gatot, they have a Hilda, they have a Harrod, as well as a Sicilian. Pretty strong early, as well as a late game, I'd say, from the side of ET. They do have the Gatot and the Hilda for the early game. And for the late game, they have the Sicilian and the Harrod. Once the Harrod get his hands on the core items, he's going to be dishing out a lot of burst damage. And Sicilian, once he has hit that 300 to 400 stacks mark, he will be dishing out a lot of damage with that bad impact. But then again, looking at the tanky lineup from the side of Team ET, here comes Team MAAF with the counter pick, picking a carry once again. It did not quite work well in the previous game, I'd say, because the carry was kind of gapped because of the grandeur. But here we do not have a grandeur on the goal lane, so the carry might actually work. And not to forget your mum on that Uranus once again. I'd say that your mom did the thing which he needed to do as a roamer, providing the vision, providing a zoning for his team. But then again, overall, it was just not meant for them in the previous game, so they did lose. But then again, just because you lose one game does not mean you're gonna be, gonna have your spirit down. You should always be full of energy and charisma to, fight here, despite losing the first game of tonight. So yeah, we see a lot of spirit from the side of Team MAAF as well, despite having that goal gap with that carry. They are still confident that they can make it work in the second game with that carry once again. And here we are totally done with the draft, and to top it off, we have a Nolan pick from the side of ET as a jungler. And with that, guys, it is just gonna be a totally one heck of a game tonight, because both teams are looking pretty solid. They have a really good composition both on their side. And yeah, so we're just gonna be heading straight into the caster. In the game itself, we are back into the land of dawn. On the blue side here, we have Team MAAF, and on the red side, we have Team ET. But then again, look at the skirmish cooking off in the early game. It seems like Team MAAF will be the one securing that lethal. And with that, I think Fredo is right back on the desk with me. Are you here, Fredo?
Yup, I'm here. I'm there with you once. I'm here with you once again, and we will be back into the action. It seems like this side of the moment I come back, Art might be getting taken down. Unlucky me, but Art might be able to escape. No, he will not. As that glass, that manipulation will be able to get the better of him, and he will get taken down. First blood secured by MAAF.
Yeah, definitely the first blood being secured by Team MAAF here. It seems like they are getting more serious because they lost the previous game here. And they are going to be playing more, strategically, going to engage more seriously. But then again, look at the bot lane here, Fredo the Hilda getting ganged by that Eve and the Uranus on your mom.
Yup, Eve and the Uranus. And for now though, we do see that MAAF has approached the turtle first. Your mom does not really have the level 4 yet, but still will not shy away and will be taking down. Okay, look at that. He's handling Sailor Moon all alone in the jungle area, and it should be an easy turtle here for Julie. Meanwhile, Abyss trying to flank from the backlines. Bid as well, doing his pokes here and there. Abyss might be getting caught. He's inside the bush. He does have a lot of sustain on himself. A lot of skills getting baited out from Team MAAF, but they will be able to take down Abyss still. And with that, look at Art. He's going on to PD. He does not really want to poke to the high-lows though.
Yeah, it seems like they're just going to be maintaining their distance here and going to be playing it safe for now, because Team MAAF are doing really good. They have already secured 2 kills on their side and another gang cooking up in the top lane. But then again, the Hadid with the Chrono Dash will be backing off, and the turtle will be, spawning in about over a minute. So they still have a few time here to just farm up and we'll look for a fight. Oh, Duba
really low. Forced to use the flicker there. And Eliminator still waiting in that bush for someone to make a mistake. Art might be getting taken down here. Bait comes in with the Sanguine Claws. Does not really catch anybody. And Eliminators have done okay job so far. Julie inside the bush. Bait might be in some trouble here. And Art will get taken down by Julie. The assassin has finally assassinated the Art. And Artist will getting taken down. Bait as well tries to escape. Sailor Moon will get taken down by Shenzu. Disaster in the mid lane as the trio has fallen down and only the side laners remain. And it's a harassing comeback from Team MAAF.
Wow, Team MAAF are actually back onto the game. They are locked. They have the early lead that they need for this game. And they have a solid 4k goal lead on their side, as well as a 5-0 score. Oh my god, Fredo, look at your mom sustaining all that damage all by himself. They do have the lead here. I mean, they do have the lead, and that is what they need for the early phases of the game to make it work. But then again, look at Abyss there, just trying to be sneaky, provide that vision there for the team. But then again, look at that. Fredo, please take over.
AOG to escape the situation. Sarah Moon forced out as well. The Nolan pick not able to work out so well. But my goodness, the damage onto Bid, that was insane. And Sarah Moon will get away as well. Mid lane falling down, RWM by Sanzu. And Shenzu will be able to take down Bid. The controller getting controlled by Shenzu here. Showing some sort of manipulation from that give pick. And seems like Duba wants to go in for Fate. A lot of sustain coming in. Revitalize has been forced out. Well, Fate does not really have the Zaman force, and he will get taken down as PD will sustain all that damage under the tower.
Wow. A lot of sustain coming off from the side of Fate with that Hylas. He absolutely tanked a lot of damage with that Revitalize combined. And he just create a really good opening for his team, you know, for his marksman to just go ahead and kill Fate on that Harrod, because he did not have that Zaman force to escape out of that situation.
Yep, and with that, they're trying to invade down Sailor Moon, but he'll still be able to get that blue buff. On the other side, though, Fate did pick up the Starlium's Kites. So, you know, first item already into his hands. Needs to get 2 more to get going. Or does he have 2 items already? I don't really know that. But so far, okay, AOG into the backlines are getting melted by everyone out there. And with that, PD will be the one securing the kill. The carry and the Julian. Deadly combo. Lot of attack speed, lot of shred.
Wow, that was a really good gang, I'd say, even inside the turret. And they did not let the members of ET go away. It seems like Team MAAF are actually angry here. They are playing so aggressively. They're not letting Team ET to even have a moment to breathe in this game. Look at the damage that Hylas is tanking all alone by himself. Even pops up the Revitalize for that extra HP on himself.
They will give away the turtle to Duba because they know Duba does not have the range yet. You know, once he picks up the Malefic gun, he will have that. But before he does that, he will need to take that, you know, take the turtle shield to get some sort of advantage, because he's the one dishing out the damage. And right now, Art might get manipulated here once again by Shenzu. But there comes, and the knockup is enough to take down Art. He tries to escape with AOG, but still not enough. Zaman force being forced out as well, and Your Mom will fall down. But the second tier top lane tower will fall for Eliminators.
I think that was quite a good exchange, because they did get a turret, which is quite valuable. And look at that purple buff they're getting stolen. The Nolan even tries to steal it, but then again couldn't make his way on that purple buff on time. And a Nolan without a purple buff is really weak, I'd say, because the energy consumption is quite high on him as well. The region from his passive explosion alone is not enough. So without that purple buff, he will be struggling a lot to, you know, possibly even get a kill. Because at this point, I don't even think that he can get a kill. Because, oh my god.
That was not wise from the wisest guy on the side of Team MAAF. Sailor Moon, though, walks up right into the bush. He does realize that he has, you know, got checked out, and he will back away. Oh my god, Julie realizes that there is a possibility of the Nolan being there. He checks that bush and takes away a lot of HP down from Sailor Moon. And one thing that I'd like to mention here is that they do have the Harriet and the Sicilian. So MAAF, even though they have the Julian, I mean, if it will fall off into the late game, even the Eve as well. The only one that might be able to carry them is going to be Duba. But we did see in the last match that flicker from Duba was a suicidal one. That in that team fight, that is exactly what went wrong. Duba went in with the flicker. That did not turn out well, because ejector play coming in from Art takes him down. and fate got the better of him. And after that, it was complete wiped out. And
Yeah.
that is exactly what you don't want to happen in this match. So Duba has to be really careful here. And if MAAF want to end it well, they want to end it early.
Yeah, they definitely have to end it early because if they prolong the game towards late game, the advantage will definitely go onto the side of Team ET. ET have a
Mm-hmm.
lot of late game potential, and they had it. Look at him already with two main items, has a Stallium side as well as the Feather of Heaven, making his way
Yep.
to the Holy Crystal. Once he gets his hand on the Holy Crystal, he will be
Mm-hmm.
hard to deal with because the amount of burst that will come off will burst even the Eve, even the Julian, even the carry. So,
Mm-hmm.
with that being said, they have to be mindful of the enemy's composition as well, not drag the game too far into the late game.
Yep. And not just that, right? I mean, you did mention they need to have the Twilight armor, but nobody yet has hurt Yo, and Prime PD will be forcing out that glorious pathway to zone them away. And the Lord
Hmm.
marching down the top side. Holy Shield still there for the defense, and with that, not much damage onto the inhibitors. Inhibitors will still
Oh,
stand strong. Fate wants to go in with the Zaman Force, but they don't understand that Harriet has a lot of potential when the Zaman Force is there. So they will be deciding to back off. Two-man knock up coming in from them. And with that, look at that. The zoning potential is immense. And there comes the AOG. Does not really happen though. And with that, Duba takes down the tower. Man, the way MAAF are forcing it
oh
all
my
into
God,
the face of
no!
Eliminators. Finally, there comes the AOG, and the fight has broken out. Abyss TZ into the backlines. Duba still dishing out a lot of damage with the help of those light wheels. Fade this one to Bev. And with that, okay, Saradmon outplay from Julie will
Oh,
get the
oh,
better of
oh,
him. And once again,
oh!
outplay coming in from Julie as he's able to sustain out everything. But he will be taken down. But the prize has been
Julie,
paid. Three
Julie
members.
goes from 1 HP to full HP in like a mere second. Oh my lord, look at your mom goes in even in the crystal right there, trying to take
And
out that
now
Sicilian.
taking down the
Wow.
base, it's Julie and Duba. And with that, finally, we see Duba and Julie come online. And your mom was, for the first time, dependent on his teammates. And that's what happens when you play together for a long time. You have that synergy. And now it finally seems that eliminators, they found the weakness points. I mean, Mafia found the weakness points of eliminators, and they did
Mm-hmm.
it perfectly, executed it very well. Because look at that. The reason why he had that HP was, look at that. He has Oracle. Oh my god.
Yeah, the Oracle. I mean, there was so much fight stirring up. I cannot even have a moment to even look at the items properly because if we would, even take a moment to look at the items, we would miss such crucial fights. But then again, here we are at the match result, and we can finally take a moment to analyze everything. And looking at the items, it's just understandable why Team MAAF was doing so well. They had a lot of items on their side. Julian,
Mm-hmm.
almost with a full build, had a constant on top of that, a oracle, which immensely provided him great sustain as well as the carry. As I was, yapping earlier when you were not there, that they didn't quite work out well with the carry. But then again, they did not lose hope, with the carry, despite not working out in the previous game. They went ahead and picked the Eve and the carry again, and it seems like they came back stronger in the second game with the carry and the Eve as well. So big kudos to Team MAAF for pulling off another carry and a Eve pick despite losing in the previous games against Team ET.
Yep. It seems like they figured out what they have to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this time around, they will be able to get under the skin of team eliminators, and they will be able to take that victory this time around. Though eliminators, it did seem like they were finally back in form, but once again they will be losing it out into the hands of Team MAAF.
Mm-hmm.
And this time around, though, one good thing that has happened to Team MAAF once again is the fact that Yomom got carried here by Dubai and Julie. Of course, it's a five-man game. I'm not saying that he got carried all alone, right? He did
Yeah.
a lot of the job that he was supposed to do. But in this match, we did see Duba perform, Julie perform,
Mm-hmm.
and Shenzu with the most amount of damage dealt. So
Yeah.
seems like even though Bit has been picking up the Sicilian, that is, as we can see on the screen, one of the main heroes. but it has not been able to perform this time around against Shenzhou, who have got the better of him with that Eve and rocking a grade of 10.1. That just speaks for itself. That
Yeah.
Shenzhou is another guy who needs to be nerfed. you know, of course, Bit wants to take the mid lane control for himself, but Shenzhou
Yeah.
seems like he won't allow that to happen as well.
Yeah, definitely I agree with what you said there because when it came to the to the fight there with the synergy among the teammates there, it was definitely a contribution of all from the side of team MAAF because Shenzhou, with that zoning capability on that Eve, and Julie with the Julian, as well as Duba with the carry, they all did really good. The front lines, they were always in the front doing the tanking for the team, but then again, the backliners doing what they have to do. When once you're a frontliner in, all you have to do is provide that damage from the back that you need to do, and that's what they exactly did. It was totally synergized and calculated from the side of team MAAF. So here we are into the second game as team MAAF as the winner, and this game will be stretched into a best of three, and we will be having one more game with these teams. They have one more chance to pull this off and get a victory for themselves because both teams are at 50-50 right now, so they have one more game to go with, and they will be trying their best to win this game tonight.
Yep, and it was definitely Eliminators who got defeated in the last one, and MAAF will gain some momentum, coming into the third match. The
Mm-hmm.
best of three series, I mean, both the teams have, at least assured 1 point for themselves. But like I mentioned, 1 point is something that you don't want to give away to the enemy. Eliminators not able to take away three, they will be disappointed with themselves. But MAF will be happy that even though they lost the first one, they got the opportunity to take away one at least. But now they have the opportunity to make it two if they win this one. So,
Mm-hmm.
as you all know, it's really difficult to of course go up against team eliminators and win it, but this time around they made it happen, and the confidence that they will get after this game, it will be immense, and
Mm-hmm.
who knows, they might be able to pull off this one as well.
Yeah. After the first game and the second game, both teams have shown their potential. So they absolutely obliterated in the first game. ET were the one who obliterated Team MAF, but then again, in the second game, Team MAF were the one who obliterated Team ET. So it's looking pretty solid. I can't say which team is gonna take the win here because it's looking pretty solid from both sides of the team. So we have to just get into the draft without any break because I do not want any break at the moment. I just want to see how these teams are going to pull it off with the third game. It is a best of three for the first game itself, so I'm really excited. What do you have to say, Fredo?
Yep, I would like to say the same. I'm really excited to see if Marv, will be able to, I mean, give Eliminators a 3-day lose streak, because I mean, Eliminators have just won one out of the what, 6 games that they have played. And is that something that you see happening every day? I mean, Eliminators
Mm-hmm.
losing 5 out of 6 games that they have played. Oh my God, where do these things happen? It happens only on the North East Underdogs tournament, because yeah, I mean, this is where the show begins. And this is exactly what we like to hear as well, because we see that Team Up, they were not really known as one of the top contenders, right? But in
Mm-hmm.
this tournament so far, they have not been the top contenders, but they have definitely been a good contender. They have what it takes to take that top 4 spot and go to the semifinals, I think.
Yeah, yeah, they definitely do have the potential to take the top four spot and go to the finals. So I am hoping that Team MAF will be able to go into the top five because they have shown a lot of potential. Even the audience seems to really love Team MAF. So we are
Oh,
rooting for Team MAF as well. As for ET though, they are a good team, but then again, the points will speak, whether they are gonna go to the uh, finals or not because they have really low points, and the points will be the deciding factor for each and every team to
Mm-hmm.
make it to the final. So if they don't have the points, they are not gonna make it.
Yep. And if in case the viewers out there don't really get it, the point system works like this. It's a best of three. If you win 2-0, you take away 3 points. The loser gets none. And if you win 2-1, you take away 2 points, while the loser gets one. So in this match so far, Eliminators and MAAF have secured 1 point for themselves, but who will take the second point home? That is the question that lies here. And
Mm-hmm.
we all know MAF a really good team so far in this tournament. They have been a very good team because we did not really know them for definitely not to defeat Eliminators. We have not really seen them defeat Eliminators. But last match, things have changed. History has been created here, and MAF
Mm-hmm.
now have the opportunity to write a new story.
Yeah. Team of they are exceptionally good, I'd say. And yeah, with that, we are just gonna be heading into the draft. We are gonna start with our analyzation here because if we look at the bans coming off from the side of Team ET, they are coming off with a respect ban. They are banning away the Hylas once again. In the first game, they banned the Hylos and they won. But in the second game, they did not ban the Hylos and they lost. They lost. So here we are back into the third game. And they are banning away the Hylos once again because they did not ban it previously, so they did lose, and they are gonna ban the Gatot and the Fanny as well. And here, from the side of Team Maf, another respect ban. They are still targeting the jungle. They are banning away the Suyo once again. Because we did see in the first game, the Suyo, he was really dominant with the Suyo. He did really well. He had zero deaths in the first game. So, the Team MAF are keeping that in mind. They are banning away the Suyo even in the third game here. Not only that, they are banning away the Granger as well because the Granger was what created problem for them in the early game, gapping the carry. So yeah, they are gonna ban away the chip as well. But then again, they are forgetting the Zhuzhen. Oh my god. I think I think this is going to be really tough for Team Up. They opened the way, the Fusion for ET, and we know that Dip is really good on the Fusion as well. And with that, guys, we are going to see another Harrod pick coming off in tonight's game. Previously, it was from the side of ET, it was Faith on that Harrod, and now we have Duba on the Harrod, as well as a Matilda. They are forgetting a lot of I'd say, I won't say forget, I'd say there are just too many heroes that needs to be banned, and the bans itself are not enough, but there will be many, key heroes that will be left out in the banning phase. So both teams are gonna have a equal share, on picking those good heroes, because we do see that Team ET, they got their hands on the Fusion, but then again, Team Mouth, they got their hands on a Harrod and a Matilda, which is really good because the Matilda is one of the greatest support, I'd say, in the game. Has great, great utility skills, has the circling eagle, has the guiding wind, even has a decent damage. So she's pretty solid, allows her team to get a nice amount of shield to sustain the damage, as well as that free extra dash to get out of the danger zone. But then again, look at the picks coming off from the side of Team ET. They are countering Team MAF with that Phobius. They are aware of the Hadit's potential, so they are picking that Phobius to counter the Harrod, as well as the Hayabusa to dive into the backline. But then again, here comes Team Maf with a Hilda pick against that Hayabusa. And if we look at the bans here coming off from the side of Team ET, they have banned away a Julian, a pretty solid respect ban, because in the previous game it was Julie on that Julian who absolutely obliterated Team ET with that insane amount of sustain and damage coming off from that Julian alone. And as well as a alpha pick, it seems like at this point, ET are targeting the jungle mode. They're targeting Julie because they have banned three heroes that Julie likes to play. We have seen Julie yesterday playing the Fanny, and now they are banning away the Julian and the Alpha as well. But then again, look at Team MAAF. They are picking a lot of heroes as well. They are banning away the one and only Moskov and a Jawhead. It seems like Fredo is back on Destiny. Sorry for the inconvenience, guys. It's just it has been a upsetting weather, I'd say, due to which there's like a network issue. So we are facing a Wi-Fi connection issue, due to which some of us are having trouble back there, but we are working on it. And
Yep.
thank you for bearing with us.
Yup, thank you for bearing Fredo's trouble that he has with Ambani. But I'm definitely back here today once again. And this time I will not be going back until and unless this game ends. And once again, while I'm here, I do need to take a look at the draft. And okay, so far, Eliminators have done a solid job. There seems to be no issues here except the fact that they have a Khalid on their side.
Yeah, and oh boy, look at ET here. They are countering. They're countering Team off really well. They picked a Harrod and Team off response with a Phobius pick. But then again, to counter the Harrod, on top of that, they are throwing even a Bruno on top of that. And oh boy, let me tell you, the Bruno is one of the best counters for the Harrod. What do you think, Fredo?
I would say it is true that the Bruno counters the Harriet quite well because the early game damage is definitely there, right? So the Harriet cannot really dominate, even if he gets that Zaman force on him. But one thing that I would like to say though, that Eliminators want to get the mobility out of their roamer. Because of that, they have decided to go for Arc on that Khalid to match up with the mobility that a Matilda will bring on the table for the side of Team Mark.
Yeah.
But if you do want to trade mobility for mobility, I feel like the Matilda will still have a better hand at it because the Matilda has the Flask of Oasis and the healing as well. So
Mm-hmm.
there is going to be more utility being provided here by the Matilda. The Khalid might be able to keep up with the mobility, but in terms of the damage, I mean, in terms of the utility, I feel like the Khalid will lag because even if he comes in with the flicker sandstorm, right, they will still be able to get away with the help of that guiding wind.
Yeah.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the third game between Team Eliminators and Team MAAF is taking place right here at the North East Underdogs Tournament, brought to you by Wardrum Games. And right now we're seeing that Eliminators are on the brink of losing out another point. Of course, they lost one already. But yo, mom, look at it. He's showing so much aggressiveness. Does he really need to do that this time around? They have a Zushin as well.
Oh, he does not have to do that, especially in the early phase of the game. You do not want to die in the early phases of the game. Give that goal lead to your enemy. Oh my god, even on the top, look at the dominance coming off from the side of ET. They are picking away the Bruno, man. The Lucas goes in with the flash combo and gets the kill on that Bruno.
My goodness. My goodness, this guy has been doing a phenomenal job so far. And Fate getting taken down. I mean, was it a distraction? Okay, once again though, it seems like Art will fall down as well. They're giving away free kills to Julie.
They are definitely giving a lot of kills to Julie, but then again, look at the mid side here. Oh my lord.
Sarah Moon will get one as well. That will be Shenzhou getting taken down. They choose the Hilda as a mid laner. A surprise pick. I would definitely recommend playing the Hilda as a mid laner, but so far seems like Abistizi. Ionic Edge. 3 stacks on him. Abistizi might be going on down inside the tower, but it seems like he does make an outplay happen and he's still able to survive. But yo, mom, look at the way he's able to counter that Phobius. Okay, Biddo comes in. Sarah Moon will get the retribution right, and Julie will get taken down. That's a lot of gold going into the hands of the jungler. As Sarah Moon is on a 2-0-1, and he takes down a Lucas who was on 2-0. So right now, Sarah Moon has a lot of gold in his hands.
Yeah, they do have a lot of goals on their hand. Team ET, they have the lead here. They have the goal lead. And Team MAAF, they are slowly and gradually falling off because, oh my god, look at the bot side here.
Oh, it was Ogi Shadow kill committed. Your mom will still not fall down. And with that, Shensu, he runs in on Sharar Moon, and Sharar Moon will be getting taken down inside the tower. But it's not enough damage on that Hilda, as he will be the one getting taken down instead. And my god, the idea was there, but the execution was lacking.
Yeah, the idea was definitely there, but then again, you know, the Hilda is not quite dealing the damage yet because does not have the item, and Hilda, you know, alone can't take down a Hayabusa because Hayabusa has a lot of mobility with the quad shadow as well. So chasing down a Hayabusa will be quite tricky. And picking a Hilda, you know, as a mid laner is quite a disadvantage, I'd say, because you lack a lot of magic damage on your side, as well as crowd control that the mages provide, as well as the zoning.
Yep. I mean, the side of Team MAAF, right? The draft might come online in the mid game. Especially, you know, the mid lane that they have right now, the Hilda might be coming online around that point because, okay, it seems like Sarar Moon wants to go in. Oogie Shadow kill. And with that, he was able to sustain it out, but Fate will get that one shot on him to take down Duba. On the other side, Fate still survives the damage coming in, but there comes Bid. He goes in with the Crimson Beacon, and your mom is in some trouble. He uses the flicker to get away, but will he be able to survive? And yes, he does. 1 HP, and that is all he needs to survive the day. But oh, once again, Art getting chased down here by Shenzu. Shenzu in a very tight spot. Bid does not have enough mana, and that is where the nerf that he got kicks in. Abyss TZ into the backlines, bong bong all the way, and Shenzu will get taken down. Finally, Art secures a double kill to everyone's surprise. But once again, Abyss TZ going in way too deep inside the enemy tower. Art gets a triple kill. That is not what you expect. A Roamer getting a triple, but Bid will take that maniac away from him. But it seems like Art wants a maniac, or yep, he doesn't. He doesn't. He is not a greedy roam.
Yeah, he definitely is not. And despite getting a triple, he's just gonna be, you know, being patient with himself and not gonna go look for a maniac and overextend. And oh boy, look at ET, they are dominating Team MAAF all the way around the map. Talk about the EXP, talk about the goal, talk about the mid lane. Each and every role is getting gapped except the jungle. I'd say that Julian De Lucas is doing his job, you know, as a jungler, trying to pick off those backliners such as the Bruno. But then again, the amount of protection that is coming off from the side of Team ET on that Bruno, you know, oh my god, look at the bot side again. Another fight is stirring up between these two teams.
Yep, Abyss TZ has done a phenomenal job so far, and look at it once again. 4-1 rotation coming in from Eliminators. And Sarar Moon has been left to deal with the far lane side. There comes the circling eagle into the backlines. Yo mom. And with that, there goes the initiation from Art as well with the raging sandstorm into the backline though. Look at that. The Worldy has connected. Abyss TZ trying to flank in on and try to take down Duba. Julie. And with that, okay, it seems like Yo mom taking down very low. Flicker forced out. Art will be taken down here. And with that, the turret has been taken down as well into the backline. Look at that. Fate versus Shenzu. Shenzu 2v1. Not able to get the best. And with that, a killing spree for the... Oh my god, Julie diving in way too deep. And with that, he might not be able to take it. Oh my god, what was that from PD? That is a complete disaster for MAAF as the entire team will be wiped out. And Eliminators will get the all advantage of that team fight.
Wow, that was a complete wipe out coming off from ET. They managed to wipe the floors. They swooped Team MAAF. They are on a really big advantage. They have nearly 5k goal lead here, as well as turret advantage. They've already taken 2 turrets from the side of Team MAAF. They are looking pretty solid and strong here. They are fed, so they will have the advantage even in the team fight here. But then again, look at team fight here stirring up Fredo.
Miss Teasy, Infernal Pursuit, and with that he goes in once again. Yo Mama get taken down, but he does survive all that. Fade into the backlines. Look at that Shenzhou trying to deal a lot of damage, but the damage out sustained there by Julie as he will be able to get one kill. Bid into the backlines as well. Shenzhou will fall down, and this time around it might be a complete wiped out on the side of Eliminators. And MAAF turn it around once again in their hands as Eliminators have fallen down like dominoes, and MAAF are going in for the push. My
Wow.
God.
I'm getting a deja vu because this was what just happened in the second game as well. ET, they were dominating, but then again they fall off with the team fight, and
My goodness.
Team MAAF, just like that, they flip the table. And here in the third game as well, they managed to flip the table. They managed to get a complete shutdown on 4 members from the side of ET. They got the bounty, they got the goal now, and they can actually catch up. Look at the goal. They are just 500 goal behind ET from that 5k goal difference, which is absolutely insane.
Yup. 5k goal difference. They were still able to make it work, and it's all because of your mom. You know, he was able to bait out all the skills possible. And not just that. Julie got the turtle as well. The turtle buff was on him, and he targeted down Fate way too easily. The backline,
Oh,
the
look at
damage
that.
dealer fell down, and Duba might be in some trouble here. But PD is able to take away that Oogie Shadow kill away from Duba, and he will survive that. But your mom getting poked again and again by Bid, and it
Yeah.
will still not be enough to take him down though. But it does reflect, that the your mom, I mean Uranus, he is getting, taking a lot of damage, but actually it's helping your mom to maintain those stacks.
Yeah, that's absolutely true because you do not want to hit a Uranus continuously poking him and giving him those stacks on his passive because that will just benefit him.
Yep, and
Oh.
there comes a raging sandstorm, and it seems like the mid lane will fall down finally. But there goes the Zaman Force. Duba doing a lot of damage, but there goes the Oogie Shadow kill as well. Sarar Moon will get that kill onto Duba. It's a double kill for Sarar Moon into the backlines. Look at that, Abyss is able to get one as well. What is happening here every single time? It's left and right, again and again. As my eyes fail to keep up with what's going in this game as Eliminators and MAAF keep
man.
playing. Yep.
I mean, the tables are always being flipped. One one moment
The table
we
is
see that-
broken. The
yeah,
table
the
is
one
broken.
moment we see that Team MAAF with the advantage, but then again, the ET flips it back. The scales
Yeah.
get tilted toward them, and then again, Team MAAF comes again, scaling the scales on their side. But then again, look at the Bruno just getting the second tier turret on that bot lane. But then again, another fight is stirring up here in the territory of Team MAAF.
This time though, Eliminators, the difference between the last fight and this fight will be Eliminators have the Lord. And now it's marching down the bottom lane side, but MAAF, they do not have they do have the Holy Defense up, so it should be an easy clear for them. And right now, it seems like Duba is working on the Lord, but Sarar Moon is also looking for the angle onto Duba. Decides to go in onto the wrong target here, and he might get okay, a lot of damage. Duba almost falling down there, but Shenzhou comes in at the right time. Your mom comes in at the right time. Julie is left to deal with the mid lane. Meanwhile, seems like your mom might fall down, and yes, he does. The balls of fate have connected, and that will be the end of your mom. But right now, 4 members still alive. They might be able to defend this, push coming in from Eliminators. Bid goes in. Crimson Beacon being forced out there into the far lane. Though look at Senzu, he's able to clear out. Two inhibitors still survive. One more wave that they have to deal with. Will they be able to do it now?
I think like they can defend this, but then again, the damage that is coming off from the side of Team ET.
Fate!
Oh my lord, Fade!
And once again, Eliminators are on the verge of defeating MAAF. But will they be able to repeat that first game win that they had? Look at Fate. The damage is dishing out. The enemy can't handle it. They're left to deal with the minions. But Duba will be taken down. And they're going in for the base. Shenzhou gets taken down as well. PD will fall down. Everyone will fall down. And the base will fall down as well. As Eliminators will take a 2-1 victory over Team MAAF. My goodness.
Wow. Team ET, they totally managed to pull this off, make a comeback against Team MAAF. They definitely outdid themselves tonight they showed that who they are and what they are capable of. And with that, we see Team MAAF going down tonight with a 2-1 result coming off from the side. Team MAAF, with one win, and Team ET with 2 wins tonight. So it is definitely a big win for Team ET because now they have 2 points on their side. Before, it was a continuous lose, 4 losses, 0 points, and now they have 2 points on their side. So that's pretty solid, I'd say, to make a comeback out of what they've been performing previously in the previous rounds of this series.
Yep, and after the completion of that match, we do see the results on our screen right now. This is how the top 8 teams are standing at the moment. Peak to Plummet still on top, Tartarus on top as well. And if we look at Team Eliminators, we do see that they were still below. But of course, after this match, the standings will be updated once again. But this is a reminder of how the table stands after day 1, after day 2. And we do see the Eliminators have not won a single match, but tonight they will be able to take 2 victories in their hands and will get 2 points out of this match. Meanwhile, Team MAAF, who were on 3 points, will still get 1 point and still stay ahead of Eliminators.
Wow. They did get a good point here against Team KABI here. They are 2 points ahead of them now, and they are slowly climbing the ladder. But then again, it is going to take a few more rounds, for Team ET to make it to the top, because if they want to get that top 4 spot anyhow, they have to win a lot of games, because the upcoming teams that they will face will be really strong as well. They will be really tough, and to face off against them will not be easy. So they will have to, constantly be out there in the game, practicing day and night to, hone their skills and to polish themselves.
Yep, and with that, we can definitely move ahead and understand the fact that MAAF, they did try their best, but they did lack somewhere, and that is exactly why they won't be able to take the victory away. But Eliminators as well, they did put up a good show, but still, they could have taken away 3 points in this match, but they were not able to do that. They took away only 2, giving 1 point to MAAF. And MAAF, I think they will be happy with that, because they're still up there, above everyone on that top 4 spot. But so far, it does seem like, we've come to the end of game 1. The game 2 will still be coming in though. And not to forget that game 2 is going to be even more exciting, as we're going to see IGN play against Peak to Plummet, the fan favorites, going up against the table toppers. The fan favorites going up against the table toppers. Very exciting match coming up. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned on Watchroom Games as we bring you the second match right after a short break.
Wow.
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very, very exciting news for you.
Wardroom Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP, because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardroom Games. So do follow them, and yeah, see you in the tournament, and I will be casting too.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Oh, the outcome may not be what you expected.
When an obstacle appears before you, it might not be an obstacle.
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Good evening once again. We welcome you back to North East Underdog Tournament brought to you by Wadram Games. The second game is going to be between the table toppers versus the fan favorites. IGN taking on Peak to Plummet here tonight, and casting here will be your boy Fredo. Casting alongside is your favorite analyst, Ones.
Yeah, I'm so excited, Fredo, for this game. One of the top teams facing against each other. We see that Peak to Plummet with 4 consecutive wins with 0 loss, and IGN with 4 wins and 1 lose. So these are the teams, that are pretty strong and they're facing against one another. It is going to be so intense and so exciting because these are the kind of teams that we are eagerly waiting, to see and witness them face against each other.
Yep. They're definitely going to be, it's going to be an interesting match because, on a win streak so far. They don't want to lose against IGN, right? And IGN, on the other hand, they have not been able to get the 3 points that they looked for. So, they will be looking to take this victory and get those 3 points into their pockets. But will Peak to Plummet allow that?
Oh, I'm kind of skeptical, about these two teams because they are so good. Both of the teams are so good. And anything can happen. So we just have to, stick to the game and see what happens, what these two teams bring in the table for us, and what kind of a show that they will put on for us tonight here.
Yep, it's going to be really interesting to see the kind of show that they'll be putting out for us tonight. Because we do know that these two teams, they like to go aggressive, especially Witch. He likes to control the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do have Skyzen, who wants to carry his teammates with the help of his goal lane picks. And he's always been the spotlight ever since Peak to Plummet has started playing tournaments. And in this match, Savage Warrior will be the highlight as well, going up against Witch. So let's see what happens in this match. So far, the first pick coming in from IGN is going to be that Badang.
Yeah, definitely the Badang. Being the one and only Badang itself, they have the first pick and they are taking advantage of that, and they are picking away the Badang. The Badang is pretty solid after the nerf as well, so might as well just pick him and be the annoying hindrance that you need to be. But then again, from the side of Peak to Plummet, here we go, Kaizen on that grandeur again, and on top of that, a Hylas for that front line and damage soaking sponge that he needs to be.
Yep, and with that, Peak to Plummet going in with the first pick, Skyzen, who got that Savage as well. If you have not seen it yet, you can check out the tournament highlights clip. You will see that Skyzen got the Savage on the Granger. First Savage, and with that, there comes IGN. Aaron, the creator, will try to create the place, will try to make it happen for IGN with that Moskov. Split push coming in.
Oh man, the Moskov, he does so good, against a Granger with that Abyssal Step. He counters the Granger really well, especially in the late game. And Moskov with that Spear of Destruction, Spear of Misery, it's just so annoying. He can rotate from around the map with that Spear of Destruction once it's connected, it will be a havoc to deal with because the Moskov will pop up at any moment if he hits you with that Spear of Destruction, providing that surprise play that he can do with the SOD. But then again, look at the pick coming off from the side of IGN. They are prioritizing the Joy. They are going for the mobility and burst with the Joy. But then again, Peak to Plummet responds with a mobile assassin such as the Hayabusa. Will be really annoying with those Quad Shadow and the Oge Shadow. Oge Kill, I'd say.
Yep, the Hayabusa is definitely going to be annoying for IGN to deal with, but the thing is, the macro potential that you get with a Moskov and a Joy, and even the even the Badang is immense, because the Badang, even though it has been nerfed, it does have the mobility thanks to the fist crack, right? He can dash in and out and cover the distance quite fast.
But not just that, the Joy also. We all know what King Kong likes to do on their Joy. And Respect would be trying to imitate and do the same stuff. Always going in for trades on the other side of the map, even though you know that you're losing out somewhere else on the map. And even Aaron as well, going to go for those split pushes because Peak to Plummet with this kind of lineup, they're definitely going for the team fights.
Oh yeah, definitely, because Peak to Plummet, facing off against, say, the IGN with this kind of lineup, it is gonna be tough for them. But then again, let us not forget that Peak to Plummet are the one with 0 losses here against IGN, which have a first lose. I'd say they have 1 lose on their side. But then again, here, look at the draft, Fredo. They are so focused on that EXP in the second phase of the draft. They are banning away that Gatot as well as the CC. So whenever they, you ban away a Gatot, I always expect a Farsa pick, because Farsa stands still, when using that feathered strike. So banning away the Gatot will prevent that AOG from landing on a Farsa. So Peak to Plummet might come off here with a Farsa pick from their side. But then again, look at the ban coming off from the side of IGN. They are banning away the mid lane. They are focused on the mid lane in the second phase of the draft. They are banning away the Sicilian as well as the Yves, denying that real world manipulation to the side of Peak to Plummet.
They're definitely denying. They're definitely denying the real world manipulation being going into the hands of Peak to Plummet and Peak to Plummet. We're going with the Tigreal. It might be a little bit early because right now IGN still has the opportunity to pick up the Valentina if they decide to do so. It will be really interesting to see what Witch can pull off on that Valentina. Because right now the Luo E is still open and up for grabs. They decide to go for a Luo E. It will be really handy, because you will be having the diversion as well. So let's see if they decide to go for the Luo E or the Valentina, because these are the only 2 picks coming into my mind thinking about Witch.
Definitely he could go for a Valentina, because the Valentina is pretty solid. Even if Peak to Plummet, they decide to go for a Farsa, it can benefit Witch on the Valentina, because the Valentina will have a lot of options of ultimate copy. She can copy the Glorious Path, copy the Implosion, as well as the Feathered Airstrike. So having a Valentina here would quite be good. But no, it's not gonna be Witch on a Valentina. Instead, he will be the one denying that Farsa to Peak to Plummet. I was expecting Peak to Plummet to go for a Farsa, but no, I think IGN heard me. They are picking away the Farsa on their side. So now, Peak to Plummet, they might have to opt for a Valentina to steal away that Feathered Airstrike.
Or if you want to teleport the Tigreal into the backlines, Luo E can be a good option to go for. Let's see what Savage Warrior decides to go for here. Okay. Defying all expectations. No Valentina, no Luo E. I want to go for the crowd control. I want to go for Eternal Guard. He takes that Vexana into his hands, trying to rock the Eternal Guard right on the faces of Team IGN. And so far, Peak to Plummet's draft is looking like the usual rank draft that we used to see in the last season.
Yeah, definitely. Highless EXP, Vex and a Tigran combo, a jungle Hayabusa and a rank, the goal lane Grandeur, looking like a rank draft indeed. But then again, I think that the Vexana pick, it's quite reasonable. Because I personally, when I play a mid lane and I face off against heroes like Joy, I like to go for heroes that have hard CC. And Vexana is one of those heroes that comes in mind, because if the Joy tries to get close to you, you can, use the Terrify effect from the Soul Grip to disrupt the Joy that is heading towards you. So that is what I like to do when I play a mid against a Joy as well.
Okay, those are some insights that we're getting from Once, as he likes to play against the Joy. So far though, okay, what? What was that from Lemonade? Does he not know that a Sacred Hammer cannot pass through the wall?
Definitely he does not know that. I think he was just doing that, to scare Troya, he was just using the sacred hammer, like, bait out the retribution.
Oh, see, but he still holds on to it and revitalized, being forced out of Aizen a little bit early than we expected. And Savage Warrior, being zoned away, has to take the longer path. The shorter path will be getting zoned here by Chun Chun Maru. On the other side, okay, 1v1 happening in the bottom side. Kaizen deals the greater blow to Aaron. Aaron might be in some trouble here. Yaifaba
Oh,
coming
no,
with
no,
Yogi
no.
Shadow. Can
Oh,
Aaron taken
Yogi
down?
Shadow.
Yep, he does.
No.
Yaifaba secures the first blood. And with that, peak to plummet on an advantage. They fail to check out the area. I mean, they have a Hayabusa. They're definitely going to gang down the goal laner. It should have been
They
obvious from the side
are.
of IGN.
Oh, look at the jawhead there. He was just camping there in the bush, but then again, does not have the skills just yet to look for the Hayabusa. But then again, here on the top lane, a lot of 1v1 going on as well. It seems like the Hylas is doing really good against a Badang so far. But then again, once the Badang will get the Thunderbelt, the Hylas will just basically be the one helping the Badang to stack those Thunderbelt with that fist win on a Badang with that Thunderbelt and the fizz win, just poking the Hylas from afar and stacking those stacks, gradually providing him with that hybrid defense. And with that, guys, we see the first turtle already up, and here peak to plummet, trying to steal it. And oh boy, the Vixana steals it just like nothing. Even the retribution was not enough for IGN to take that turtle. Man, what was that?
We gotta commend Lemonade for using the Sacred Hammer, because last time when he used it, he was just scaring away Troya, respect, and this time around, he does not scare him. He does not scare him away. Actually, that first one might be a example. Just presenting in front of respect. I mean, I can come at you like that. Okay, hope you remember that. And yeah, he forgot, and that's why he will be giving his turtle away.
Yeah. He just forgot the turtle there, but then again, the Vixana comes in so, just steals it with a basic attack, which is really funny. But then again, Big to Plummet talking about the game here. They are on the lead, they got the turtle, they have the goal lead, and they are looking for a possible gang on the goal lane, because if we look at the positioning, 4 members marching their way down to the bot lane, but then again, look at the camping, the positioning coming from these people. Oh.
Yep, and Ayafaba getting thrown away by the ejector. Zoshen uses the unstoppable force. And with that, the feathered airstrike able to zone away. SOD! Lemonade will get taken down with the feathered airstrike. And Aaron the Creator comes back with that teleportation. But that engage did take away one piece away from Peak to Plummet, and it will be Lemonade who will be falling down.
Yeah. That was a really good retaliation coming up from the side of IGN, and they managed to pick Lemonade there without losing any casualty. But then again, look at the mid here. Oh my lord.
Savage Warrior, not a good choice to go there, and he will be falling down as well. Peak to Plummet seem to have taken the first blood, but now they're losing control. Slowly but surely, IGN are building up into the game.
Yeah, they are definitely losing it against Peak to Plum. I mean, IGN are definitely leading here, but then again, look at the turtle here. Oh,
Chunchunmaru will get taken down. Yaifaba will secure the turtle, and Zoshen will fall down in the wild. Seems like Mirio might be in some trouble here, as he's facing a lot of issues. But Mirio fell down there. Quite a bit of lag. Blame Mbani once again. Troya does have the shadow onto him, and Yaifaba should be easily taking this blue or purple, whatever you call it, buff away. And right now, Skyzen, he's rocking well. He's 0 deaths. He's on 0 deaths. We do need to understand that as a Granger, you cannot, you have to take him down in the early game. Otherwise, he'll keep stacking up. And in the late game, it's going to be really difficult for you when he spams those skills.
Yeah, definitely. But then again here, it seems like IGN are just going to ignore the Granger for now. They are more focused on the mid and the EXP here. But then again, look at the Granger just stacking those stacks on that Capriccio, gradually stacking those. Oh, look at the implosion play coming from the Tyrell there.
Oh my god, that was insane. And Yaifaba will take a kill onto Mirio as well. Yaifaba wants to go in for Chunchunmaru. And Aaron the Creator might be getting sandwiched here by 4 members. Lemonade being pushed away, but SOD as well. But now there comes Yaifaba. Will Yaifaba be able to take the kill? And there it goes. Oogie Shadow kill, might be able to get 2. But no, he does not get anyone. Skyzen does not have the Death Sonata as well. My God, that was not good. That was not good. Big Tournament could have easily got at least 1 kill there.
The Oogie kill was not enough damage just yet. Does not have the core items to burst down those members because they were sticking together. So the damage of Oogie kill did definitely get divided among the 2 there. So if it was a single target, he would have definitely fallen off to that Hayabusa. But then again, look at Witch using that feather airstrike to safely clear that mid lane there without going into danger. But then again, it seems like another Lord fight, a turtle fight is stirring up here, and who will it be to secure this turtle? It will be the Hayabusa securing the turtle here. But then again, look at the Grell going in with the conceal, trying to look for someone, but then again does not catches anyone, and with that it is just going to be a retreat for now from the side of Peak to Plummet. But then again, look at the top here. Another 1v1 going on in the top against a Moskov and a Hylas there. Oh, look at the mid side. Oh,
Mirio almost falling down. Troya really low as well. And it seems like Peak to Plummet, they want to go heavily onto the mid lane right now. Because they do know that if they take down this tower, the enemy jungle will be opened up and they will have more opportunities. And it won't be easy for IGN to rotate. Yeah, look at that. They're zone away completely. SOD connected as well. It should be an easy tower here for Peak to Plummet. On the other side, look at Faba. Troya 1v1. Easy there. Okay, there comes the implosion. Pushing away members. Ejector to throw them back. But is it enough? No, it's not. Feather Airstrike to zone them away. And they will get 1 kill and 1 tower. And Peak to Plummet are satisfied with that.
Yeah, Peak to Plummet are actually on the lead here. They have the third lead. They have taken 2 turrets from the side of IGN, and kill wise they have 7 kills on their side. But then again, look at the the top side here. So much is going on, so much poke coming from that Grandeur alone with that Rhapsody and the Death Sonata as well. But then again, oh my lord, here the Hayabusa just takes respect down onto his purple buff all alone. A solid 1v1 which he managed to pull off. And the Moskov here just looking for a split push and getting chased down by a Hylas with that glorious path.
Yep, he does have the SOD if he wants to get away. But will it connect onto someone? Oh yes, it does! And he works away. What an SOD that was from Aaron the Creator. Even the Hayabusa was approaching him. If he did not get it right, he was dead for sure. But that is where talent beats luck, right? Talent beats luck.
Yeah, definitely. That is what skills is all about. He was definitely checking the map. He saw the Tigreal through the SOD, and oh boy, managed to pull off a great escape from the clutches of that Hayabusa.
But now, Yaifaba onto the Lord, and it seems like he will be able to get that. No contest coming in from IGN. Conceal, along with the glorious pathway. Look at the movements. They're running like Usain Bolt. But there comes the ejector play onto Savage Warrior. He's able to flicker away though. And with that, Yaifaba will get 1 kill. But Troya will be taken down, and the rest of the members will back off. On the other side though, look at the far lane. Moskov. He does recall, but he understands that enemy might not be there. Will he decide to back off though? He's still continuing the recall. He's not deciding to go back.
Seems like he is going back, but then again, look at Peak to Plummet. They are so focused on the objective. They have taken each and every turret from top and mid. Only the inhibitor are standing, and even on the mid side, they have taken down the first tier turret. Only the inhibitor and the second tier turret are standing. And if we look at the items here, the Grandeur has. Oh, look at the poke that he's doing, man.
My god, that is just way too much. And once he gets that BOD, oh my god, it's going to be even harder for the far side of Moscow especially, because they're not tanky enough to take all that. And in this game, I feel like Skyzen has done well, but Yaifaba has just outperformed himself so far. Tunjunmaru, he's trying to zone away the members using the okay, and with that, Eternal Guard popped right onto that far side. He will get knocked up, and the rest will get cancelled. Okay, it seems like concealed player just came in, but it won't be enough to do anything. Yaifaba does not really have. Oh, yeah, actually, he has the Oogie Shadow kill. Might want to go in for someone, but the Tuplamet decide to play it safe.
Yeah, they are not, you know, rushing for the end of the game here. And they're looking for right openings and right timing to make those decisive plays. And they are playing really with so much discipline, with so much synergy among the members, because the way Peak to Plummet are playing, one members goes in, the others are already positioned to provide the backup, and they're not actually sticking to one another, because that will just definitely benefit the Badang if he can go in. Oh my lord!
With that, Yaifaba, the guy who was performing well so far, will get taken down. And once again, Peak to Plummet. They don't want to make such mistakes, especially when they're facing an opponent like IGN, because these people, they know how to take advantage of those mistakes. They will exploit those mistakes and turn things around on you. So right now, Peak to Plummet, they cannot afford to make such mistakes once again.
Yeah,
And with that, look at IGN, completely in control of the Lord Pit.
they are totally in control of the Lord side here, but then again, Peak to Plummet here, they are still on the advantage. They have almost 7k goal lead against Team IGN. And if we look at Skyzen, he has all the items, making his way to the last item, which is the Rose Gold, has 10 stacks on a Sky Piercer, as well as over 500 stacks on that Capriccio alone in just merely 12 minutes of the game here.
My God, 500 stacks already in 12 minutes. That is a grandeur that you need to look out for. Skyzen got this average, wants to go in to carry this game against IGN as well. IGN completely zoned out. Aizen and Lemon are doing the job. Zozen wants to go in, and there it goes. Yaifaba will still take the retribution again. And with that SOD coming in, Skyzen will take Mirio down. Zozen as well. Skyzen will find 2. He wants to find 3. Yes, he does. He wants to find 4. He can actually do that. He can find 4 right now, but Aizen will take that kill away. What does he get? He does have one more stack. One more is all it takes. And he goes in for kill. Unfortunately, an unofficial maniac going into the hands of this boy. 17 years old. People have been asking all day, where is the team from Nagaland? It is right here. Peak to Plummet are your representatives. Nagaland. We'll be really happy to hear this, I hope.
Oh my god. Oh, they are going for the end. Look at Skyzen just locking onto that crystal. And there we go. A solid first game. First win for the side of Peak to Plummet. They are, on the peak. They are on their prime. And they are definitely, showcasing what they have up their sleeve, up their talents, up to their potential. Skyzen with the gold standard on that grandeur takes another MVP. And
My
on the
God.
side of IGN, it is gonna be none other than Troya with a 042 KDA and a chocolate, which is pretty unfortunate because the Joy couldn't do much here, because there was just
My
so much crowd
God.
control that the Joy could not deal with.
Oh my God. What can we say here? Peak to Plummet. They have been, my God, they have just locked in. They have been just locked in. I mean, they got exited from the Federak showdown, but they got the opportunity here in the Underdogs tournament. Right now, they're just showcasing the best peak Northeast MLBB. Or, I mean,
Mhm.
sorry to say that, a peak Mobile Legends 5v5 right now. And we'll be really excited to see more games coming up from this side, because, oh my God, this guy Skyzen. Look at this guy, the damage he did. 37%. I mean, Aaron is someone that we used to look up to as one of the top, gold standards in India, right? Aaron.
Yeah.
But right now, Skyzen, the new guy in that goal lane that everyone needs to talk about. This guy has
Mhm.
been performing. He has been consistent. People are looking
Yeah.
at him, especially the people of Nagaland who have been searching for an idol. Kyle was
Mhm.
definitely there. But now here comes one more addition to the idols of team. From the fourth state of Nagaland. Once again, it's Kaizen who rocks that grandeur. But with that being said, once such an exciting game so far, Peak to Plummet.
Yeah.
5 games, 5 wins.
Yeah. Man, Peak to Plummet are on the peak. They have 5 wins without any losses with this game combined. With this, they have made it a 5th win for themselves and their points are just soaring up all the way to the top, despite them already being on the top. So, are we gonna see a clean sweep here tonight? Because that's the question. The way Peak to Plummet are showcasing their skills, their talents, their synergy, their potential. It seems like IGNJ, they can't get on par with the skills that Peak to Plummet are bringing here. So it might possibly be a clean sweep. I don't know. What do you think, Fredo? What are your views? Is it like gonna be a clean sweep, or it's gonna go ahead and be another best of 3?
Well, I cannot comment on that because if I do that, I mean, IGN fans might kill me. But of course, I want to see Peak to Plummet rise because we know that competition like this is always healthy for the
Yeah.
community and of course the talent to grow. Peak to Plummet have taken the challenge to take that defeat that they faced in FAS. They were knocked out of FAS from the Federal Showdown and they've taken it personally. They have locked in, and of course they were on the blue side. They were completely blue locked. And right now they have been performing so well. It seems like they have defied all the expectations out there. And if we did look at the score, we did see that Peak to Plummet are on the top of the leaderboards, and they will still maintain that top spot if they take the next victory. But oh my God, IGN, they have lost 2 games now. They have four. They have won 4, but they have lost 2. So their win rate is actually 50, and that's not what you expect from IGN, a top tier team. They have they probably have the most loyal fan base because even after so many years, there are
Yeah.
still people cheering for them.
Yeah, they definitely have one of the most loyal fan base, I'd say. I do agree with that. They are, really popular. IGN is really popular. They have, a lot of fans, and they have shown a lot of skills even in the past. So due to that, they have built a strong community for themselves out there in the MOBA community. So kudos to all the fans who are here tonight watching your favorite team, supporting them, and being there for them, cheering them on while they are here performing and putting on a show for you guys as well as for us.
Yep, and not to mention, just 2 days ago, our channel War Drum Games hit 600 subscribers, and right now we're at 920. And thank you to everyone out there who has supported War Drum Games so far for organizing the North East Underdogs Tournament. Basically, this tournament has been organized to showcase the talent that the region of Northeast has. And it is exclusively for the teams of Northeast that we have organized this, and top teams have taken the opportunity to showcase their skills at the highest level. And one diamond that has come out of the rough is going to be Peak to Plummet, because in this tournament so far, they have just defied all expectations. I mean, who do you think were favorites coming into the tournament? Tartarus, of course, IGN,
Yeah.
and I mean dads and sons as well, Eliminators, the ones who have defied all expectations as well, but oppositely.
Yeah.
But Peak to Plummet, I mean, nobody thought of them. But
Yeah.
right now, the way that they're performing, people have started comparing Peak to Plummet to Tartarus. People have started comparing Peak to Plummet to ABM.
Yeah.
I mean, but I do hope that this does not get into their heads, It does not give them an unnecessary ego boost, because that is what brings, people down. So I hope
Indeed.
they they keep that ego, right? But
Yeah.
not let it overpower them.
Yeah. Just don't get carried away, don't get tilted. Stay humble, as they say.
Yep.
Stay humble and just be grateful for whatever you're doing. So yeah, I do agree with that. They should not let the ego take over, because if it does, then it will ultimately lead to your downfall. So guys,
Yep.
every one of you stay humble, okay?
Yep. Wise words here from Coach Coach Once. And with that, yep. I mean, the way you speak once, it does sound like a coach sometimes. And when you say such wise words, I mean, it won't be wrong. And I feel like everyone will agree as well if I start calling you Coach Once when you speak
Oh
such
my
wise
gosh.
words.
Yeah, that is such an honor, man, to be called a coach. But then again, I feel I'm still not up to that level to be called a coach, because having that kind of a title, you really need to be out there, nurturing a lot of big teams. So to be called a coach is a really big thing. And thanks for the compliment. I'm still, not there. But then again, compliment is always accepted, so I welcome that.
Thank you so much, Waz, for accepting that. And so, right now, we're all the way into the draft section. We hear the voices of the heroes. We see that Harriet, Hylos, Matilda, and the Zushin. Similar bans happening, nothing out of the ordinary. But of course, in the recent patch, we do need to understand that, like you mentioned, the Leslie might be coming into the limelight. But but we did not see that Leslie, getting picked up yet so far into this match, into this tournament, actually. But we did see the Melissa coming up. Let's see if they decide to go for that, though. This time around, I do want to say that IGN need to respect Skyzen. They need to respect Skyzen's grandeur.
Oh,
he has been able to pull off. Yep, he has been able to pull off games entirely by himself. So if you don't respect it now, it might be too late for you to catch up in terms of the points that you're losing tonight.
Yeah. Oh my God! Look at IGN coming off with a Fanny first pick. They do not care about the counters. That peak to plummet they will pull. They do not care about the counter that will come up against that Fanny. They are locked in with the Fanny as a first pick, which is quite risky. But then again, peak to plummet, they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing, and they are confident in themselves with that Fanny. So there we go. A Fanny first pick from the side of peak to plummet. And here comes IGN with a good thought pick coming off, followed by a Moskov pick against Skyzen. I feel like this Moskov is specifically picked for Skyzen because they know that Skyzen will be opting for a grandeur, and a Moskov really counters the grandeur really well. And we did see that they did lose in the previous game, but then again, if we take a look at the KDA of Moskov Aaron, it was quite decent. He did not feed. He was on a 0-1 despite having a huge disadvantage overall throughout the game. So that was pretty solid, even playing against such a huge disadvantage and having that kind of a KDA.
Yep, and right now, we do understand that right now having that good KDA does matter, but if you want to win those matches, you want to take down those structures. Granger is not the best hero to take down the structures, but Tyson always able to complement the lack of push with the help of the damage that he dishes out. And right now, we always do see Yaifaba. Actually, sorry, we always do see Respect picking up the Fanny. Troya, he's IGN right now. But in this match, it seems like Yaifaba will take that Fanny away, and we are going to see a very tough match indeed. Once again, though, Iron wants to prove himself on that Moskov, but do you feel like it's kind of an ego pick here once?
Oh, well, I'd say that Aaron is really good on a Moskov. And I won't call it an ego pick. I'd say I'll call it a confident pick because he is confident in himself and his Moskov. He knows he has the potential to pull off some really good plays with the Moskov. Even in the previous game, remember how he was getting chased down by the Hylas and that Hayabusa, and the way he used the SOD as an escape tool was so, satisfying to look at. So I feel like, he knows what he's doing, and as well as his team, they know what they're doing as a team, as a whole. So they are, playing it really strategically. They are being Machiavellian here with the draft as well as their pick.
Yep. It's going to be really interesting to see if we're going to see Peak to Plummet have a clean sweep or not against IGN, because they have had clean sweeps so far. They have not lost a single game. IGN, if you give this game away, oh my god, Peak to Plummet status is going to be skyrocketed, and not only that, their market value is going to increase.
Yeah, definitely, because once you win the series with 0 losses, there are going to be a lot of eyes on you, and there will be people trying to reach out to you. So If that happens, it will be really good for Peak to Plummet. But then again, other teams as well, they need to fight, to get the spotlight on themselves, because if not, it is just going to be Peak to Plummet all the way, peaking their way to the peak and getting all the spotlight that will be given to them.
Yep. And honestly, tonight is a very big night indeed, because right now we're seeing Plummet going up against IGN, the table toppers in this tournament so far, taking up against the fan favorites team, IGN. And not just that, on the other side, we do know that Peak to Plummet, they have been coming up as a squad in IGN. We know that they're a good team, but have they maintained that consistency? I guess no, because we did see them losing quite a lot, right? I mean, you always, if you're a good team, you usually dominate every other team that comes in front of you. But so far, Peak to Plummet have been the team that has done that. But IGN, they struggle quite a bit. It seems like they're shaky. And Peak to Plummet, they know this. They will try to capitalize on it and will try to get that 3 points. Because today, if they get those 3 points, they will be ahead of everyone. I mean, nobody will be able to catch up to them because no one has done 3 clean sweeps yet. Even Tartarus struggled in one of those matches and they were able to get only 2 points. So right now, Peak to Plummet, they have the opportunity to be the table toppers and have a very, very clear lead ahead.
I definitely agree, but then again, look at the draft coming off from the side of Peak to Plummet. They have managed to secure the sneaky fox on their side. They have managed to get a chip on their side. On top of that, they have also managed to get a Louis. That is gonna be a lot of ganking, a lot of surprise from the side of Peak to Plummet. Man, the diversion and the shortcut, that is so much to deal with, because you can create a lot of surprise sneaky attack with a diversion, teleporting into a bush with 5 people. And with a shortcut though, you can easily gang, use a shortcut to teleport your teammates into a particular lane, gang that lane, get the kill, and teleport back to your lane. So it's looking really solid onto the side of Peak to Plummet. But then again, look at the counter that IGN are coming up with. I think like this could be a Cho wrong, because they obviously need the Way of the Dragon for that Fanny. So if they put the Cho onto the EXP, he won't be able to do much with the Way of the Dragon, because obviously he needs to be around the team to make use of that Way of the Dragon.
And with that, we are into the land of dawn. The third match between second match, my goodness, between Team Peak to Plummet and Team IGN, and we will be witnessing here if Team Peak to Plummet can take another clean sweep into their hands and stay ahead of everyone on the table, because they are the only ones who have taken 2 clean sweeps so far. Even Tartarus failed to do so. Zohunt did not allow them to get that clean sweep. And right now we see Yaifaba rocking those steel cables onto that Fanny. Other side, we have Choya, Respect taking that Julian, even if we know that Julian, he cannot really abuse the Rose Gold passive anymore because of the recent adjustments. But will he be able to perform tonight? That will be the question to ask.
I feel like the Julian is still pretty solid, despite not being able to abuse the Rose Gold Meteor's passive to its max potential as he used to, because of his role being shifted from a fighter to an assassin. So yeah, but still he is pretty solid. He gets half of the stats from the Rose Gold with the hybrid defense. And yeah, with that we see that both teams have, as of now, they are farming, they are trying to get up those level 4, and possibly the junglers will look for a early gang. And yeah, we see that Yaifaba already hitting 4 and will possibly be ganking the goal lane. But then again, look at the mid side.
Oh, Purify being forced out there, it seems. Yes, it was. Forced out of Savage Warrior, who was almost about to get knocked up with the enhanced Scythe. For now, though, it seems like the turtle is going to be up in a few seconds, and Peak to Plummet does not seem to be bothered about it. But Respect already on the hunt for the turtle.
Respect is already on the hunt for the turtle, and it seems like Peak to Plummet will be giving it away to the side of IGN. And they do not want to commit anything risky as of now because they are quite squishy at the moment. Even the chip, despite being a tank, he is quite squishy, I'd say. But then again, he has a lot of utility skills.
Oh.
But then again, oh,
My goodness, Yaifaba being connected with the Way of Dragon, but he does have the ability to go in right now. Does not have enough energy though, needs to back off. And Lemonade will be the first blood secured. AOG coming in, 2 members. Zohunt catches them, but there is not enough follow-up to take anyone down. But IGN are showing signs of aggression. They're showing signs of recovery. And now, Skyzen, the hero of the last match, will fall down to the hands of Shunshun Maru as the hero of IGN will take him down. Troya goes down as well. Yaifaba wants to go in but does not have enough energy. And it seems like the Moscow is in some trouble. Aaron really low, but will be able to stun Aizen, and Aizen will fall down inside the tower, but Mirio will fall as well, as Skyzen will come back and take 1 kill in his pockets right away. But okay, it seems like there's a diversion play coming in. Chunchun Maru needs to be really aware before he has to go back. Chunchun Maru not aware, and he will get taken down, it seems, and yes, he does. The clap back from Skyzen. Lemonade will be falling down. Aaron the Creator coming in with the SOD, and Troya wants to go in heavily, but do they have enough to take down Savage Warrior? Savage Warrior will be safe as he can back off.
Wow,
oh my God,
that was a lot of fight there. That was so much fight. That was so intense. Every
it's getting
moment of
personal.
that second was getting really, really personally up. Definitely. Wow, the clap back coming off from both sides of the team, Fredo, was so good. But then again, here, it seems like IGN, they are on the lead. They have merely like 200 goal lead on their side, as well as the turret that they got from the previous turtle. And with that, we see the second turtle of the game is spawning in about 3 seconds here.
Yep. Turtle of the game spawning in 3 seconds, and here it is, Team IGN. They did get the first one. Will they be able to take the second one as well? Let's find out. Because Yaifaba, he usually likes to go for the turtle when no one is there, right? I mean, he's Fanny. He's not, and Fanny is the kind of one to arrive last. And yes, he does. There, look at it. He arrives at last, but Zohunt able to use the AOG to get away in the nick of time. But with the help of the teleport, 5 people there, and Yaifaba wants to go in for Troya. Troya keeps the enhanced sword ready to escape if anything arises. On the other side, look at that. We see that the Moskov and the Granger having a duel in the goal lane. And on the Creator, I mean, in terms of EXP though, Peak, a little bit ahead. And with that, diversion play coming in, and Savage Warrior will catch them off guard. But there comes the RWM, and they're fighting inside the RWM. Way of Dragon being used as well. Yaifaba able to get away. Mirio really low. But look at that, Lemonade into the back lines. And it seems like Chunchun Maru will be in some trouble, which might be falling down to the hands. But SOD misses out completely. And with that, Zohunt is low. Lemonade, 1 HP, will be able to back off. But break down the team fight. Which team actually got the advantage here?
Well, I'd say it was pretty even. There were no casualties whatsoever from both sides. Both teams, they got, they got away with really low HP. Especially the chip with that 1 HP. He just got away. And the fact that, Savage Warrior was fighting in that RWM was so funny to me. He was not even taking the RWM so seriously.
It seems like though that they wanted to take down Aaron, but Aaron will be safe as he did have the flicker burn to get away from the shortcut being placed on him. And now Yaifaba trying to clear the mid lane so far, and Zohunt takes a lot of damage from the yin yang reaction that's coming in from Savage. On the other side, look at the Phobius, might be getting targeted here, but will be able to back off inside the tower area. Yeah. And now we have come to a slight pause, it seems, right? For a while, we're not seeing too much action as both the teams will be focusing on farming, but we can take a look at the Capriccio stacks.
Yeah, we definitely need to take a look at the Capriccio. But then again, look at the diversion play coming off from the side of Peak. The Granger there shows his face on the map, trying to look for a bait on Aaron the Creator, while his team are just camping there.
Yep. Aizen 3v1 Ming, and he's taking a lot of damage. He might be going down here. Chun Chun Maru, RWM coming in. There comes the AOG onto Lemonade, and Troya coming in as well. As Aaron the Creator will be able to get one. And with that, Fanny needs to arrive to the scene, but he is still looking for that push. And there will be the Purify to save the day for Skyzen. But this is the third turtle. Do they want to give it away? The Fanny needs to do something. Yaifaba, you need to step up. What are you doing? And right now, it seems like IGN will be able to get this turtle quite easily. And yes, it does. It goes into the hands of Aaron. Aaron does not have the SOD, cannot engage now. Yaifaba decides to go in. Wrong timing, and he decides to back off as well. As quick as he did. But right now, IGN, they're still just... this time around, Aaron does not have the flicker, and he will be falling down. And with that, Lemonade will be falling down as well. But Aizen coming in with the bonks on the faces of IGN as a double kill will be secured here by Savage Warrior. On the other side, look at the Fanny. Look at the Fanny, which is completely unaware. You will get taken down as well as Pick to Plummet. Instant comeback after the loss of the turtle fight.
Wow. I'm totally speechless, man. These two teams are playing so perfectly, so beautifully, and the way that Cho baited out that Purify of that.
My God, Yaifaba almost in some trouble here. But Troya, Savage Warrior wrong positioning, but still able to get away thanks to the passive of those stacks of yin yang reaction. But right now, there comes the Ray of Dragon onto Skyzen. Skyzen got teleported on the other side of the map, and with that, he's able to survive. But Pick to Plummet have wiped out IGN, it seems, but it will be only Sojan who will remain. But with that, Pick to Plummet will be able to get that mid lane tier 2.
Man. This is so intense. Look at the items here. Aaron with just a corrosion and a golden staff, making his way for a possible demon hunter. And Aaron with 3 items, he has the Sky Piercer, has the Malefic Raw for the penetration for the Gatot and the Cho, even has a Hunter Strike for that extra mobility from the passive, which will provide him with the movement speed. And here goes the chip, trying to do some kind of a zoning and poke on the
Mirio will get bursted down here by Skyzen. And that was such a great Rhapsody coming in from Skyzen. All the 6 bullets landing onto him, and with that he will be able to get 20 stacks on that Sky Piercer. Does not really have any defense items yet because he knows they cannot reach him. He is untouchable at the moment.
Oh yeah, and with that, guys, look at the Lord. It is gonna be a free, easy Lord to the side of Peak to Plummet. And there goes Aaron, takes down the Lord. And we need to take a look at his stacks. We really need to take a look at at Skyzen's stack, because the way he is spamming those Rhapsody and the Death Sonata, it's just absolutely insane. He has almost 400 stacks at a 10-minute mark. And the damage he is dealing is absolutely insane with that Malefic Roar, providing 60% penetration, which is just absolutely insane.
Yep, and now they try to sink in the minions. Look at that. They're waiting to sink the minions well. And look at the way Aizen completely zoning the enemy away. Lemonade comes in with the flank, and with that, there goes. And with the Savage War will fall down inside the RWM. Skyzen gets teleported into the backlines, and they're going in for Chun Chun Maru. Chun Chun Maru really low. The bonk coming in once again from Aizen. Picks up percent once again. Skyzen will get another kill in his pocket. And with that, there comes the SOD, and Aaron the Creator wants to make an outplay happen, but does he have enough? He gets the stun onto Skyzen, but it's still not enough to take down the goal lane, the babyface killer from Nagaland.
Wow. Aizen, he's just, always on the front with his Phobias, dealing a lot of damage, zoning for his team to just dish out the damage from the back line. Aizen synergizing with Skyzen so well. He goes in, and Skyzen from the back just shooting those Rhapsody and the Death Sonata consecutively, dealing tons and tons of damage. But then again, look at that.
Portal coming in once again, and it might be Troya on the bull. Look at Skyzen, he goes in so aggressively, even inside and on the faces of all those people from IGN. IGN Right now, the only hope that they have left is the fact that they have Moskov on their side. They might be able to make some macro plays happen, especially if the Cho and the Gatot can set it up for Aaron the Creator. But
Mm-hmm.
Aaron the Creator has been getting caught in awkward positions. And if you take a look at the EXP, I mean, just look at Aaron. He's just level 12 right now, while Skyzen is
Yeah,
sitting on 14. Yaifaba is
yeah.
already 15. And Troya just got taken down, and it's not looking good right now for IGN.
Yeah, it is definitely not looking good for IGN because if the pace continues to the side of Team Peak to Plummet, oh my god, a shortcut pops up and 5 people on top lane.
Gold like for Skyzen. Skyzen might be getting caught here.
Why?
Does use the Purify on the nick of time. But right now he's using the Death Sonata. Zoshan might fall down. It will be Skyzen once again. Skyzen wants to go in for the triple, but Troya will be denying him that as he gets away with the enhanced sword. And now Peak to Plummet are looking to end. It might be a clean sweep coming in from Peak to Plummet, but the minions will get. What is this? What is this? Okay, they go for the Lord directly. Yaifaba getting some backup. And
Yeah,
I was just expecting them to do, outside the map diversion and come in from behind or something like that.
yeah.
I mean, after all, the way that they have been playing, you would expect that.
Mm-hmm. I think like they do not want to overextend and risk anything because they have built up the lead, they have built up the momentum, they have built up the pressure against IGN, and they want to go for the safer side. They want to go for the Lord instead, and possibly look for an end with the Lord. So yeah, the Lord will be the one marching towards the top lane because the top lane inhibitor is down. And if we take a look at the items on
Whoa,
Kaizen, he has
wrong
oh
click.
oh
What was Mirio doing there? He wasted that Way of Dragon onto Lemonade, and now Troya, though, look at Troya. He does have the flank angle. Savage Warrior very close to him, and with that, he goes in with the full combo of the enhanced sword. And right now, Respect will fall down, and there it comes. There it comes, but they do not really use the teleport. But right now, IGN is in the back foot. Peak to Plummet have the opportunity to do a clean sweep. Yaifaba goes in with the cables into the backlines, but Skyzen will be the one getting a kill onto Zoshan, and it might be a clean sweep, and yet it is triple kill. And with that, Peak to Plummet will take a clean sweep over IGN. History has been created. The baby-faced killer from Nagaland has defeated the gods.
wow. I mean, curse my mouth. I said a clean sweep, and here comes the clean sweep. But then again, I don't think it was me. It was definitely Peak to Plummet who came up with the clean sweep because the way they played against IGN was totally remarkable. IGN being one of the strongest team, Peak to Plummet took them down like it was nothing. They took it down like a piece of cake, dominating right off the bat with the previous
My
game.
God, I
Another
can't
MVP,
understand.
another MVP for Skies, and this guy just makes
Man,
MVP in each and every game. He gets a MVP on that grandeur.
can we nerf Granger or can we nerf Skyzen? I mean, we definitely cannot nerf Skyzen, but one thing that, oh my God, I mean, it's about time we start respecting Skyzen's Granger. We have
Oh
seen
yeah,
maniacs, we have seen savages. It's about time the entire India, at least the community of Moba Legends 5v5, starts respecting Skyzen's Granger. You need to understand, don't give this guy the Granger. He will carry it one way or the another. I mean, does not matter if you pick a Chow and try to mark him out. Does
mm-hmm.
not matter if you throw an AOG on top of him. He will always find a way to make it work. And that is exactly what happened right now.
Yeah. And talking about Peak, man, I just have to say that they are so well coordinated as a team. The way they play with one another, and the gangs, the positioning, the calls, the rotation, everything is so on point. And
Yep.
IGN on the other hand, they made it seem like they were playing rank because the way Peak to Plummet, they were calculating the game, they were pressurizing the draft, the game, and just going on with the flow, with the momentum that they have built on IGN. They couldn't do much because Aaron, he was gapped really hard on that goal lane. He couldn't get his hands on the items which he needed, despite the uh, Moskov being one of the best counters for the grandeur. He just
Yep.
couldn't pull it off against Skyzen. Skyzen is the new gold standard, I'd say, because I can definitely say that Aaron is one of the gold standards out there from the team of IGN. He has shown a lot of potential, but then again, here we have Skyzen to pull out the show and get the spotlight on himself.
And we did see Ifaba pick up the Fanny, but he did pick up the Fanny only to dominate it, right? I mean, to dominate the side lanes, providing the utility. I mean, this Fanny is more like an utility and less like an assassin, to be honest.
Yeah,
He took up
yeah.
this Fanny to counter the fact that they have a Moskov. The Moskov will try to split push. So, you take the Fanny and you eliminate the threat of having a Moskov on the other side. So the Moskov won't have the best time trying to go and push and split those lanes, but with that, we are here with the scoreboard with another clean sweep taken here by Peak to Plummet. They have rise to the top of the table with 9 points, 4 points ahead of Tartarus, and out of sight at the moment. It seems like Tartarus need to step up their game as well. My goodness, this tournament has been nothing less than interesting for all the people out there who are watching this game. And not just that, right? I mean, Eliminators as well, able to get 2 points tonight. They will not be satisfied with you. And LAFU KABI still not able to get a single point so far. But of course, we'll be having their matches tonight as well. But so far, Pick to Plummet with the clean sweep, and IGN will lose. They will not be able to get even a single point, and Pick to Plummet on top. We cannot see anything standing in the way of Pick to Plummet. And I mean, we are all waiting for it. We are all waiting for Pick to Plummet versus Tartarus to happen.
Oh yeah, we definitely are waiting for Tartarus and Pick to Plummet to face against one another. Man, Tartarus, they are ruthless, I would say, when it comes to the game. They do not let their enemies off easily, and they punish their enemies really well. So having teams like Tartarus face off against Peak to Plummet is something which I would really, really feel honored to be, to be witnessing, because these teams are out there showcasing a lot of talent. Even in FAS, we have seen that Tartarus has been showing a lot of potential, and they are one of the top teams in FAS as well. So, the Peak to Plummet, despite it being, out of the FAS, they are here in Wardrum showcasing what they have, because, when you lose a particular series such big as the FAS, you kind of feel down, so you wanna place, to take down all that stress, I would say. And this is exactly where Peak to Plummet, they're coming in Wardrum, and they're like, we aren't gonna play this time. We are gonna show what we have, and we will prove ourselves one way or the other.
Yep, and with that, we've come to the end of the second game. We'll be taking a short break, but on the other side of the break will be Zohunt facing against LAFU KABI. We'll be seeing a top team from Mizoram going up against one of the top teams from Manipur, and we'll be seeing if they will be able to take 3 points away, or will they be sharing points 2-1. Meet you on the other side. This is Fredo and Juan signing off for now.
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very, very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP, because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them, and yeah, see you in the tournament, and I will be casting too.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to North East Underdogs Tournament right now, hosted by none other than your Wardroom Games. It is the League Stage Day 3 happening, and my oh my, the previous match, how exciting was it? A clean sweep coming in from Peak, going against IGN, you know, one of the most exciting games ever presented in Wardroom Games right now. I mean, Peak, they are on a roll, man. And before we talk though, onto the casters decks. This is your girl Zero, and this time I'll be joined by Debbie. So, Debbie, what are your thoughts on the previous matches?
Oh my god, I'm flabbergasted. You know, flabbergasted has been always a meme, but still, I am perplexed that picked to plummet a team. You know, I've always known the team, but with constant change of their teams, of their squads, of their players, I thought that they won't be to the par of IZN, or even to the point that they will be able to clean sweep them. But no, they have to prove me wrong. This team is so good at video games, bro. They are so good because Kaizen, the young guy, the young killer, you know, the baby face killer, as Ray would have put it, from Nagaland. Oh my god, this guy is so amazing on how he was playing, you know, and we could have seen the proof was into that game. IZN couldn't do anything about it. Whatever heroes he's picking, he's making it work. And we cannot forget the team fight combination or the teams in general as well. So IZN, yeah, they might be also baffled by that. They did not think that they could be, you know, taken down like this. So they need to come back stronger. But for Peak, they are on a roll. They are going strong, standing in top one, not even losing one. So this is gonna be so great. But then it is a different story for LAFU here, right? They are on a losing streak. What can they do? They are onto the bottom, and if they cannot get this game, even win this game, they won't be even having a chance. So Johan, will they be able to deny that?
For Mega LAFU, it's their final straw. I mean, they were losing consecutively. The score is not looking really great for them. While for Zohunt, they are quite there on around the top, but not yet on the top. They are like around in the middle of the table somewhere, Debbie. And at this point, I feel like both the teams, they need to bring out their A game, to bring out their best game, so that they can get a comeback. While for Zohan, their aim is to go up to the top, up to peaks level right now. For Mega LAFU, it is their they need, it depends, their survivability depends on this match. So it will be like both the teams, they need to bring up their A game, get all of their resources, and hopefully team Mega LAFU, they go for a comeback. But it is Zohan that they're going against, so it won't be easy. Of course, it's the top dogs that are competing for the top position, so the challenge is still on for them.
This is a crazy drafting we have to see, because Zohan is onto the red side. Meanwhile, LAFU KABI onto the blue side. They are going to be having the ability, the advantages of that one particular hero that they want. But before that, the bans are going to be set up. Hilda going to be taken away to deny Zohan any kind of dive-in potential, early game damage potential as well. But right now, we have to see what Zohan will be signing out for, because the juicing has been taken away. So what will LAFU KABI ban here? Because, Johan against, if you go against Johan and the Fanny is not going to be banned. So okay, this is a soft choice for them to go for the Harris. Just deny Prime if you do not want to, deny the jungler.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say one of the best positions for Zohan is Prime. We got family problems as well. He likes to go for the big heroes, he likes to go for the aggressive heroes. So they kind of need to focus on him as well. But that can wait, because if you look at the bans, they are kind of going for all of the meta heroes. The Harriet Hayabusa was also denied for LAFU KABI right there by Zohunt. Overall, it is just how they are targeting the main damage dealers, the ADCs of the game. So at this point, it is just the player which has more of the mastery on the remaining heroes, Debbie.
Yep. This is a classic Johan style. The Giants of Mizoram always gonna be taking that Hayabusa away, and most of the time they usually play for the mid laner Aiden, because he have a lot of versatility in the choices of his heroes that he have. And if he take his heroes of his choice and have no counter, he's always going to be popping out onto the top notes and have the mid lane priority and the mid lane control most of the time. So right now they're going to be taking another jungle away, the Spio taken away, but still it does open out for the Matilda to appear. But right now LAFU, they did not want to stop any longer. The Matilda has to be chosen.
Matilda was left open, and LAFU, they took that chance, because as we know, Matilda, she is really good with her guiding wind and her circling eagle, one of the most important heroes in any of the team fight, one of the most hardest heroes to counter because of her high mobility. And every team, they know the potential of a Matilda, so of course she is gonna get prioritized. But onto the side of Zohunt, they have the halos for themselves, and Farsa are really early on for them. It is like they're just gonna be going full out and not gonna consider any other option. I guess they just think with every single draft that they are gonna be making, every single picks, they already made up their mind what they are gonna be going for.
Yeah, this is crazy because Zohan, they are denied the picks. They are denied the pick of the Moskov, but still they have Faden onto one of his main heroes. It's his comfort heroes as well, and going directly for that first pick, Fireside is definitely gonna be the deal breaker here because the revamp, not the revamp, the buff in the Windspire Wings, the movement speed as well, it's going to be giving that mobility to give him the time to rotate around further more better than at first I did before. But right now the cards has been opened up for the side of LAFU KABI. They are not flexing anything. They are directly choosing the heroes that where they want to keep it, where they want to go as well. Because the CC popping out here, very understandable because Zohunt already picked out the high lows, and it's gonna be putting Zohunt in a position where they might put the Hylos into the roaming position and not try to go against the CC. But looking at the pick so far, the Grander has to come and Prime does not wait any longer. He wants to lock onto this Grander, but still he's gonna go against a late game marksman like the Moscow. So early game is definitely into his hands, but the late game is where the trouble is gonna be coming in for Zohunt.
We all know Moskov, he actually causes some problem for Granger aside Irrital or Harriet being there. So it just depends on how both of them will be playing out because it's the goal lane, it's the side lanes, of course. They're most probably it would be a 2v2. And it just how both the goal laners are gonna be, they're gonna be marked by every single one if they know the potential. They have the late game potential. They're the one who are gonna be carrying the whole late game, so they are gonna be marked. They need to know their position. They need to know the macro plus the micro. So at this point, it is just how the teams are gonna be, complementing each other as well. But the Gatot Kacha was denied from the side of LAFU KABI to prevent any high loss and Gatot Kacha combo. But am I seeing this correct, Devin? Am I seeing this correct? Is that a Rafaela getting picked up?
You know what? Something about family problem. He's been performing so good on the Rafaela because John, as we all know, the jungler is so good. On Dusty Mizo has always been performing so good onto those fighter junglers. And what kind of fighter jungler be combo with? If you do not have another Matilda, you're gonna be getting another healer. And family problem has been so amazing onto this healer as of Rafaela right now. So he's been performing so well too, and even when we were seeing him on this healer, he's been getting triple kills here and there. So maybe this is his style of play, and nothing's wrong with it too. So because it's been popping out so well for him too. But right now, I feel like the particular ban coming out from the side of LAFU KABI, they are banning out the Gatot Kacha. I feel like it wasn't that much of a necessarily ban because Gatot being banned away just gave Zohunt the edge for them to have their mates perform so much better and have this a choice of spells that can be more he can have more survivability with. But still, they're gonna be entering with the Valentina to take away the kiss of the to take away the feather strike and the glorious pathway time and again.
Oh, well, Valentina got one more hero to copy the ult, and that would be the Alice. We know how good an Alice and her ult is, but it's been so long since we saw an Alice in the draft in any tournaments. And I was that alpha was really expected because they had the high loss, they have the LAFU KABI, they have Matilda onto their hands, so why not go for the ultimate Matilda and alpha combo, right? And of course the Valentina as well, she has 3 heroes to copy the ult. It will be the full-on A game. We can see LAFU KABI, they are determined to stay in this tournament. They are determined to take down Zohunt, but the question still remains, since they have won 0 matches in the game, will they be able to have a comeback? Because for them to come back, they kind of need to win this whole best of 3 series. Might be a complete sweep, might be a 2-1. So, the A game is definitely gonna be here.
Yeah, LAFU KABI, they need to be ready. They need to lock in because this is their only chance to try to show Wardrum tournament that they are here to stay. But Johan, they are no different. They are into the mid table, neither the best nor the worst. So they are into the average table. But the thirst is gonna be there. They want to be coming out on top. They do not want to give out any lead, any edges to the top teams, to the teams that are onto the top of them. So maybe they want to deny this, and LAFU KABI, it's no better. They are thirsty for blood, and we can have to see into this game because right now the brawl is still gonna be coming in. The mid side priority is definitely onto the side of Johan, but still the rotation has been completely into the different parts.
Yep, rotation priority is EXP in the first, but I feel like CC, she could do really well against a high loss alone. So the focus should definitely be on the goal lane because a Moskov against a Granger would be hard. And look at that, the poke game coming in from Fade and paired with Family Problem. Valentina, her HP is low, quite low, but she does not back down. She wants to get that farm, she wants to get that minion way before she recalls back to the base, And already we see Dusty Mizo, he's a quite a little far behind the farm compared to BD right there, because it's an Alice. Alice is gonna be a little slow on that farm. But yes, the Sparrow of Alpha, we did see it was baited out, and that is kind of an expensive resources wasted for the side of Team LAFU right now. But yeah, the turtle will be spawning in, and maybe a team fight might be breaking out.
That's gonna be the answer here, but look at that, the Spirit of Alpha will be connected. There's a flicker being popped out. Faden, a lot of this damage. The stun is gonna be there, not much of a casualty, but oh my goodness, BD in trouble. Dusty Mizo securing that kill, so safe to say. The turtle is definitely gonna be into the hands of Zohunt, but still LAFU KABI, are they trying to contest for this? Even if they do want to, the turtle jungler will not be on time, but look at that, Jero.
Yep, they are definitely contesting for that turtle, but the zoning is definitely there. Dusty Mizo having that Retri on his hands, he gets that turtle, and paired with a plus point, a bonus, that will be the Siori getting taken down in his hands. I mean, before the turtle, the fight for Faden, the contest for Faden, BD was trying to go for it, but the ultimate, the backup from Zohunt denied his advances, and they actually lost quite hard, and they also lost the turtle, so it was quite expensive for them. Now Zohunt, they got the lead, and LAFU KABI, they need to step up their game now because they can't afford to go they can't afford to go more lower than this.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the reason here, but right now the focus is definitely on to the mid lane. Oh, look at that, the feather airstrike just to pass and so some reason, but look at that, this is a lot out coming out from Dusty Mizo, not committing too much, but still he's this is an Elise jungle, and he's going to be needing that late game builds and farms, and this is gonna be not an early start, but still LAFU KABI, they are put in the back foot so much still, because look at that, the Elise diving in again.
Yep, the Bloodlust is on, and look at that, Noor going in, but Dusty Mizo escapes with his skill. That's only connecting on Family Problem. He will be keeping with the flicker, and the heal is there just to help them get a little movement boost, Debbie. It was kind of a great advancement, but another advancement coming in. Win on the glorious pathway, and one more kill in his hands, but Family Problem gets taken down in the hands of Alpha right there. LAFU KABI, they at least managed to get one trade in the kill.
This is a roam for a mid lane, and LAFU KABI is definitely going to be into the back foot, but still, it is their jungler who secured that kill, so definitely it's kind of like casualty where we cannot say who's going to be on top, but still, the turtle pit is definitely going to be focused by LAFU KABI here. The position coming out from Noor, he's in a good, perfect position to give out the reason for where Dusty Mizo is going to be, and look at that, there might be something here, Jewel.
Yep, Valentina does secure the glorious pathway in his hands. Matilda going in for the back line. Double glorious pathway gets used. A Faith and going out with his feathered airstrike. BD gets taken out. SOD missing. And the turtle in the hands of Dusty Mizo. Yet again, the chase is still there. Siori gets taken down. Win gets his kill, but look at that. The chase is still there. Dusty Mizo goes in. Bloodlust is definitely on. Suta might get taken out in the hands of Faden.
my
Yes,
God.
he does. Now Noor is definitely getting chased, but his HP is dangerously low, Debbie.
Johan showing LAFU KABI who's the boss. They are definitely trying to show dominance here with their pick, with their style as well. And yes, we have to look at the builds because so far Noor opt to go out for the tough boots. Because understandable, early game you do not want to deal with a Farsa, and on top of that, an Ellie is into the jungle, so he is gonna be rushing onto that Plaza of Oasis, and we definitely gonna be needing that because the damage coming out from the side of Dusty Mizo as well as Faden has been too much for them to handle. The seal is definitely gonna be the deal breaker here, but for an interesting build pass coming out from Prime, he did opt to go for the Malefic Roar before the Sky Piercer. So he's just needing more damage before he gets the kill. So this is definitely a good passing, but look at that.
Yep, Matilda is locked onto Prime, but he will be escaping, although Win did pop out his glorious pathway to scare them off, hopefully. But another SOD missing, and that is one kind of an expensive. But yes, the advances from Zohunt, they were denied because, LAFU KABI, they were definitely going back. But Dusty Mizo goes in with the bloodlust, and of course, the feather airstrike coming from behind. Farsa, they get one turret in their hands by taking Noor out as well. Although Kaizen, he is trying his best to get that trade. Goes for the gold EXP crap, but again, Win charging in. There is no minion for him to go in and stun. But yes, Kaizen, he gets to live another day. Onto the top lane though, the turtle is might be in the hands of LAFU. Yep, it does.
Yeah, that's a great casualty and a trade right there. But still, looking at the experience levels of both of these goal laners so far, it's Prime actually so ahead in comparison to Kaizen onto that Moscow, and this is something you do not want to see. A snowbally grandeur with all the farm in this world that he needed and the spacing that he required, it's not gonna be that much, that easy to handle. So look at that, the stacks on the Capriccio, almost 400 in before 8 minutes of this game. This is gonna be hurting a lot, and right now he already secured the Sky Piercer with 2 expensive damage kits onto his equipment as well. So this is gonna be something, a force to reckon with, and what will LAFU KABI try to do in order to handle that. But right now we can see a creep being denied. The team is gonna be with the blue up. Oh, look at that, Joe.
Oh, charge is there. They were trying to force out a team fight. Look at that backline. Bloodlust pops in. Matilda does save Sion with that guiding wind. And LAFU KABI, they were really, really low on that HP. Really missed by a chance by Zohunt. But yes, they do manage to escape the onslaught. That is one thing, having a high loss in your hands. You get the advancement. Even if your enemy is not ready, you can just force out a team fight.
One problem about LAFU KABI's draft is that they do not have a main setter. The Spirit of Alpha is something that they cannot focus on, but look at that, the Feather Airstrike, just to zone out, a good movement, great movement coming out from Faden. He just wanted this turret, and he is not scared to waste out this, not a waste indeed, but still to use out this Feather Airstrike for this tower. So a very big, brainy macro plays coming out from Zohunt, but still, the farm, the farm is still behind for Kaizen here. Even though he's been power farming into the lanes, into the site, it's still he's still in a position where he's scared to go in, he's scared to go out, because at this point there's nothing he could do. Just try to go into the split push potential, just make up for the lowest goals that he have, but still it's gonna be hard. He don't know where Johan's members are, and the risk of Faden flying in and out with that rings by rings, it's always going to be putting a threat on him as well. And right now, as we can see, Matilda, Noor are already securing onto that Blast of Oasis. But, the thing is, I'm scared that it might be too late at this point.
Suta, he got the Rafaela out rather than any win or the Farsa, but the advancement for before the Lord coming in, Biddy gets taken down right in the
Oh,
hands of Prime right there. I mean, he had a lot of stacks and he is really showing off those stacks, the damage coming in, the gold in his hands as well, speaking for themselves. And with the jungler down for the side of LAFU, it is a free lord for the side of Zohunt and a
yeah.
great discipline coming in, right? Going for a team fight right before the objectives and successfully coming out unharmed. It is one of the plus points for Zohan, right? The strong points.
Yeah, this is the macro where the macro comes in, right? Johan, they are just showing to Lafu Kabi that, yeah, you got the micro skills, but sure, we have the macro too into our hands. This is what they are showing. And with the bait coming out from the Lord, I would say it was a good call coming out from Johan. They were baiting, trying to bait out Lafu Kabi to try to contest for this slot because, sure, they are in a position where they are so desperate for even a little bit of minions and farms. And of course, they are going to be trying to contest this Lord, and Johan, they know this very well. But right now, the Lord is marching onto the mid side.
Yep, the double feathered airstrike gets used up. It is quite beautiful to see with that Empress Phoenix skin, orange all the way.
Yeah.
But the Lord is in the mid lane, and one team fight pops out as well. Dusty Mizo goes in for the backline. Bloodlust is there. Nur gets taken out and has a Prime right there. The base, and again, Theory gets taken down. Prime, a double kill for him right there. The Winter Crown pops up yet again, but Biddy gets taken out and has in the hands of family problem right there. And with that, the first lord, right after the first lord, it was a game, and for the side of Team Love Kami, and Zohan takes the first win.
Smooth sailing, goal lead, goal win everywhere in the turret wise, in goal wise, economy wise, everything is putting Johan into the lead, and oh, kudos to win. He did get the MVP, but the early game wasn't the best for him, isn't it? Suri was always annoying him with the yo-yo blitz time and again, but still, he was positioning so well with the way he was dealing with the minions as well, not giving out his turret, not showing himself again, and then this is where the mid, the mid pressure comes in for the side of Johan. They were having the perfect combination with clearance. They have a good clear with the Barca and movement speed that's gonna be always provided by family problem onto the Rafaela. And they decide to rotate onto the XP side because they do know that their XP laner is their weak lane at the moment. They are into the losing lane. A Hylos and a CC is gonna be it's gonna be a result where the Hylos is gonna be behind. It's gonna be tongue down quite a lot, and they do not care about the top lane. They do not care about the goal because they want their goal laner to farm. They just try to ignore him as much as possible and just try to focus onto the XP more. And if you focus onto your XP more, the neutral objective is definitely gonna be going into your hands much more easier. So this is what Johan's rotation style has been popped as, and the macro decision making done by this team has been impeccable too. And Lafu Kabi, they could not have a chance. They do not have a space to breathe. They did lose out onto the mid side, or maybe they could have picked up something into for that early game. The Valentina wasn't that much of a factor this game.
Yep, definitely. Valentina, it is kind of a make or break situation, I would say.
Yeah.
Because like she has the mobility, of course she can copy all your ults and all. But if it's not the right ult, if you stay away from Valentina, then she got nothing. She got all the useless ult that you could copyright. And we saw those on, she got the holy baptism. But yes, there were a lot of glorious pathway or the feathered airstrike moments. But at this point, I feel like she, with her cooldown, it was kind of hard for her to keep on spamming those skills, because aside from Hylos and Farsa having those kills for themselves, it is kind of a down point for Valentina. And she was not dealing the magic damage, the needed magic damage as well, while Matilda was definitely there providing the backline assistance with the guiding wind, and of course taking them away from any dicey situation. It was simply not enough because of all of the charges from win on that high loss, and family problem was they're boosting the movement speed, right? And
Yeah.
he got that focusing mark on himself, so after you share your teammates damage, you get 10% more movement speed this time. So it definitely goes really well with Rafaela and her skill. And Dusty Mizo, he had his backline, he could penetrate completely through the backline, of course with his skill, and his bloodlust was there, and he built the winter crown on as his third item, so he could have just
Yeah.
stayed stationary while sucking up all the blood, all the HP. So it was really great draft coming in. I was a bit skeptical about that Alice, but
I
Dusty Mizo, he
know.
proved me otherwise.
Yeah, this is the guy, with his uniqueness, with his unique picks into the jungle and unique rotation as well. There's no predicting this guy because when you thought that he was gonna contest for the turtle, he's gonna be contesting another thing, maybe steal out the blue. This is pathway, and this is gonna be another. He's kind of a double-edged sword for his team because if he performs good, he's the best. If he performs bad, he's the worst. There's nothing in between. This is the story of Dusty Mizo, but still, he's got a good brain on his head. Yeah, using it to the full potential as well. And what would LAFU KABI do here? That's the question here. Should they ban out the Rafaela or focus the bans on Faden? Because you cannot focus the ban on Faden because this guy is so versatile onto the mid side. He can pick out any heroes he wants, or maybe try to limit out the jungle and completely give everything to Prime. What could they go for here? Because right now Zohunt is gonna be having the first pick and LAFU KABI is gonna be having the second pick. This is their last choice for LAFU KABI. It's a ride or die thing for them.
Definitely a ride or die situation for LAFU. I feel like they are only good around the offline tournaments. It's like if you say it in Hindi, it's naam bare darshan chote time, I would say.
Yeah.
No, it's I'm just saying what I feel like, but yeah, this is the final straw for LAFU KABI because if they lose this match against Zohunt, it will be clean sweep for Zohunt. Plus LAFU KABI, it would be their consecutive loss, right? 3 consecutive loss for them would give them the lastest position right now. And if that happens, then I don't think there is any way for a comeback from LAFU KABI. So overall, the last match it was fine, but not quite there yet for them to go for the ultimate comeback.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy because right now Zohunt, they are doing their homework. They know their opponents so well because look at the bans coming out from them. They are the one actually narrowing down the jungle potential for Biddy here because Biddy was performing so well onto the Julian, and we have seen there's a few weeks, even if they weren't able to take games, they were able to utilize the Julian so well. So I feel like Zohunt, they wanna focus onto the jungle still because they know that their jungler is, can play fighters and Joy and Triodon, but for Biddy, he can play all the assassins that have been available for him. So I feel like they are just gonna be targeting him down, and this is what they are gonna be doing. Actually, I thought that LAFU KABI will be the one actually targeting onto the jungle side, but the sides have changed, and LAFU, they're gonna be sticking to the standard bans, the Hilda coming up, and the Juicin as always. So what is the third heroes that Zohunt's gonna ban? They're gonna be banning. What are the choices?
They could ban out the Matilda for LAFU KABI because this time Zohunt has the first pick, but
yeah,
this time Zohunt denies the Badang. Although he is, he got nerfed, but he still works, and it will be still a menace. But yeah, although I would say Zohunt, they are narrowing the chances of Biddy in his jungle, as you said. It just depends at this point in this type of situation. It depends on who has more of the hero pool, more mastery on the hero pool, and we'll get to see that in this match. And already the Matilda got banned out. The potential of Matilda was too strong, and Zohunt goes for the Florida again. So are they planning to go for the same draft? Will LAFU KABI take the draft away? That is two questions that can be raised.
They have to read these out, man. For LAFU KABI, yeah, just pick out the Hayabusa, please. Just pick out the Hayabusa. Let's try to counter the Tarsa. Okay, Gatot also still works, but if they can just try to pick out their jungle here, it could have been fine because they don't want it to be narrowed down quite a lot. But still, what are the options? Will they go for the Herald? Because if they don't, Prime might get it into his hands instead. Okay, there we go. The Herald, a safer choice. But now, what would Zohunt pick away? They have so many choices too in their hands. Even Prime can go for the, there's a Moskov deal. But okay, they opted to go for the Hylos. Even though on paper Hylos can be countered by CC, we can see how how lack of a problem the CC was into the first game. So maybe they're still, not sure. But now, okay, the Raphael are being picked again. So this is 3 same heroes for Zohunt. Okay.
Yep. Zohunt is opting, maybe opting for the same draft, while LAFU KABI is trying their best to defend the draft coming in from the side of Zohunt. They got the Gadotkacha for the backline, but Farsa, she does have her wings by wings, and Rafaela is still there for the movement boost, So it would quite help Zohunt, but the Eve, I would say it is quite early because you could have prioritized the Hayabusa because it was the third pick, and after that the second part of the ban phase comes, right? So if you had the priority, like the jungle priority, then you would be preventing those heroes from getting banned out. And at this point, LAFU KABI, I feel like they desperately need someone to dive into the backline and go for the main damage dealers. Farsa, she was zoning out. She was zoning everyone out. The minion Claire from her as well, while she was spamming her feathered airstrike. That is a problem that LAFU KABI they need to deal with.
Yeah, this is. I mean, for LAFU KABI, I thought that Zohunt could get a chance to pick out the Moskov, but still LAFU KABI know that the Prime would want the Moskov, so they are the one actually banning it away. And the Eve pick, like you mentioned, I felt like it's too early because even in this position where they are put in the predicament they are in, the Farsa has a better range than the Eve, and he can be quite a literal counter in range-wise. Because the higher ground is definitely in the hands of Farsa onto Faden here. So maybe this was a tad bit too or much of an overthinking part. But right now, for LAFU KABI, they have to narrow down the amount of goal laners here. So maybe Idistel is the only way. But wait, I have a crazy idea. Maybe they can go for the carry, But still, the ban is up. Okay, the CC being banned away as well as the Lucas too. So maybe they want to give these Hylos a good time into the lane this time around and maybe try to dominate it much more better than they did. But for LAFU KABI, they still are yet to pick out their junglers. Who is the choice? Can they play Hayabusa here?
Well, Hayabusa can be played, but if the remaining 2 picks of Zohunt, at least one of the picks, if they go for tanky, then it might be hard. But still, Hayabusa is really workable, He has the potential to dive onto the back line. So that is one option that they can consider. The time is ticking, and they decide to go pick Khalid instead. Keeping the last pick for the jungler. Interesting, building up the suspense in.
Yeah, definitely building up the suspense. Oh my god, never in my mind would I have thought that the Khalid will come into play this meta, because it was so good back then, but still it can be playable, but not that to the extent that it's so good here. But okay, 2 dives coming out from the side of LAFU KABI, but not an assassin diver, a tanky diver. So right now, I feel like Faden has to play it safe. He cannot play it like he did into the previous game, but still, the priority is definitely gonna be into the hands of Zohunt right now, just because of the healing capability coming out from the Rafaela. So okay, You know what? I think Dusty Mizo, he was just he just wanted to play this hero just because of the looks. No, that's a joke. But still, okay. Just one change up. Just one change up. The Bruno has been appearing so far. So this is kind of like a 50-50 matchup because we all know that Harriet is a dominator into the lane, but still Bruno can stand his ground with the balls. You know.
You know, Zohunt, they are going for the same draft, and we do not see an assassin. We see a fighter, 3 chunky fighters in the side of LAFU KABI, while Alice is just looking there to dive onto your back line, and it's a fighter. It will be quite a little hard to burst down, but still it's workable. Her bloodlust doesn't end. She is thirsty for blood, lusting for blood, but. Yes, as far as I know, Khalid, he can definitely dive into the back line, but he kind of needs to perfect his flicker skill as well with the Raising Sandstorm. I feel like that is something that could work because Farsa, her range is big, and for Khalid, he needs to land his Raising Sandstorm on point so that he can stun. So, overall, I would say the draft is a make or break situation for the side of LAFU KABI.
Yeah, you know what? Who's bloodthirsty? We were talking about the bloodthirst coming out from Dusty Mizo, but we cannot forget LAFU KABI. They have one choice. They have one chance. This is their only way. They need to make a clean sweep onto Zohunt, or else they will be so behind into the bottom, into the most bottom, more bottom than bottom. So yeah, into the mid side, the clearance is definitely better for Faden and the family problem clearing up together, and even to the extent that Noor has been taken down very low so early on, so he has to recall earlier. So the little Wanderer is definitely going to be going into the hands of Zohunt, but still, so much pressure.
LAFU KABI, I feel like they are taking a risk by going with that lineup. And Biddy, he needs to get his early game snowball because he's on a Martis. And if that doesn't help, that it will be kind of a deal breaker. But yeah, LAFU, they are looking to dominate. They are looking to be the top and dominate against Zohunt, make Zohunt the bot while they kind of go for the top position. But the question is, will they be able to? Because this is a match point for them. If Zohunt gets the victory, then LAFU would be really at the rock bottom, I would say. So they need to play it safe, play it out, play mind games here and there as well, because they have the potential. They are just not showing it.
Yeah, the turtle is definitely going to be up into 3 seconds right about now, and both of the teams are just trying to be looking for it as well. And I feel like it's definitely more important for Biddy here more than Dusty's, because he's gonna be needing more of the blue buff rather than the turtle. So maybe if they have the better setup here, they will be able to contest it. But still, it's not that much of an important for Zohunt. But if they are able to take it down here, the lead is gonna be so high, and the economy wise, LAFU might not be able to come back, but look at the dive it started.
Faden was prioritized by Khalid right there, but onto the backline, Suda takes the turtle in his hands with the RWM. BD gets the first, but Faden gets taken down this time. AOG connecting perfectly. 3 people get caught up, double kill in the hands of BD right there. Now this is them slapping back Zohunt, getting their revenge on the first match, trying to go for that snowball, and so far they are getting quite successful because with Gatot Kacha, they have quite the setup.
Yeah, it's what, Suta, guy, amazing, without retribution, securing that turtle. It's giving me the chills, but he's taken quite low. But still, the turtle seal is definitely going to be the problem here for around 1 minute for the side of Zohunt. But I would like to mention that Prime against Kaizen onto the goal lane side. Prime is definitely not onto the lead. Kaizen is definitely having the better chances, and he's gonna be trying to utilize the amount of aggression that he have, because right now he doesn't know where he's gonna be. But look at that, the bot side might be in trouble, but still, nothing much going on. But Suri has been so good on the rotation so far, don't you think? Because Hylas is not that good in clearing, but the Khalid always diving around, with riding his sand all over the place.
Yep, riding on his sand, going around. He's got great mobility skills, and that is one plus point of a Khalid roam. And the Bruno going against Harriet, I feel like he doesn't have enough balls to go for aggression. If he just needs to wait for his teammates to show up, because a Harriet against a Bruno, it will be quite hard for him to deal with, given that his magic burst is quite high. But mid lane, look at that Fader looking for trouble. He will be getting away. Win doing the favor at getting Faden, go away. That was a failed team initiation, I would say, but Dusty Mizo goes in. The bloodlust is there. Win just depleting all the HP. Siori gets taken down, and family problem. He is escaping, but no. BD goes in, killing spree in his hands. Dusty Mizo onto the backline, double kill for him right there. Nuri is quite low as well, but he won't be getting away. Dusty Mizo, BD, look at that mega kill in his hands with his decimation. Prime does get a shutdown in his hands. So 3-4-2 trade coming in for the side of Zohunt. And look at that Kaizen, the map forced to go for his flicker, but Prime gets taken down in the hands of Siori right there. Overextension, I would say, Debbie. And score in the favor of LAFU KABI this time, although the turtle is still not getting contested.
Yeah, this is gonna be so great of it. What a pendulum of a game. The goal lead up and there, but look at the dive coming in. Faden might be in trouble, but there's the backup.
Oh, the passive hits on point, and the backup coming is there. I mean, this time they are playing really actively on the map, giving the kills on BD as well, giving the snowball on him. Kaizen as well. He is farming up, and this time pressure is going in the hands of Team Zohan. They are getting the pressures.
Yeah, the different story, as it wasn't the same story as it was in the previous game, because right now, with the early game hero onto BD, like the Marthys with 4 kills already, this is gonna be giving them the lead, but the contest is still there. Look at that.
Wow, all of the elves getting casted at once. BD, he is quite low, but Suda gets taken down in the hands of Farsa right there. Noor onto the jumping block next, still going for it. Double kill in his hands. Instead of retreating, he decided to engage, and that was his downfall. He gets taken down. Dusty Mizo onto BD, trying to shut him down. It is the Prime who gets the kill onto himself. Prime definitely finally getting the balls to shut down Martis right there with the help of his teammates. But Siori again, he will be forced to get back, and the mid lane turret is getting really, really low. It will be popped out, I guess. But look at the feathered airstrike coming in. Suta flickers out on point. The Chrono Dash, and of course, the Zaman Force from Harriet. But Kaizen will be getting taken down. Dusty Mizo, Suta gets taken down again. Siori, look at that. He is quite low, but his passive won't be saving him. Family problem, double kill in his hands. Is Prime still going for that BD? He is forced to get rid. Look at the balls are hitting really, really hard. I mean, the damage is definitely coming for Prime right there.
This team is fearless. Johan, do they not run out of their skill, their ultimate, because they keep going in time and again? And right now we can see that the build is coming out from Faden right here. He already got the glowing one, so the less heal will be potentially coming out from the side of LAFU KABI. But still, a legend gem onto the hands of Hylos Win. He's gonna be having the heal with the XP base, the mana base as well. And I want to mention that even though the turret has been taken down, there's only 2 builds coming out from Prime. This guy is so, omnipresent all the time. Even if he is the goal laner, he doesn't stick to farming. He sticks to the team, trying to give out the volley shots, and we can see it right there into the fights here and there. Even though he is always mostly available, he is still ahead in comparison to Kaizen onto that Harriet. The Harriet is definitely going to be needing those damage And right now, it's not out there. He's gonna be needing that holy crystal, and if he does not have that, LAFU, they should stay away from team fights. It's not gonna be a good case scenario for them because right now the neutral objective, the Lord, has been spawned, and they are looking for something here.
Yep. Lafukawi, they have this setup, but they are not committing to it because I feel like they're quite low on that farm. But look at that! The alternative, all of these kills getting casted yet again. The big ones actually, mega kill. But the Lord goes in, has a biddy right there. That was too much for me to digest, Debbie. I mean, 2 for 3 trade in the hands, Lord in the hands of Lafukawi right now.
Wow.
Still, I mean, Prime is there to defend that Lord. They have the main damage
Yeah.
dealers to defend that Lord, and it costed a little too much expensive for Lafukabi. I mean, they lost 3 of their main members.
Yeah, this is it's crazy. It's crazy how chaotic, how unique Zohunt is, right? Because they were quite disciplined into the early stages of this game. They weren't showing their true colors, but right now this is the true color that they are. Try to throw a little bit, so the uniqueness, give away a little bit of something of a goal and get the drama rolling on for them. But oh, look at the top side. There is a 1v1.
1v1, a Rafaela against a Khalid going in 1v1. One is gonna keep healing, like I'm gonna heal, man. As long as
Yep.
you do all the attacks, I'm gonna heal myself. What is there? I've got nothing to lose, you know. But
That was crazy.
it was quite funny to see that 1 versus 1. But for
Yeah.
Lafukawi, they are falling behind, and as you said, the chaotic side of Zohunt is definitely showing their true colors. And Prime, the amount of damage he is dealing, he got all the crit items, and those balls really hurt right now. Even if
Yeah.
it's one of the really tanky heroes, they're really hurting. And there might be one more team fight breaking out. Suta, look at that. The force to use out his flicker. AOG connecting, but there is no backup. There is no follow up. But family problem flickers are right on point. Raging Storm at the right at behind, and Win gets taken down. Prime gets his killing spree onto Khalid, but Martis Biddy, looking at that going in, chasing, but he will be getting taken out in the hands of Family Problem. That too, Kaizen forced to get back with his MAAF force and his chrono dash, but will kill in the hands of Dusty Mizo. Zohunt, they are not backing down. It is all or nothing because it's a complete team wipeout, and Zohunt really just pulled a peak on LAFU, and it is a clean sweep, Debbie. 2-0 score.
The Giants of Mizoram's coming out on top, stomping on to the teams of Manipur here. LAFU, they are gonna be into the position where the bottom is gonna be permanently theirs, but Johan, they do not want to stay average. They want to climb up the ladder so hard to the point that they do not want to even throw out the game. And look at that, the MVP is none other than Dusty Mizo. We were mentioning him. If he performs, he's gonna be the best. So this is what he's at. This is the best performance that he have given so far in this tournament. And a hero like an Alice. It was such a gimmick pick, right? A very different pick. Always, he comes out with those fighter heroes, and if he have the mood for assassins, he's gonna go for the joy. But no one, absolutely no one was ready for this Alice to be popping in here and there, and twice in a row, this guy with the healer on his side, Family Problem onto the Rafaela. So, 2 picks, that's very unorthodox, but still works. And Johan, they are creating a new meta. Absolutely, the Rafaela meta, this is gonna be no doubt changing the views of what Indian players are gonna be seeing here. And right now we can see 31% damage on the Steam Zero. What?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Someone get. Is Dusty Mizo holding a broom because he's sweeping his enemies out? A clean. Oh my god, a clean sweep. Not only Dusty Mizo, but the whole of Zohan. They are holding a big broom, sweeping out, climbing the ladders. climbing the ladders and just annihilating everyone that is coming onto their side. They do not want to be in the mid. They want to climb at the top, and they are doing
Oh,
what they are doing right now. And Zohan will be one of the toughest contenders at this point, in my opinion, because they are bringing the A game.
yeah, you know what? The weirdest team ever. I have considered them the weirdest and the most unique team because they are the only team that I know who's not sticking to theory. They don't stick to theory. They stick to instincts. And meanwhile for other teams, maybe they are good, maybe they are bad, but they do stick to the metas and the draft are always almost on point. But still Johan will be coming in and wrecking, creating havoc into the Indian metas that we have seen so far. And even now, they are bringing in new heroes. And right now, as we can see onto this table, this is gonna be updated soon, but Datsun Sons is the giant that Johan has to climb in order to go onto that top 5 level. And it's a hard game, but still they did manage to beat out LAFU KABI and LAFU. Unfortunately for them, they are going to be staying into the bottomless pit and falling down if they do not get anything. And I can see your team here, Dio. Eliminators still into the 7th place. Okay, Johan, you know what? They can have a stepping stone here. Then LAFU KABI is the first step they took. They are going to be climbing more if they stick to this game plan and be that unique, be that strange, weird composition of a team that they are.
Yep. Definitely, just they need to be really, really active, really present in the game so that they can climb to the top. But yes, that was the game, a complete sweep, full sweep coming in from Zohunt against LAFU KABI. And that was the third match of the game, Debbie. And we still have one more game left, and that is something everyone is waiting on, because those two are teams that everyone is hyped up on. One is growing with popularity, one is growing with respect. So both the teams clashing out, it would be really, really interesting and fun filled match. And of course, the question remains the same. Will it be a clean sweep, or will there be 3 matches that will be presented to us? So, but yes, I won't be disclosing those names right now. Just keep the suspense. But for now, for now, we need a little, hydration break, short break. But yes, we will be back right with you. And this is your caster, Zivo and Debbie, signing off.
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very, very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP, because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them, and yeah, see you in the tournament, and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the Northeast Underdog Tournament where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Okay, Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's almost it's almost the peak of night, and we bring you one of I would say the highlighted match of this tournament right now. One of the most interesting matches that will be happening, one of the most awaited matches. But before I introduce, this is your caster Zero, and alongside with me, Debbie, welcoming you to the Northeast Underdog Tournament yet again. So, Debbie, would you do the honors of presenting the teams?
Oh, the biggest teams that we're going to be seeing a very hype match indeed. And you know what? Friends to rivals, and enemies to friends, they're kind of rivals. Like, this is going to be a very exciting match to say the least, because the teams' names are going to be Death and Sons. Yes, you heard it right. It's Death and Sons versus none other than the rising dragons, the rising giants of the Indian tournaments. It's gonna be Tartarus onto the other side. So what say? There's nothing we can say, because only time will tell what these teams are gonna be bringing, because both teams have been so amazing on their performance wherever they go. Death and Sons being, that's always the team that's have always been on top, but never the top. You know what I mean? Never the top. Always on top, but never the top. But still, for Tartarus, always has been the tournament's favorite, fans' favorite all the time. And still, they bring out something very different, and they are always going to be staying very, very highly. And always people are going to be looking for what to. And you cannot forget, they're junglers, same place, jungles. They're going to be brawling it out. It's kind of their hero pool. Their versatility is also kind of a bit closer than we can think of, because they're so amazing on the assassins, and on top of that he can play the jungle that are a little bit tankier, like the Fredrin also. But still, for Insane, he's so goated onto those assassins, but not so much onto those tanky junglers. But you know what, he can redeem himself, because you don't need a big hero pool. You need to perform well on the heroes that you are already familiar with. So this is truly gonna be a cinematic match.
I am excited. Insane going against going against Joseph. It will be one of the most legendary showdowns, Debbie. And I'm just really, really impatient. I want the match to start as soon as possible, but that is not happening for some reason. I don't know, but yeah. Kyle, we have to talk about Kyle, the gold standard of India right now. Everyone looking up to him. Everyone, every single person. And, I've seen the supporters of Kyle grow a really, really lot. And
you know what I look forward to, Jewel? You know what I look forward to when you mentioned Kyle?
What?
You wanna know? I'm reminded of Skyzen, Picture Plummet Skyzen. Both young, what if they go against each other? That's gonna be very epic.
Goodness.
Right?
Yes, very, very true, very true. Well said, Debbie, well said. Because, at some point in this tournament, there is gonna be a Peak versus a Tartarus. So Kyle going against Kaizen, they have, they're almost the same age, and their skills speak for themselves. Age, they're very young, but their skills are really, really high level. So it will be, one of the most legendary matches of this tournament as well.
Yeah, but we cannot forget that this is also gonna be a matchup for Joseph and Insane too. So yeah, another epic showdown for both of these jungles who are so amazing onto the assassin as well. And micro-wise, you speak. Macro-wise, you speak. These two are gonna be onto the top notch. So it's gonna be dependent on how the draft is gonna be going, right? Because draft, 50% of the time, if you draft it wrong, your composition is gonna be, down the drain. But still, these are two big teams, very big teams, and all their brilliantness will be coming out onto this draft. So I cannot wait for the draft. Yeah, we have to draft right now, because Tartarus, they have the blue side, and for DNS, Death and Sons are gonna be onto the red side. So will the Fanny Ben come through?
I won't be surprised if it's a Fanny ban first, but it is a Phobia's first ban coming in from Tartarus. So, what can we say? The OG bans, the Egyptian gets banned out. Yep. Well, I got nothing to say on that Phobia's ban, you know.
Phobias, okay, they are targeting Cory, maybe, or maybe they want Harriet for their side, or the Joy too. But still, we cannot, just judge just one ban. But you know what? I feel like both of these teams, can open up all those assassins. Trade it out, just trade it out. Ban out the heroes that the other players are good at, and just trade out the assassins. Go 1v1, fight man to man, face to face. We don't care. We just want those. But yeah, I feel like Tartarus here, Chip is gonna be banned away. So another focus ban for Doom here. Very very good ban.
Tartarus, they want to go all out, but at the same time not give the Dads and Sons the potential to fight them out. But yeah, I would say just ban out all the useless heroes, get all your signature picks, battle the whole thing out. Battle the whole thing out. Just the signature pick, battle of the signature pick would be so great here. But they don't want that. They don't want us to hype up on that thing. They're just playing with us. They're
just playing with us, teasing, But you know what I think? Dads and Sons, they wanna take out this Hilda because 27, this guy onto the Hilda will be, walking in the path that you do not think of. He will walk through your jungle. He will go into the backline and he will go towards your goal lane side onto the back side, and Gami will not see it coming. So I feel like this is gonna be a very good ban. But still, okay, there's the jungle ban coming through for the side of Tartarus. They do not want the Theo to be taken away, and the Louis gonna be taken away by the side of Dads and Sons. So no macro advantage whatsoever for both of the teams.
The Moskov and Fanny pick from Dads and Sons.
Fanny against a Badang. Do you want the Fanny against a Badang? No. But this is insane. This is insane, right?
Yep. That is insane for you.
He's gonna pull up. He's gonna lock in. But still, yeah. I thought that Gami could have gone for this grandeur pick here, the SMZ that he is. But still, Moskov has been more prioritized. Maybe a deny pick for Kyle as well, and it's one of his comfort too. So possibly that two options. And if you already have two options, yeah, the hero of your choice is gonna be it. But Kyle right now is gonna be getting the grandeur. So a good trade nonetheless.
Yep, definitely. They're just exchanging their heroes. You're gonna take my Moskov, I'll take your Granger. Let's fight it out. Let's battle it out. Let's see who knows the hero more, who can go against the hero more, who has more mastery over the hero. Let's battle it out. Let's battle it out. That is what they are thinking. And oh my god, I'm still awestruck at the Fanny pick against a Badang. I mean, Cap. I've got no words. I'm currently speechless right now. It's just it's getting more and more exciting. All of the picks. Oh my god.
Okay, still, the Hylo is popping up, so very flexible, very versatile too. Cory can play, Doom can play as well, and we have seen how much of a patient man Doom was onto that hero of a Hylo still. He was setting all up, making pathway time and again, setting up for the zoning potential as well. So I really like it here, but still they have to ban out the CC. Okay, they decide to ban out the Lucas instead, so maybe they are keeping the CC to or bait. Oh wait, no, they don't need to ban out the CC here. Wait, okay, they already got for Tartarus. They already got their roamer as well as their XP, so this is a great choice, a safe choice as well. And for the Lucas, meanwhile, he can go into the jungle, so yeah, a very good decision coming out from DNS.
Now, I won't. Okay, let me say something delusional. I won't be
Yeah.
surprised. I won't be surprised if Joseph picks up on that CC, goes for a CC jungle.
No, man, if he does that,
I'm just saying.
that's gonna be crazy.
Oh yeah.
Very unorthodox. Still, yeah, the glue band coming out. So, what are the choices? So they have, narrowing down the amount of XP laners, and okay, a very good band coming out from Dax and Sons. We were talking about how much of a great assassin player is Joseph, and on top of that, he can play the Alpha and the Fredrin so very well. And if you want to counter your Fanny into the jungle, why not go for the Fredrin? So I feel like this is a great and a wise and brilliant decision coming out from Dax and Sons, taking away the Fredrin so as to have this give Insane a better charge into the early stages of this game. But now, what will Tartarus ban here? Another XP laner? I won't be surprised, but still, a mid ban can come true here.
They decide to mark Eve, ban out that Eve instead, and deny all the zone out potential from that the Eve provides. It will be quite, I would say, banning Give out, it's quite justified because Halos is there for the charge. Fanny will be going with steel cables, not tables, yes, steel cables, and Give will be zoning you out. So that was quite a reasonable ban coming in from the side of Tartarus. And at this point, I'm thinking, what major is it going for? I was gonna say that first, but the bird lady just comes out before I even introduce her. Talk about being impatient,
I like the first pick here, but still, you know what? I feel like they are setting for Tartarus. They are setting up for an Alpha, and I won't be surprised if they still go for the Alpha. Yeah, but the choices are big. Even 27 cannot. Not 27. Eden. Okay, there we go. A literal counter and a soft counter, I would say, for the Versa's ultimate. Nonetheless, Eden is gonna be picking out onto that the Selena. So definitely the Guthot is gonna be going into the roam position for a better clearance to help him into the mid in the early game. Okay, the Joy. Alright, the Joy. It's safe to say the Joy is gonna be having the time of his life if Farsa does not have the flicker or the wings by wings still. But right now for Deaths and Sons, what will be their closing pick? A sustain hero or a CC? I don't know. I don't want a CC here, but still, there's so limited choices. Okay. Tigreal on Array.
Oh, Array. Oh my god. This is definitely an Array moment. But, oh my god, Joseph, his hands on Joy again. Joseph is coming. Definitely, Joseph is coming. The thing about Joseph is, he's really aggressive with that Joy, and they even saved him for the last pick. And oh my god, I'm getting flabbergasted too much at this point.
This is crazy though. But you know what? I felt even if Joy tries to go in, he has to think it through, because you cannot really exactly dive in Moscow, because the Spirit of Misery is always going to be available, always safe for them. And the Tigreal with the threat of an implosion or the Fury Hammer still, and the low and order stun coming out from the Hylos as well. So maybe he has to be careful, but we never know, because the recur rotation coming out from Tartarus has always been, he's always been the outclasser for any kind of team. So what will be the execution goals? Who will be taking this first game? Only time can tell.
Yep. As we know, both the assassins, I would say Fanny is a little more, she has a little bit of an upper hand because of her cables. She can dash quite well. As for Joy, she needs a level 4, to start dealing those damage with the electrifying beats. But I feel like it is quite usable for both of them as they are junglers. They are gonna be farming to level 4 anyway. It won't be. It will be a like matter of seconds when they go get their level 4. Like look at that Joseph. He's not even level 4, but he's going. The revitalize does get used baited out from Corey Cutie right there. I would say resources wasted, but yeah, overall pressure is on to top lane as well. Kyle is getting marked by 2 people, but First Blood in our hands, and Insane takes his kills on to Eden right there on the Selena.
Yeah, I do not like playing as Selena when there's a very high mobile assassin onto the other side, and definitely Fanny is going to be a highest of the assassin as well. And right now the turtle is going to be up in 10 seconds. 27 might be in trouble, but he has to back away because he does not have any kind of backups in his plant. But right now they are not looking for a setup on this turtle still, because I feel like they are looking for a level 4 both mid laners like the Roam, Array, and Pine rotating down into the mid lane. Still not level 4 yet, but he's gonna be soon. Yeah, the turtle is gonna be set up, but Kimi in a good position here, trying to look for flanks and giving vision for his team.
Yep, he already got his level 4, and the Abyssal Harrow does hit, but no, going for any team fight. But I might be wrong because 27 is going in. Pookie Pine gets taken down. Corey Cutie might be on the chopping block nest. Revitalize gets used up. Look at all of these skills getting used up just to take him down. He's not even able to get away with his glorious path there because the wall was blocking him. So 2-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1 score coming in. Tartarus winning out, but the turtle implodes. The backline Array takes that turtle with the implosion, stunning everyone out. I mean, how often do you see a tank getting the neutral objectives, Debbie?
Yeah, it was actually very rare, but still, the decision to go dive in, it was not called out by Tartarus, but still, the flicker is being baited, but look at that!
Insane! Oh my goodness, the slither of HP. Kyle was alone getting bombarded with all of the skills, even Farsa, but he managed to live, and he was able to even get Insane, get that low HP. So Kyle, the ultimate gold standard Kyle.
It was actually crazy, right? Because just because of the micro skill, he was able to survive with the skill cables fastly indeed. But still, the lead is definitely not. There's no lead. It's a very equalized. Both of these teams, economy wise, they are still there, but they've wasted. Look at that implosion!
Explosion coming in from Array right there, but Kata landing out his AOG perfectly. Chase is there, glorious pathway. Eden gets stuck up, but his flicker will be doing that to getting him out, but no! Insane gets taken down. 27 takes the kill. Now this is the perfect counter of a Fanny getting the stun, and of course the wall just breaking him off. But mid lane, Array, look at that. He does get away because he is quite chonky, and at this point DNS is looking quite bad.
Yeah, actually, it was a premature ultimate coming out from Farsa from Pookie Pine there. He should have waited for the implosion, but maybe a misclick nonetheless. But still, the top side is definitely covered, and Kimi taking the kill on the Pookie Pine. Gummy might be in trouble.
Oh, X-Master Spot gets taken down in the hands of Selena right there. Insane, he gets away, but implosion, 3-man implosion coming. Array, look at that! AOG stunning away. Kyle gets taken down. Array doing his job. I mean, is he a tank or is he an assassin? Because he took the turtle. He is taking the kills, Array.
Yeah, definitely.
Goodness. Oh my goodness, I would say.
These two teams are not the most basic teams, don't you think? Because look at them, always brawling it out, going for a fight here and there. And I understand they have 2 assassins onto their side, so maybe possibly this is what they want to do, stay in fights as much as possible. But still, too much of a fight, too much of a gamble, and the neutral objective is secured by the side of Tartarus. Stun on Pookie Pine.
Pine, you just escaped with that slither of HP, but look at that, he takes Eden away, but he gets the kill. You know, the flicker really did him the trick of getting away, and that's one main problem of having a Selena. You can't really change away, but look at that. Array, he was about to land an implosion, but he got taken down before Kimmy might be on the chopping block next, but he gets away. Corey Cutie landing out his glorious pathway, although it went to a waste. X marks the spot, just pushing casually while everyone is just engaged in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is how you're supposed to be playing your weak lane marksman into the early game, and still this is what they're gonna be doing. But still, Kyle just trying to dive in, but okay, not much of a casualty. This is a mobility Fanny, high mobile Fanny with a steel cable, so that's gonna be clearing it away. But you know, this mid game is where the fun is gonna be stopped, and there's not, you know, they're gonna be looking for a fight, but still they're gonna be careful. For DNS, they have a late game potential from the X marks the spot. Definitely onto that. But look at the stun. Nothing going on, but still, I feel like, you know, Eden has been so much of a pressure, but look at the X marks the spot.
X marks the spot. Mark, he got marked. Joseph getting his kills onto hands. But look at that. Kimmy is going for Cap right in his own buff, delaying, and Selena just missed her abyssal arrow, but it won't stop her because Array, look at that, trying to go for an engage, but he is getting gaped, and EOG connecting perfectly. Kyle's take kill, double kill in his hands. Sky Piercer is also tagged, and you know, Debbie, I would like to say one thing. Cap is getting clapped here.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be. So, yeah, the Badang has always been available. 27, you know, with the rotation stars that he have, was always gonna be available, perfectly on point. But yeah, look at the build so far. Look at the stun.
Another stun coming in from Badang, but he was not, you know, he did not have that much damage. He had, but not enough to go for X marks the spot, you know. And yes, the turtle, while getting zoned out, they get the turtle. Look at that! What 4 people implosion coming in from Array right there. 27 gets taken down, although Kyle takes his kill onto high loss. I mean, you've got to commend Doom on that Tigreal, but look at that! Kimmy once again going for the backline. AOG connected perfectly. Joseph going there to deal the final blow. X master spot gets taken down. Kimmy, Pine will be getting his kill onto him. Kyle though, oh my goodness, he is in between the turrets, but he is not stopping, although the Death Sonata does miss, and Pokemon survives that onslaught.
What a pure calculative move coming out from Tartarus, because they are diving in, but look at the stun!
Oh my goodness, they are not stopping. Look at that. Insane was denied his buff, his blue buff, and Fanny without a blue buff, it's gonna be bad news. But look at that. Corey quite low. 27 takes the kill. Will he be escaping because X marks the spot? It's onto him. He gets taken down, marking the spot for himself right there. Overall 13-6 scores right now in the hands of Tartarus, and it's just a what do you say, pressure rising for the side of Team DNS.
You know, the only thing that I can think about is the mentality of the side of DNS, because their mental is not gonna be that good, but still, you know, the way they were playing this team fight, it's not the, you know, the usual kind of gameplay, but still Insane diving in, just trying to get a kill, but Kyle is too tanky and the positioning is so good for this guy. But look at the stun.
Oh, Moscow just hit his SOD onto Kyle. He was not able to, you know, put that to his advantage. But yeah, Fanny, Insane, he does not have his blue buff, so he can just go around, not take any team fights. But AOG, look at that X-Master Spot getting away with that slither of HP. Corey Cutie, he just took all the all the damage for himself, while Joseph is just there chilling out, going for that Lord, while the others are just, you know, at the bottom lane going for a fight. But look at that, he just solo killed the Lord, man.
Yeah, these guys, you know, the passing that he takes are very, very different than to every kind of heroes that we know, every kind of players that we know, and he's still committed onto this note. Oh, look at the skills!
Insane. Gets taken down. Double kill for Joseph right there. He does get stunned, but he will be getting away with all of his dashes. That is Joseph for you, just diving in, bursting you down, and going away like he is the ultimate. You know, he's in God mode. I would say every time he's on that joy. Every time
Yeah,
he's
the
on that
joy.
joy, God mode.
Yeah.
And Kyle is also going for the God mode as well. 515 KDA right now, and the amount of damage that he's dealing with the Lord, it
Oh,
they're just
27.
gonna not stopping at all. But is there a team fight? Look at Joseph going on right onto the backline. Pookie Pine, he is quite low. He won't be able to take him down, though it was right in the base. But I would say Joseph, oh my goodness, brother, you were going right in between those individual turrets, and you just got out without any harm.
Yeah, that's a joy for you. And Joey set, you said? Yeah, was it? Yeah, that's Joey set for you. And yeah, looking at the build so far, very, very expensive builds coming out from Kyle. And I would say it's understandable still because he have all the gold he needed in this role. And in comparison to X Mark the Spot 2, who have only 7k gold accumulated for him, Kyle is sitting in the perfect position where he can take out those Blood of the Spear as well because he got the Sky Piercer now with the anti-heal, Sea Halberd too, and another movement boost companion on his side, the Hunter Strike as well. So this is gonna be a massive load of Rhapsodies into your face, and I feel like even Insane in the oh my god, that was a shutdown. What was that?
And engage trying to get used up, but the thing is there is a reverse engage. Two people, 27 gets taken on. Kimmy, wrong choice. He would be getting taken down in the hands of Array right there. Array, the ultimate tanker, I would say. I mean, bro's just casually landing implosions, casually taking turtles, taking kills. Someone stop this guy. He is doing his the greatest job, but overall the level is not there yet. Tartarus, although I would say that was a little bit of an overextension. What don't you think, Debbie?
Yeah, there was a little bit. Just one mistake that Tartarus is gonna be having. You know, they are not that. They are not God. They are still humans. So the mistake is gonna be there. And at DNS, they are surely capitalizing on that perfectly onto the perfect members as well. But still, at this point, Joseph is not the threat now. Kyle is again because it's already 13 minutes on the game, and Kyle has all the farm, all the equipments that he required, and very expensive as well. So, yeah, the second Lord setup is definitely gonna be into the hands of the Tartarus because their position so far calls that they want this Lord, and I feel like BNS they do not want to contest it. But oh,
Corey has different plans though, but Insane was quite delayed. But X marks the spot, trying to go for a reverse engage maybe. I mean a split push maybe, but no, he decides to get away. Pookie Pie, look at that! That's not coming in from Kyle, dealing massive amount of damage. Pookie Pine, he was stuck. He could not get out at all. He gets taken down, and although it is a Farsa, I guess he did not have his passive ready, wings by wings.
Yeah, definitely that has to be the case, and of course, you know, at first, oh, that's a sword kill, insane, taking down Joseph right there. It was a perfect bait, no electrifying beats used up, but the cutthroat did use. But oh, the Lord is on merging onto the mid side though.
Yep, the Lord, they will be successful in defending that Lord unless there is a team fight breaking out, but they can because Joseph, he is down and insane. Look at that, going for a split push himself. That is one more plus point of a Fanny, but you know they got two split pushers, a Moskov and a Fanny. They need to watch it out. You know, Array, is he gonna be going for a dive because Hylos is still there? But yeah, they decide to play it safe for now. But if you look at the positioning, Array maybe might be.
Yeah, you know what? This guy positioning is perfectly on time, and I feel like this is the upside of picking up the Selena. You get the traps, you get to put your traps everywhere and give out the beatings, and yeah, so far insane, not insane, but Array has been doing so good onto that Tigreal. You know, just trying to dive into the backlines and the implosion, like you mentioned already, it was perfectly on point. The only disadvantage was that they do not have the required amount of damage. But oh, another 1v1 situation, but still, Then
Oh.
he have the perfect mobility, the steel cables perfectly on time, but he does get the rose gold meteor popped up for him.
Yep. Well, Cat was not able to land the same situation that he did last time, but it's okay. It's
Mm,
fine. There will be more chances, It's just the
yeah.
first match, and they're going all out. Going all out is 16 minutes
Oh,
into the game,
I.
bro. None of the teams are stopping. But look at that. Kyle pops out Winter Crown on time, preventing that onslaught coming from him. But Insane with his cables, Cap just casually strolling around. The pressure is building for both the teams, and the one which engages first might be the one which gets the whole of the game. And look at that, just casually firing out the abyssal arrows.
When push comes to shove, you have to do what you need to do. But still, Kyle, very level-headed. He knows that Fanny Insane is gonna be diving him, and he knows that he is gonna be the target. And what are the chances, right? What are the chances that he's gonna be having that eyes? But look at that!
Yep, look at that, just going for the backline. Joseph trying to go after Insane, but he will be getting away. Kimmy will be getting caught up in the middle though. Joseph, one more, he gets taken down. Kyle, right in between, godlike in his hands. Will he be able to secure land a kill? But no, Insane goes for Kyle straight. He gets the shutdown. 27 doing his best to survive, but no, Eden is the only one remaining. It might be a full team wipeout, but Eden, he does manage to get away, although Insane is going in for Eden. But look at that, even after Red Tree is used, Eden, he manages to survive all of that onslaught from him.
Oh, this is slick, but still X marks the spot, diving in into the baseline. This is
Oh my
gonna be
goodness!
Okay, DNS, they take this game with just
my
one good
goodness!
2.0. What is this? I'm perplexed. What happened? What happened?
Were you expecting that, Debbie? I was not.
Nope.
I
Nope.
took off. Oh my god! I took off my eyes for a second, and they were
Yeah,
already
I
at the
think.
base. Oh my goodness! Oh my
Oh my
goodness!
god.
What is this? What is going on? What is
What is
happening?
going on? What is DNS made of? That's and Sons. That's and Sons for you guys. And
Oh my
Insane.
goodness!
The fan favorite. He's gonna be getting the MVP on the hero. That's his signature, to say the least. The Fanny soloing Joseph twice, but yeah, the first one was counted. The second one not so much, but still a good implosion set coming out from Are time and time again. Don't give this guy the Tigreal, right? But still, we cannot forget TRT, Tartarus doing the most of the calls, the shots here and there, the early game, the late game, everything was into their hands. The mid game too at the same time. And oh my goodness, what was the fight? There was a Hail Mary kind of fight, and oh my god, they come out on top. I could not believe it. I still can't believe it. I feel like even if they were ending the game, right? The Tartarus had the better goal lead, probably. That might be the case. But still, X marks the spot coming online into the perfect time. Objective guy, very very objective guy.
At this point, I would just like to say one thing. DNS are what? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, sir! What was that, sir? Do you have your driver's license? Because you're driving everyone crazy right now. I mean,
Oh
it's
my god.
the turn of events. Everyone was so sure that Tartarus would get the win, but
Me
no, it
too.
was not. Oh my
That's
goodness.
done.
This
Oh
is
my god.
this is what happens. Okay, this is what happens. This is the game for you, the MLBB game for you. The tides can turn any moment. All it took was one team wipeout, of course, omitting Eden on that Selena. But yeah, it took was one moment for them to turn the tide of the event, and that they took the chance. Oh my goodness. That is all I can say. I'm completely flabbergasted. All of the surprises coming in today. Oh my goodness.
You know what? Pick to plummet, and they were the surprise factor, right? And even into this game, that's the Suns, we didn't know, we did not think, we did not even see a little bit of hope for them. But I feel like, Arya needs to be the one that has to be called out here. The implosion, even if they were behind, he's always getting at least two members for the side of Tartarus, and it's always the important members. And we cannot forget there was a lot of sets KBF from him, and his positioning always one step ahead. And at that point, it came to a point where he was always setting, but the damage was lag coming out from his team as well. So he did not lose his mentality. He knows that his team is gonna be needing the time and the equipment, the farms, the gold, the minions to have this the equipments that needed to deal the damage. And when he knows it was the perfect time, he still did not give up and trying to set time and again. And we can see how much it paid off. So the patience coming out from this guy, I would say top notch too. You do not have that much of a mentality when you are so behind into this team, and we can see their turrets were all standing healthily for Tartarus, right? It was only the bottom lane that has been pushed in, and one white single wiped out coming out from the side that then was sealing the deal. You can you can win the game with just one lane push, and this was what DNS was serving us.
Cap just clapped. Okay, Cap just clapped Joseph, and this time I don't think Tartarus will be getting Tartarus won't be sitting back doing nothing. But yeah, this is just the first match. This is just the first match, guys. I mean, first match. This much hype. 2 more matches, maybe 2 or 1 matches. Now, this might be a game changer. Now, Daz and Sons, they got the lead against Tartarus right now. Now, it just comes down to this match because Tartarus, they won't be letting this slide. They won't be getting Daz and Sons. They won't be giving Daz and Sons easy time. It's gonna be full on God mode for both the teams.
Yeah, we're talking about full on God mode. They're gonna be fully charged. They have to be charged, right? They need their food. They need their break. So why don't we give Daz and Sons and Tartarus a little bit of break? Yeah, let's go.
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the Northeast Underdog Tournament where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Alpha, my dear doomed king.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Just shout the great serpent's name.
Surprise, surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be me and Fredo this time around for the second match between Team Dads and Son and Team Tartarus. And it's a pleasure to be here for this exciting match. I was just called in here by Fredo, who said that there's something really exciting going on. And obviously, how can I miss it? It's Tartarus versus DNS, two teams that have been making names not only in Wadram Games, North East Underdog Tournament, all over India. But anyways, we already had that first match happen. So, Fredo, how are you feeling? Because I'm fully hyped up. You can clearly tell.
Oh my God, bro. I did not even expect DNS to win, because we did see Tartarus defeating ABM 2-0, right? Of course, the Giant Slayers are here and they are here to take away everything. But DNS comes in from nowhere, Cop with the fanny, one of his signature picks that he really likes to show off, flexing in with his cables and taking his team DNS to victory.
Yep. And right now, that's why we're here for. And we're going to be witnessing it immediately. And the draft is going to be beginning soon. But before that, in the previous game, we just saw which do you think was the weakness point for Tartarus, or a mistake or with overconfidence that they could have made that led them to lose that first game? What do you think?
I think in the last part, the thing is they have a Fanny and a Moscow, right? So there is an insane amount of macro on the side of Team DNS. Meanwhile, the side of Team Tartarus, they really depended on the team fights. And that is exactly why the overextension coming in from Kimi paid the price there. As the team fight did not really went into their favor, and they were able to cover the gaps one by one. Moskov in the late game, a lot of attack speed. He can keep dashing as well because of the cooldown reductions. And that is exactly the reason why Tartarus, they kind of messed up there, and DNS were able to take the advantage. But now we are back, and let's see if it's going to be the same way or not, right? I mean, Dads and Sons, they are cooking something. They did defeat Eliminators, and it was the first match of the league, if you remember.
Yeah, it was the first match of the league, and they are kind of slowly becoming the Giant Slayers, but DNS might be the next one on the list. But anyways, we're going to be jumping straight into the draft. As you can clearly see on the screen, it's below me, so I'm going to be looking down. But anyways, the match is already up, and let's just see how the game progresses, because I'm really hyped for it. I'm saving my energy for the game. I know I don't sound hyped just yet because, hey, it's a little bit late, but also I'm saving my energy, okay? I'm preserving it.
Yep, and this game might be one of those games which might take everything out of you, because we definitely know Tartarus are not going to lose this, especially against Dads and Sons. After defeating ABM, if they lose to Dads and Sons, you do know that Tartarus, they will definitely be underestimated by a lot of opponents after this. But Dads and Sons coming in with the bans already. Some bans that we usually see getting banned out here. Hilda, though, not the usual one, but I do see a reason why it's getting banned out. The mobility might be the factor here.
Yep, definitely, Fredo. And I mean, it's just not about the mobility. It's just the fact that she is a real annoyance to the sides of DNS, who really likes to play against with the assassin. So it is understandable. They don't want that. And of course, Tartarus 27 plays the Hilda. And I don't think Kimi will be playing it because Hilda lacks the initiation of a setter. So he's not going to go for that, but 27 he can clearly go. But anyways, we're done with the drafts. Obviously, Jushin is going to bend out, but DNS immediately Tartarus. I think, you know, we know Tartarus, okay? They don't take things lightly. They are egoistical and we love them for it, okay? They are going to be showing dads and sons that even if you pick up the fanny, it's not going to work the second time. Or Team DNS might be showing, okay, you guys want to, show us that you can do it? Let us show it our way as well. And looks like everyone, like from the hands of DNS and Tartarus, they're going all in. Look at that. All power picks, meta overall.
And this time around, we're going to see a classic Granger versus Harith matchup. This matchup has been so dominant in the goal lane, especially on the Indian server. And this time around, it's going to be none other than Kyle on that Harith. We need to look out for Kyle here. He has been a rising star. But right now, we also see the Katot Kacha, which has been picked up to counter the Harith as well as the Farsa. So Dads and Sons have done a pretty good job on their draft because that is not something that we expect out of them. But this time around, they have really performed well in this draft so far.
Oh my god. Team DNS, they immediately smelled the Florian, right? They were like, no way you're gonna get the Lucas Florian combo again. DNS not only did their homework, they are pretty well aware of the global meta, so it is understandable why they did that. But I want to see Lucas. I'm not saying Lucas is a bad hero, but he just does the best when he has the global heal. He can go in for Rafaela right now. He can go in for Estes. They exist. But the thing is that it's not global. Florian can be 69 miles away, but she will still heal. But Estes and Rafaela, they need to stick together, which you don't need with Lucas. Lucas wants to go deep into the enemy territory, and the healers just cannot do that. And so I'm betting out the Florian. Really good job from DNS. Let's see what Tartarus' response is, because without the healer, I feel like they will suffer a little bit.
Yep, without the healer, it will be a little bit hard for them. But one thing that might be coming in to heal them a little bit from the danger that this Fanny will bring onto their throats with that cutthroat will definitely be the Kufra here. The ultimate nemesis, the bouncing ball.
Okay.
So, counter the Fanny here. But what a pick is that?
We are not mistaken, right? Because I heard the Veil. This is not a system error. There's a Veil in the ground robin stages for Wardrum games. Team DNS, what is this confidence? Okay, nothing too surprising from the hands of Tartarus, but Kimi with the Kufra, he likes playing set tanks, but Kufra, he hasn't picked it up in a long while, and also not going for the healer. This is a full-on burst composition, a full burst composition, Fredo.
But like you mentioned before, 27 on the Grok, classic pick. One pick that he likes to pick when he is forced against the wall right now. Because DNS are looking for another 2-0 sweep, because on the first day did exactly that. Starting the tournament with a 2-0 sweep. Right now, Tartarus might be on the receiving end of it, where they might be, taking down DNS. But before we get into that, Jawhead pick coming in as well. So, what do you think about this draft so far, Ray? Because I have been liking it overall, but I'm not really sure about the Veil pick, because this Veil pick might be a double-edged sword here.
Double-edged sword, or a sword pointed towards yourself, because I feel like it's a full-on ego play tonight. Like this, this is why we love both of these teams. But ladies and gentlemen, we're already into the land of dawn, and this is between Tartarus and DNS. This is the game number 2 of this best of 3 round robin stage, the last match of the night. But could it be the last match, because Tartarus is looking for a game number 3, and DNS might be giving it away because they pick up a very non-meta mid laner. I'm really curious how it's going to work out, because so much crowd control. There's 27 with the Grok, Kimi with the Kufra. What do you think of this? I know you've already said you're a little suspicious, but Veil doesn't have any CC immunity, Fredo.
Yep. And not just about the CC immunity. The movement speed is definitely there, but why do you think they need the movement speed here? I'm not really sure. You don't really have, other than the Harith and the Farsa, you don't really have people, bodies out there that you can really punish with the skill sets that the Veil carries. So it's really interesting here what Pokipine plans to do with this Veil pick. But I do see the idea here. He wants to use that knock-up to create some problems for the enemy side. But how much can you actually utilize the Veil will really depend on how this Jawhead can open up the map for him. right?
Yes, absolutely right. Like this game around, Selena would have been better because they have the Jawhead and they can easily bait out the Purify of Kyle. So Gatut can go in, or maybe even Fanny can go in easily. But they instead go in for a really unconventional pick. It's just that I'm doubting a little bit, but I would love to be proven wrong by Pokipine, of course. Either he's going to be a Pookie or he's going to be a monster under that Pookie disguise, right? But overall, it's going to be interesting. And ego play, we're here for it. Let's see
Mm-hmm.
which team is able to make it. Because if DNS wins it out with a veil, this might be the biggest humiliation that Tartarus will be facing in this round robin. And also,
And
oh,
we
okay.
all know who will be the guy who will be angry after Tartarus lose. It will definitely be Kronos and Grisel out there who might be watching this match right now.
Yeah, they definitely are. I can already see them into the chat. Shout out to Kronos. We'd love to have you here. But anyways, just the laning phase, right? 1 minute in, we are not seeing much action because Insane obviously knows he can't take a stupid risk against Tartarus. Obviously, another team he could have because he won't get punished, but here he definitely will. But Joseph,
Mm-hmm.
level 4 already. He has the flash to flash combo. Let's see if he's gonna go in or not. Kimi trying to nothing much just into the map yet, so we'll probably see first Ender Turtle.
Yep, it should be a easy turtle here, but okay, it seems like they realize the threat that Kyle carries and they will be zoning him out, denying him of some farm. And with that insane coming in, it seems does not really connect though. Kyle is really careful as well. Kimi understands the plans that DNS has, and that's why he will be safeguarding Kyle for now.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision. Just his presence was able to push back Insane away from forcing Kyle to go back. So understandable decision. Great rotations overall from Tartarus, getting their level 4 a little bit early on, but the turtle has just started. Let's see if Insane is going to be able to go in. This is just the first turtle. You might not want to commit to it because look at that, Grok already going in with the wild
Oh
charge,
my
might be
god,
taken down here because look at the damage.
insane!
Insane barely surviving, but there's a flicker
Oh,
coming in.
oh
But
my god,
Grok he gets thrown away and punished
oh my god.
immediately. Rookie Pine will also be suffering from the issues with picking up the veil, but Eden will also pay another price. Overall, a 2-for-2 trade, but a turtle goes into the hands of Team Tartarus.
Yo, finally, we see both the teams, arriving into the game, coming online, doing some things that they definitely like to do. So it seems like Kimi is checking out for Insane, though, marking him because he knows Kimi is go into the mid
Oh my
lane.
god.
Eden once again fallen down.
Yeah, Eden is not having the best of his time, and it's understandable. It's Doom on a jawhead. He loves doing the pickoff, and look at the damage coming in from Insane, almost taking down Kyle, and he will be taken down. And there's Jawhead also
Joseph?
trying to buy us some a little bit time, but Joseph wants to go in, but the blast doesn't really connect because zoning out and tanking from Doom is really great. He blocked a shot, or else Granger would be forced to go back.
Yep. And now finally things have rested down quite a bit, and it seems like 27 versus Insane. We did see the Grog, use the flicker up just to kill Insane there inside the enemy jungle area. And the way that Jawhead threw him after that, right now, look at that. Once again, he
Oh
throws
my
him with the
god.
ejector. Kyle has been getting punished, and X marks the spot, has been able to get a few kills here and there.
Oh, looks like Doom will finally face the consequences of his actions so far. He's been taking down Eden and Kyle, and he will get the due punishment that he was on the receiving end of. But right now, the score is still 5-3. Joseph wants to go in. Will he use the flash-to-flash combo? Doesn't use the beast form, but he does.
Oh
But it's just not enough. He gets punished and gets taken
my
down.
god.
Instead, I think that was a slight miscalculation as Insane does get away. But okay, Kimi just poking a little bit. Corey Curie coming into the scene with the unbreakable stunt. Is there going to be any initiation? No, just
Oh,
yet. But
what?
okay, AOG being used a little bit aggressively. Corey Cutie does have the revive
Kyle?
slice, pops it, but looks like the damage is going to be enough. But Kyle also on the other side of the map gets taken down. Team Tartarus, they seem to be struggling a little bit into the game.
My god. What is happening here? DNS, they are able to get the better out of Tartarus, and I mean, this is a tournament where the servers are same. It's going to be the same server. It's Bengal's server being played right here, so it should not be an issue in terms of server. Pings are fine. Tartarus should not be struggling, but
Oh, there's the wild charge coming in from 27, and Porcupine gets taken down. Joseph also seeks a turtle, and looks like Array almost in a tough spot, but gets away with the speed up from the ejector. But into the top lane, Kyle was able to buy out some time for himself as well, forcing Insane to go back. And right now, oh, looks like that was a really bad position because X marks the spot. You should have been able to know that spot was dangerous for you, because that is I'm not sure. He went into the bush all alone, but into the bot lane, Joseph Insane survived that 1 HP from the blast.
God.
That was so close. If he had the Sky Piercer, I think it was game over.
Yep. That was the next word on my mouth, right? Sky Piercer. If it was there, Joseph would have been in some... Insane would have been in some trouble, but there comes Insane once again. Killing spree for this guy on the Fanny. This time around, he wants to prove that his Fanny is the best in India.
Joseph, I think he stayed a little bit too long, and he immediately got taken down for it. But Kimi coming in from behind, would he be able to get Porcupine? Yes, he gets it. There's the Time's Revenge coming in as well. Eden comes in with a flicker, but he flickers away. Instead, 27 getting pushed inside the turret, barely surviving, scraping the HP, but he still wants to go in. A little bit too greedy. X-Master Spot takes the kill. AOG using defensively to create the zone, but Kyle doing 1 versus 1 wins it out against Insane. He is the one who's insane right now, as Kyle got the 1 versus 1 against the Fanny.
My God, how do you do that? How do you do that with a Harriet against the Fanny? Inside the tower as well, the Fanny did have a lot of farm. Warcry as well. But right now, Kimi providing a good set here. Once again, Porcupine on the charge, and Joseph will get that kill. Ejector coming in as well. Look at that. It will be taking down Eden. On the backside though, look at Joseph. He takes down X marks the spot. Insane wants to go in 1v1 against the junglers. Let's see if Joseph can win this out. And yes, he will not win out. It will be Insane once again.
And right now, they're still in a tough spot because Array is trying to buy out some time, but the Revitalize popping in just at the nick of time helps him retreat. But at 1 versus 1, Joseph is not able to win it out against the Fanny, even though he is able to lower them to a lot of HP, but it's just not able to finish them off, and he needs something. He needs that Sky Piercer, and that's what he's building towards. But looks like there was a taunt, but they decided not to commit to it. But yeah, he's building towards the Sky Piercer.
Yep. It's definitely clear by looking at the build that he's building towards the Sky Piercer. If we take a look at the goal though, okay, it seems like there comes the Ejector.
Oh, Array comes in, throws Eden again, and X marks the spot, takes the kill. And so far, Eden is just not having the best of his time. And the only thing that can stop Array is 27 and Kimi providing the vision, but Kimi is really occupied trying to find a flank angle, and because of that, I feel like 27 needs to do something about Array, or their mid laner is going to be picked up and thrown away each time. There's no Jushin, but there is one robot that really likes to play volleyball, and he's using Eden as his toy tonight.
Yes, he's using that guy as his toy tonight. Nice words, nice use of words there by Ray. Okay, once again, 1v1 against the junglers.
Okay,
oh my God!
This time, Insane miscalculated.
Burst.
He took it down. Full on
My
burst,
God.
because I think the Sky Piercer was there, but okay, look at the top lane. Array getting so many ultimates. AOG also comes in. Eden looking for an angle, but he's just flying away. He does use the feathered airstrike, and there comes the Joseph again with the flash-to-flash combo. Does he find the angle properly yet? But right now, he might be the one in the danger as X marks the spot, takes him down for the revenge kill, but Kimi comes in with the sacrificial play, but is able to help Kyle give a shutdown for X marks the spot. Mega kill for this marksman, but Insane is looking for an angle to do so, but he's not going to be able to do. The score though, 14-13, quite even, but Tartarus leading with 3k goal lead.
Yup, and this just speaks for itself that right now both of these teams, they're going on the aggressive. They don't care about the objectives. I mean, they do care about it, but not so much anymore, because right now it's getting a little bit personal between Insane and Joseph. They're looking out for each other. They're trying to have that 1v1 duels in the jungle area between the junglers, and we definitely know that the Joseph on the Lucas will always come out stronger, because look at the farm difference as well. Joseph 6.8k, meanwhile Insane and on just 5.4, and that is because Joseph has been farming up the entire time. And a Fanny, right, he cannot really farm up as fast as a Lucas can, and that is where they're lacking right now. But if we look in the goal lane department though, look at that, the Ejector coming in onto Kimi does not really do much though. But like I was saying, the goal difference is not there between the two goal laners. It's only there between the junglers, and that is exactly why there should be an easy lord here.
They do take down the Lord, and it's gonna go into the hands of Joseph. No competition from the hands of Insane. Understandable, because Insane can't really go until Array gives him the window.
Oh,
But
conceal.
look at 27 comes in with a conceal play. Porcupine does see it and is able to escape from it, but we know that conceal is just a bait. Kimi and 27, they're looking for that flicker play, but Kimi doesn't have the flicker, so doesn't commit to it just yet. But
Summon
Array
force.
finding himself in a tough spot, but AOG being used in a defensive way, trying to create the zone between them. But Joseph comes into the scene, takes down Cody Cutie, and he's out now looking for more. Takes down X marks the spot. Array barely surviving with the scraping of his HP. And right now, Fanny into the top lane as well. There's nobody defending the mid lane. Porcupine is all left alone, trying to clear the wave. Insane does come back to the base, but Kim is looking for that angle. And there is the knock of 27 taking him down. Insane also down, and Tartarus comes in with the full clapback as a full wipeout is into the land of dawn as they secure game number 2, forcing a game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is even, as you can see.
Yup, the score is even right now. The battlefield is all set for the third game. And what is more exciting than witnessing Tartarus and DNS going up against each other? We never thought it would go into the third game, because we all knew coming into this game that DNS were clearly going to be the ones who's going to be stacked against the odds, and Tartarus were the favorites coming in, and that is exactly where DNS turned things around in the first match. And now Tartarus are forced to step up their game. Kimi on the Kufra, something that worked out so well because they had the Fanny on their side. And the pick by Porcupine here did not really understand why they went for the bail, but it's clear that it did not work out for them. In the meanwhile, though, it did work out quite well against the Farsa.
Yeah, I think Array really did a good job disabling Eden. I just feel like Porcupine's pick was a little bit unconventional for a simple reason. He could not really do anything about all this crowd control, and also he didn't have any kind. I mean, if it was a Faramis, I think they would have had a double sustained composition, and X marks the spot would have gotten a little bit more time to fight. At the same time, maybe something along the lines of maybe even a Lilia would have worked for a simple reason that Lilia can survive from 27 and Kimi, but Vale just cannot. So I think they needed a little bit better of a mid lane option. So let's just see what happens.
Yep, they needed a better mid lane option. So far, though, it does feel like Tartarus is back again, and they are coming in heavily onto Team DNS. They're not going to give any more chances. There are not going to be any more mistakes or openings here for Team DNS to abuse, because we know these guys, they are back. And when they come back and they lock in, it gets harder even for the giants like ABM to win a match, even when they're on the Mumbai server.
Yes, and this is where things are going to be interesting. This is the third game, and this is where there are no more second chances, right? This is both of the teams have 1-1 score. Both have 50-50 stake. Obviously, this game, Tartarus had more stakes, because if they lost it, it's a clean sweep. So they put all of their heart and soul into it, making sure they set the record. They keep their record of the win streak, that they have not been taken down. Yep, they have lost 1 or 2 games in the best of 3 series, but they have not lost the full series just yet in this tournament or in any other tournament so far. So they have kept the record, and they want to make sure they keep it. But DNS, they're coming up as a strong beast. Even though they picked up the Lucas, definitely DNS had the strength. It's just that their mid lane was a little bit unconventional. I think in the third game is where they're going to put their serious faces on, and we're going to see the final clash down. It's not a grand finals, but we can clearly see it's a little bit about the ego, and they're going to be making sure they put everything into it.
Yep. And right now, this is going to be the last match, definitely. Something that we need to witness here tonight. Because DNS, will they go for the ego picks once again? That is going to be the question here, because we do know these people. They went for the Fanny again, but only because of the Veil. And I feel like they could have done a little bit better, because the first game draft was really good because they had the macro potential. So when it went into the later phases, it was obvious the reason why Tartarus did suffer against DNS. But right now, in this match coming in, they did not really go well with that mid lane pick. The Veil was not really the best out there. There were so many other options as well, but they decided to go for Veil. But in this game, they will definitely be considering everything that we've said so far, and they will be trying to figure out which picks can be, a bit more better as compared to the Veil and other mages available. So far, though, just to remind everyone out there, the one who wins the matches clean sweep, they get 3 points, and the loser gets none. Meanwhile, if it's a 2-1, the winner gets 2 and the loser gets 1. And honestly, Ray, we all know Peak to Plummet. Peak to Plummet have been on a 3 clean sweep streak. Meanwhile, Tartarus, they did lose one match to Zohunt yesterday, and today they lost one to DNS. What do you think is the reason behind this inconsistent performance in best of threes for Tartarus?
I think ego play comes into the consideration, but also at the same time, it's just that I know Tartarus is kind of a new team, but their members are not, right? They're all in. I call them the Infinity Gauntlet for a reason. Is that, I mean, they got the time stone. They end games fastest. There's no other explanation of it, and also the fact that they are like basically like the Infinity Stones. They all have different. They are all excelling at their best. And I feel like they're just put together as a really good gauntlet. But that's the issue where it comes in. There's also Stormbreaker, right? We're waiting for the Stormbreaker team that can penetrate the beam of this Infinity Gauntlet. And that's why I like to call them, for a simple reason. Yes, they do work in synergy. They do have harmony. But at the same time, just like Infinity Stones, all of them are well known by their opponents or whoever it may be. Just like that, the other teams, Dads and Sons and Zohunt, they have had a lot of time. Right? They have had time from previous year, almost 6 months. They have all the material they need. Yes, they are doing really well as a team, but I feel like a lot of teams are well aware of what they pick individually. They know what 27 does. They know what Kyle does. They know what Joseph does. They know what Kimi does. And when you know all of that, you can find slight weaknesses there. So I think they do find a weakness, but at the same time, I'm going to be honest, I feel like it's also Tartarus having a little bit of an ego play. They need to put everything in, and I think they can. I feel like Tartarus can win this one, but hey, I will gladly be. I mean, Kronos won't like to be proven wrong. I mean, for me to be proven wrong, I'm saying Tartarus will win. What do you think, Fredo?
Well, if Tartarus wins, then it's going to be the obvious thing happening. But if DNS wins, then oh my goodness. The news headlines tomorrow, of course, we do not have any MLBB or ML5B5 news publications, but I do hope the esports page can highlight the event that happened tonight. DNS, led by one of the legendary junglers in the Indian scene so far, Insane, also known as Carp. And on the other side, the Uprising team, which is Tartarus, led by Joseph and Kimi. I mean, there is no leader here. Everyone is equal. Everyone contributes equally. Right now, look at that. Once again, okay, it seems like Joseph here. Joseph here has took some personal plans coming into this game.
And this is why I love these two teams. I mean, especially Tartarus, it's all about respect for them. It's all about ego. I love them. I mean, they could have committed to something else, but no, the fanny is open. We're going to first pick it. We're going to show you what we're built of. You could not make the fanny work previous game. Let us show how to make it this game. And that's what I love about them. But DNS also, X marks the spot, immediately goes in for one of his signatures. And it's going to be interesting how this game turns around because as on theory, Moscow counters fanny. So Tartarus, how are you prepared to handle that? Because X marks the spot. He's no small threat that you can kind of be like, neglect.
Yep, X marks the spot. We did see him perform quite well in the last one. And in this match as well, coming in, he has the pressure once again going up against Kyle. And it's never easy going up against Kyle. We've seen goal laners face trouble, but this time, X marks the spot. He did win out the first match, in a very good fashion, especially when he was on disadvantage from early on. And right now, we are seeing Dads and Sons. This is going to be the last one for the first phase. Phobius and Moskov locked in. The side lanes do look strong enough, but what do you think should, make this first phase a strong set here for Dads and Sons?
I think these three are obviously all DPS and burst, so there's no flexibility on the first three priority picks. So I think Dads and Sons, they can go in for perhaps I feel like they should go in for an EXP pen. I know Kimi is their big threat that they're kind of faced off against, but 27 had a really big role in the early phases, disrupting the farm that Insane had. So I think they need to do that. But obviously, I knew it. The Suyo was coming in from the DNS because right now they don't really have many options. They need someone to match the snowball of the fanny. So the most obvious choice was the Suyo. But on the other hand, both of these sides, are kind of in the same spot. They need a proper setter, right? Yes, the Phobius, but he's more of a brick wall rather than a setter, isn't it?
Yeah, more like a brick wall rather than a setter. Exactly the right words that you chose there. And right now we're seeing a chip ban though. We do understand, that is targeted onto Kimi. But we do see that right now, in the last game we saw Kufra going up against the Fanny. Dads and Sons can go for similar picks here, but we know Doom really likes to play pickoffs. So what do you think should be the hero that Doom will be picking up here? Of course, he likes to play pickoffs, but I see the Chow that might work against the Fanny, but the Jawhead, not really the option. So do you think Doom might go for a Chow here?
I think Chow kind of makes sense perfectly because you want to pick off against the Fanny, you want to counter against the Fanny. Chow fills all of their roles, and also the simple fact you have a brick wall already, so the sustain is not going to be a question. Usually when Chow is picked, some teams mistake and they do not pick a full sustain, but they already have the Phobius, which is going to be able to give them a lot of time. And what if they just go in for the Faramis and Chow immediately and give all of the options to X marks the spot? I think that could be a variable option. What do you think? A Faramis Chow combo out of the pocket?
Well, Faramis Chow, deadly combination right there, You do have the Way of Dragon to counter the Fanny. It was coming. Ever since the second phase started, we knew it was coming. I don't really know, though, why Tartarus decided to not ban out the Chow. You can use the Purify on the Harriet and the Farsa, but you can't go for the Purify on the Fanny. So right now, you do need some heavy front lining to be able to open up the plays here for the Fanny to come in and shut down everyone. But for that, I feel like, okay, the Hylos has been banned out, so I don't really see any more options here. Gatot Kacha has been banned out as well. What do you think should be taken here? The glue could really, cause some problems for the Phobias. So do you think they can go for the glue?
Okay, we're going to be seeing the answers really soon because Kimi, what's going to be your decision? And obviously, when in doubt, bring out the Tigreal. It doesn't rhyme, but it's the good old reliable Tigreal that's going to be coming into the Land of Dawn, and we know what this man is. He waited absolute 12 minutes to make a play, and he's going to be doing it again this time around because we clearly can see there's a Chow who can disrupt him, there's a Spear of Misery that's going to be disrupting him, there's also the fact that Suyo can kind of immune it, and there's Phobius. There's already a lot of disruptions, but Kimi is well aware of the dangers that he's going to be facing, but at the same time a full 5-man set again, it's going to be the full-on death sentence for the hands of dads and sons. But only 6 seconds left. No way. Pookie Pine. He's feeling too pookie tonight. He just picked up the Odette.
Yeah, the Odette. The Odette here, and up against two knockups right there, on your face. Sacred Hammer gonna come in at your face, Earth Shatter as well, and if you combine those with the flickers, Odette not going to be having the easiest game right here. And the trouble that you're going to face is going to be, let's say the Phobius comes in and helps you out, but how long can they hold out? Because, these people that are going to come for the Odette. But, I mean, we don't really see Odettes quite often, so we should, at the very least, welcome this pick, right? Welcome this pick.
Yep.
For now, Dads and Sons, let's see if Pookie Pine can make this work right in front of us.
I mean, Odette not often isn't even right. We don't see Odette at all. There is no, I don't think there was, what was the last time she was even picked on a professional tournament? It's just that she doesn't have the abilities, but at the same time, I'm curious. Pookie Pine went in for 2 mages that are almost considered to be classic heroes that are kind of really also underrated for a lot of people. But let's just see how it happens because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading straight into the last match of the series, last match of the night. It's between Team Tartarus and Team DNS. Both have 1-1 score. No 1-1 into the battlefield. But jokes aside, on the casting desk it's Ray and Fredo. And let's see how this game works around because it's gonna be a spicy one. Pookie Pine on the Odette. I am just dying to see how it's gonna work. But look at the positioning of Kimi already going into the jungling territory.
Insane. And it will be first blood.
Deja vu.
Lord Insane getting taken down, and seems like Joseph wants to go in for Doom, but Doom will be backing off as well right now. Insane has not been able to get his hands on his red buff yet, so that is a very, very big disadvantage that Dads and Sons are facing right now.
Doom did not provide him the vision. So, okay, they're gathering towards there. Looks like we're going to see an early skirmish immediately.
Oh, seems like Joseph wants to go in for Porcupine. Porcupine has forced out the flicker. And Insane onto the Lord. Oh, and look at that. They're going in so aggressively because they have the Fanny. And with that, Doom will get taken down, stunned onto the wall. There is Joseph. By X marks the spot. Insane deals a lot of damage to Kimi, but Kimi will back away in time.
Okay, so far Team Tartarus already getting 2 kills, and it was Insane and Doom. So far they have already set up the early game snowball effect, and it's only going to be building towards more if Team DNS doesn't stop it quite soon. I do think they still have the resources to do so, because once Doom becomes level 4, that's when the real fun absolutely going to be beginning. And also they do have the Core QT on Phobius, so the sustain is not going to be an issue, especially when 27 switches to the marksman form. It's going to, like Edith, basically. It's going to be interesting. But anyway, Turtle already started. Core QT.
Core QT wants to dive in, and with that, there comes the knock-up, and Joseph will get taken down by the Odette, and Insane gets his retribution, right? Double kill for Porcupine. Might be turning into a triple right away, and yes, it is Porcupine. Oh my god. Odette. Beautiful Odette.
That's what the enemy screams, oh, death, because that's what happening, because you're dead, kind of, in a sense. I mean, you are technically
dead.
Porcupine already getting 3 kills. I think he should be building towards the sky per se if he wants to snowball, and that's actually one of the reasons why I said Odette is considered underrated, because she's basically an AoE mage that does her burst every few 30 seconds or so, right? And she's also CC immune, so if there's no Kimi and Edith to knock back out, I don't think Porcupine will be stopped anytime soon. And also, we just noticed the amount of shield that she had. I don't think Joseph will be able to burst her down. That's going to be a really issue because Porcupine just got 3 kills. That means a little bit ahead of the farm. Going to be able to get it quite soon. But oh, look at Joseph trying to find a position. But so far, Team Tartarus winning condition. It's going to be locking down on X marks the spot as soon as possible. But look at that. Already into the jungle area.
Yep, and they're going in aggressively on Insane. Insane will be able to get his retribution right. And with that, Joseph wants to take away a few creeps before he backs off. And like you mentioned, X marks the spot is the key for victory here for DNS. So they should be targeting here, but there comes the Wave of Dragon.
There comes the Wave of the Dragon. They take down Kimi again. Odette secures a double kill. And it looks like they're really focusing on Porcupine. They were like, maybe last time around we could not really focus you, give you the resources you needed, but this time around we're changing the things, because look at that. Into the top lane, Kyle comes in with his Zaman Force, uses the Chrono Dashes to deal out the damage, but it's just not enough. As right now the lane is still defended, and they're going to be waiting, they're going to be holding it on, but the Turtle's going to be coming in. The last one was taken down by Insane as well, right?
Yep. And now Kimi's checking the bush. Once again, there comes the knock-up. We have Dragon.
Wave the Dragon, the kick comes in, but oh, X marks the spot, also trying to find a spot, but Kimi is going to be able to take him down because it's still early game, no defense items just yet.
What's happening here? I can't really understand. I can't really comprehend this, because look at DNS. They were on the back foot. They were going all in for Insane. Insane got dominated quite bad. First blood, it was him. But right now, DNS bounced back. And all with the help of Porcupine. With that unconventional pick, the Odette comes in and clutches everything out of Tartarus' hands. And right now, Kyle does realize that Array is there in that bush.
Yes, and that's why the recalls were coming in. And also, I think a simple reason is that Tartarus is suffering against Porcupine. It's a simple reason. I think 2 reasons, actually. Obviously, DNS is trying to give the resources to Porcupine, trying to push with the kick into the area of the... I forgot the ultimate name because I haven't even used Odette in such a long while, but still, I'll just call it Umbrella for now because it's a large area. But basically, I think their reason is that they're not able to predict the damage. But oh, Joseph looks like he was a little bit hungry, but Core QT also coming into the scene. Not gonna be able to find Joseph yet, but there's a kick connecting into Kimi again, and they are focusing him non-stop. But there's Eden finally dishing out the damage with a feathered airstrike, but Odin also comes in with the flicker play, and looks like this time around they're gonna be able to knock up by 27, and looks like Porcupine gonna get punished for what he's been doing so far. And Are trying to escape, but will it gonna be enough? He's using the Jit Kundo. Is it gonna be enough? Kyle goes in. There's a shot. He is surviving. Kyle still manages to get the kill, and they're gonna go back. But so far, the game has been really interesting, but a lot of bounty. The kill went into the hands of Kyle, right? I think that's a bad news for Team DNS.
Yep, really bad news here for DNS as they did give away a lot of gold with that shutdown. And look at that. The gold is even right now and Insane really struggling as well. He has not been able to open up his, in Hindi, what do you call it, khata yet. And with that, 0-4 right now. So if you think about it, Insane. I mean, you want to get that early game snowball when you're playing a Suyo, but he's not able to get that. Meanwhile, Pine has been the one doing the carry job for him so far. And that is not something that usually happens from the side of Dads and Sons, right? For now,
Yeah.
though, Corey QT able to take the turtle on his side, and X marks the spot, and Array will be focused on taking down. Let's see if Insane will be able to get his retribution or not.
I think he will be able to get out, but Insane hiding in the spot. Kimmy finds them. There's an implosion play, and Kyle just comes in with his Zaman Force Chrono Dash, dishing out the damage. And I don't think Gorikuti will be able to sustain so much burst that's coming into his face. He does jump back and forth, but it's just not enough. And Insane looking a little hungry for Lancelot's girlfriend, but not gonna get it.
Yep. Hungry for Lancelot's girlfriend. But right now on the bottom side though, look at that. They're able to push down turrets as well. Moskov did a good job pushing up top, but now he's forced to defend. And there comes the SOD. Will he teleport though? That is the question here. Yes, he will not, as the tower is defended quite safe. But right now the question here is, Ray, it has been a good game so far from both sides. But we do realize that Tartarus has done a phenomenal job, especially Kyle, because Kyle has been patient. He's been able to get 3 kills into his hands. And look at that, he's on 3-0-1. Nothing has happened to Kyle yet. And even X marks the spot has been left unchecked. So these goal laners have been, low-key farming up. So which goal laner do you think will be, coming online sooner?
I think we have to look at into the goal, but looking at the XP, it's quite similar. Both are level 10, about to be level 11. But I just saw that Harriet had the feather. Okay, let's see. Harriet is actually coming online a little bit faster. As you can see, he already has bought 2 of the recipe items for the Holy Crystal. He's going to be building towards the 3rd and going to be completing soon. But at the same time, Moskov is probably building towards the Wind of Nature to make sure he kind of survives from the bursts that could come in from the Fanny, right? So overall, I think it's a 50-50, but Harry does have the upper hand because he's a 3-0. He has much more kills and bounty. But at the same time, Harry does have the chance to be taken down as well. Because if Kimmy and 27 are dealt with immediately, there's nobody that's going to be stopping Pokipine from dishing out the damage with her ult. So they have to be aware of it. But the game already shifting towards the Lord. Let's see what's going to happen. Which team gets it first?
Yep, Kimi is already around the area, And with that, Corey QT approaches as well. Insane has arrived. There comes the retribution from Insane, and Insane will not be able to get it as there comes the SOD, and there comes the implosion as well. And Swan Song will be able to do a lot of damage as Kimi will be able to get a kill onto Insane. Eden being chased down here by Array. And on the other side, look at X marks the spot is taking down 27 slowly but surely, and Kimi very low. And there comes Joseph and Kyle. The finishers are here. And Doom might be the one getting caught.
Doom is just trying to buy out so much time, but it's just not enough because the Lord is still going to be walking in. And they still have Kimmy, who's still alive. He survived it due to the help of Joseph. And right now, looking at the map and everything, if we consider it, it has been even so far. Same amount of turrets taken. The kills almost quite close, but right now this is where the things change. But look at that, 27 getting caught in a hefty spot, gets punished immediately. And Joseph just getting the he doesn't get it. Insane with a really great retribution.
Yep, and now Lord marching on the top side though does not matter because look at DNS, they're there in the mid lane still. I don't really know, Insane. And he will be able to take down the Lord, but some sort of damage done already onto the top lane inhibitor. On the bottom side though, look at the Moskov. He's still there. Not the best position as he should be there for clearing the lanes. And he finally decides to back off. Corey QT and Kimi. Kimi being troubled a lot by Corey QT so far. But, he's still able to get those implosions right. And that is all that matters. And right now,
I understand, yeah.
Inhibitor still standing, and they don't want to waste that holy defense as well, right?
Yeah, they are trying to save it as much as possible, but after 12 minutes, it's not gonna matter. So they are doing their best, but still. And one thing I actually wanted to, oh, they do come with the zoning. Not gonna be committing, I think. Yep, not gonna commit. But what I wanted to mention is that they have been targeting Kimi from the early game, but right now, as we head towards the 12-minute mark, Kimi is tanky enough. So if they try to target him, things will go south. And this is where Team Tartarus is their weakness, right? In the early game, they were just targeting Kimi, but this is where things change. Kimi is going to be tanky enough. Let's see his items. Okay, it's a little cut off, but we can clearly see he has around 4 to 3 items, and that means he's not going to get bursted immediately by Porcupine or X marks the spot, and that's gonna spell trouble.
And now Kyle will be able to do much more because look at this guy. He has 4 items already. Already has that blood wings as well. The only thing that he'll need now is divine glaive to pierce through all the magic defense that the enemy has. And in X marks the spot also has the Trinity build, but unfortunately he does not have the Wind of Nature yet, so he will not be able to do what he wants to do. That is go up against the Fanny and come out alive. But this seems like with the help of Array, he will be able to do that. And yes, he does. No, he does not. Joseph, 1 HP, able to get away from all that. And that just proves the prowess that this guy has on the Flying Lady.
That kind of macro is just insane. That is absolutely beautiful micro display right there. He was able to maneuver everything out and survive. He just clicked the regen at the last second, but oh, insane coming into the scene. Let's see if he's able to let retribution. Korikuri trying to buy some time, but 27 and Kimi trying to do the same as well. But insane. Are being forced to back. Go back. Yes, look at that. X marks the spot and Array into the base. They're going in for the back and it looks like this is gonna be the changing things, but no, X marks the spot. Did not have the Wind of Nature. Gonna get taken down alongside Doom, and the plan just ultimately did not succeed. Despite the fact that Porcupine almost took down Kyle himself, it's not gonna count because he's the only one left.
My goodness, Porcupine, can you do the impossible once again for your teammates, for Dads and Sons? For Dads and Sons, can you do it? Can you be the worthy son here? No, he will not be, as Joseph will be able to take him down. And with the help of the Feather Strike, the minions have been cleared. And now, Tartarus might be pushing to victory. Insane wants to go in, pushed away by the Sacred Hammer. And it's all over here for Team Dads and Sons. If Tartarus have secured a base. And with that, Tartarus get a 2-1 victory. They will take 2, but DNS will take 1.
This was actually a really close game. Yep, many people might say, oh, it wasn't that hype or exciting because it did not end in a 5 versus 5 gank, but it was a strategic end. And this is what I really found beautiful. This game was not about like, oh, they fought 5 versus 5 and 2 people stayed alive and ended the base. No, it was not that kind of a thing. It was a strategic end. Team DNS, they wanted to go in for the back. They wanted to go in for the back door, pushed Array and X marked the spot towards the base, and tried to use Porcupine as the bait and took Kyle down. Almost looked like Tartarus were onto the losing end, but X marks the spot did not have that early Wind of Nature, and that kind of gave him the downside against Joseph. He got immediately bursted down, and it did not come to fruition. But it was a great effort from Team DNS. Actually, that clever play was good, but Joseph, amazing map awareness. He knew something was wrong when X marks the stop was still not visible into the map and immediately recalled. Despite the Lord being 30% HP, he realized that Insane is just a bait. The real thing is on the base.
Yep. And that is exactly why this guy was able to recall in time and save the day, because otherwise X marks the spot at some other plans here for Tartarus. But with that, the victory did go into the hands of Tartarus, but they will be losing 1 point again as DNS will be taking 1 away. And just to remind you guys, on top of the table is still Peak to Plummet, who have been on a 3-win streak. All 3 clean sweeps so far, 9 points coming into this match. And with that, there comes the updated leaderboards. W to the editor for editing out so fast. Look at that, Peak to Plummet. Look at the score rate. Peak to Plummet, unexpectedly out of everyone out there.
Yeah, this is a surprising one. Peak to Plummet. I mean, this is poetic. They're peak. They're at the peak. They're at number 1. But we have to see how long it's going to take for them to go down, because the other squads, they're going to be catching up soon. Tartarus and IGN, they're coming definitely close. DNS also, I think it's just that they were matched against Tartarus today, but if they were honestly saying if they're matched against any other, I think they would have won, because that was a really smart play. It's just that Joseph had a really great sense, a sixth sense. I mean, it's understandable. The moment he realized X marks the spot is nowhere near the Lord, that's when the red light was stinging in his head, and it was like, something ain't right.
Something ain't right. Hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. And with that, look at that. Once again, explaining the point format. If you win 2-0, you get 3 points. If you lose and you still take away 1 game, so basically 2-1. If the score is 2-1, the winner gets 2, the loser gets 1. And that is exactly why Tartarus have been defeated twice. Once by Dads and Sons, once by Zohunt. And that is why they are not on the top of the table. The top of the table is still there in the hands of Peak to Plummet. Peak to Plummet. Going to be a very, very interesting match when they face Tartarus, because I really want to see if these people have been having clean sweeps by luck, or is it actually them putting the best out there.
I think we'll soon know our answers, right? Because it's the round robin stages. This is the league stage, ladies and gentlemen, and each team will fight off against each other. Right now, Megatron x LAFU KABI, they're at the most bottom, but there's a chance that they can find the spots to go through, right? So it's going to be really interesting, and I think Fredo, I think you will have an announcement to make, right?
Yep, I do have an announcement to make, because Wardrum Games has reached 1K subscribers. So thank you everyone out there who has subscribed to the channel, shows the love and support that this channel needs to grow. And thank you so much. We'll keep working and keep making everything better for all the people who have supported us so far. And I really, really love I really am thankful for everything that the production team has put in, the people who are managing it as well, and the casters who are casting, the streamers, editors, every single one out there, and of course the one and only who have made this possible, the people who are watching this right now, the audience, the community that supports this game as we move forward into a brighter future as well. And Wardrum Games will be a part of it. Yep. And thank you so much for making us reach 1K subscribers. And with that, Ray and Fredo will be signing off, but don't forget, tomorrow more interesting games coming in, because Ray, we're cooking more stuff here. It's league stages, so we are going to see more exciting matches tomorrow for sure.
Yep, definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to stay tuned, because it's still day number 3 of league stages. Yep. It's just day number 3, and the top teams, they still have to go against each other. Peak to Plummet, they're still at the top, and there needs to be a team that needs to take them down, and Tartarus might just be it. And I think it's gonna be it. I mean, shout out to Kronos, of course. He's been supporting. So anyways, we will obviously have a lot of things to say, and the end is going to be even more beautiful. But till then, the journey is what really matters, and the round robin stages matches we're going to be streaming tomorrow as well. So do tune in tomorrow as well. Thanks to Wardrum Games, and thanks to all of the audience who reach 1K subscribers in such a short amount of time. But anyways, it's already quite late. I hope you guys rest well and have a good night.
Players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very, very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the Northeast Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
By participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP, because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them, and yeah, see you in the tournament, and I will be casting too.